Welcome, everybody. Thank you. Oh, of course, this goes off on the side. Welcome, everybody, to my live. Um, Hopefully, after a few minutes, some people will come in and join us. I wanted to continue the conversation today about Stephan Sterns. I'll turn my camera on if more people join, but for right now, I don't know. I'm a psychology professor, so you think it wouldn't bother me to just go live and talk with myself. Oh, I have two people here. I don't know who's here, but thank you for being here. Usually I send out an email to like my 3 YouTube friends beforehand, but I didn't do that today. So hopefully they'll be able to join at some point and support me. Oh, 12 Gauge, you're here. Hi, 12 Gauge. I'm so excited you're here. All right. So I was just watching another live, and they were talking about the case with Madeline Soto and Stephan Sterns. What's the right way to talk about it? Would it be considered, I guess, the Stephan Sterns case, right? Because it's his case, right? He's the one with the case. Madeline obviously is the victim. So I don't know if anybody noticed, but I named this Semen Demon. I did that because I was doing research for today and I printed out a whole bunch, all of this stuff. I printed everything out and I started looking through everything. And there are certain things in here that I thought were very, very interesting and that we should probably go over and talk about. And, talk about things like, how does this stuff happen, right? So how does somebody even get to be in Stephan Sterns' position? How much were his parents? How culpable are they, if any, because he's a 37-year-old man, right? But I would suggest that we are all product of our environments growing up. So I do think, well, first, let me just tell you that I teach psychology for 20 years. I have a doctorate in education. I have a master's in counseling psychology, a bachelor's in counseling psychology, and a specialization in marriage and family therapy. I've been teaching abnormal psych, statistics, research, all kinds of classes. Oh, child development, lifespan development for 20 years now. So I'm coming from a place of expertise. So I'm hoping that that's where I could help fill a little bit of the void. 12 Gauge is doing a great job at doing the same thing. So hopefully, and even Nina and stuff. So hopefully I'll see somebody come up, maybe even Jeff, who knows? Who knows what'll happen? But let's start. It says there's 3 people watching. I'm not sure who the 3 people are. But let me go to, I want to present something real quick. So let me just pull that up. Please bear with me because this is my first time ever actually going live for real. So 12 Gauge could tell you that I tried to go live last time and I was talking and talking and talking. And then finally somebody decided to tell me that nobody could hear me and that they could hear music. It was actually pretty funny. Yes, hit the like and share for Dr. Vona. You're the best. 12 Gauge. Look at all that support you're giving me. So let me go to, I should have pulled up Patreon because I am a member. Let me see. I'm a member of Plunders on Patreon. So I spend the few dollars a month and it gives me access to all of she does a lot of the FOIA stuff, right? So I believe it's Plunder, Gray Hughes Investigates, and The Docket. The 3 of them together, they put up a lot of money to get this information for us. So I think that's really cool of them. And I just wanted to make sure that everybody knows that my information is coming from Plunder. So shout out to Paula. She's awesome. And I'm pulling up something right now so I could share the screen, and then I'm going to react to it with you guys on the live, and we're going to see what happens. So 1 second, I'm pulling it up right now. All right. All right, so here we go, Stephan Sterns. So let's talk about, this one says 9 raw audio interviews. I want to go to something that has a little bit of video with it. So let's do this one. So this talks about his ex-girlfriend, okay? So hold on, let me share this. Bear with me. I'm still figuring this out, but I think I have it. All right, let me see. Here we go. I have to click present, share. I don't want to share my whole screen. Oh, here we go. Okay, so again, I'm getting this from Paula Mooney from, hi, Jeff. Yes, I figured it out. If anybody wants to join me, please let me know, because I'd be more than happy to have one of you come up and assist me on my first day. Oh, Aquarius, hi, how are you? I'm so excited, you guys, that that people are joining. I came on with the intent that if nobody joined, that I would still give this presentation. I go back to work next week. I teach, like I said earlier, and I have to get myself back into the teaching mode anyway. So I was like, you know what? You're just going to go on today. You're going to stop with your, whatever, and you're just going to figure it out. So that's what I'm doing today. So why I share this, though, I'm going to pause my picture or stop my camera. So that way, if I'm looking at something, I don't look crazy. Okay, 12 gauge, you started again today. If anybody wants to come up, I should put the link in there. I just have to make sure that I know how to find the link, but I'm sure it's not very hard. So let's see. Now there's some bushy eyebrows. That's actually really funny. All right, I'm going to put invite. I'm going to copy the link, and I'm going to add it here. And please feel free, if anybody wants, to join me. Okay, Jeff, you can walk out the door. It's all right. I'll remember that. No, I'm just joking. Hopefully, wherever you're going to, you could listen a little bit on the way, or maybe you can listen later on. I'm really excited that people decided to join, even if it's only 5 of us watching. That's okay. So let's go over. Yes, 12 gauge. That's fine too. I just wanted to put it up there in case anybody came on. Who knows? Nina, Aquarius, if you want to hop up here, please feel free. I don't even think Nina's here yet, but hopefully she'll be here. Okay, so let's start this. All right, so over here, let's look at this. So these are some of the pictures. Wait, let me see. How do I do this with you guys on here? I'm still learning this. All right, I know that I can click on things. Here we go. All right, full page layout. I think I'm getting it. Let me see if I could change the picture. If not, then that's not going to help. Oh, maybe they won't let me show it because... Oh, Paula says right here that it's publishing videos that YouTube doesn't like. That sucks. So we could still talk about it a little bit, right? So this is just showing, if you could see Stephan Sterns, he's at a very young age at this particular time in his life, right? And his hair is a mess, but it's showing you here all of his guns. I do have a question for you guys. So I was watching a stream, and this was a good point, and I didn't realize that there was this law in Florida, and I don't know if this law is everywhere else too, but apparently in Florida, if you send your child to a room where you know that there's a gun, you could be charged for anywhere from a misdemeanor to a felony, depending on the circumstances. So I never heard of that before, but I thought that that was like, I don't know what I thought, because I'm thinking, if you have gun laws, and I don't know. I don't know how that works, and I don't know if anybody can clue me in on that, but is that something everywhere, or is that just something that's with Florida? And if so, does that then make Jen just culpable just on that one thing alone? Would it have to be where they would have to prove that she knew that there was a gun upstairs that could have been used? I don't know. So that's a good question. I'm not sure, but if anybody knows the answer to that or wants to provide a little bit of insight into that, that would be great too. So let me see. I'm going to stop sharing this just so that I'm going to try to pull up something else that I have in my computer to see if I could present that instead. So let me see if I could pull it up over here first so that I'm not showing you guys my entire file. Okay. Let's see what happens. All right, I think I do it. Oh, I have it, you guys. Look at that. I'm smart. I decided to upload some of this. Okay, so I have the 50-page document, so maybe we could slide through some of it and go over it a little bit. And I can react to it as we're looking at it. So I guess I could also pull up different YouTube videos and react to that as well. But again, I'm just reminding everybody that this is literally my second live ever, and the first one was from my cell phone. It goes so well. Nobody heard me, but the one that actually worked, it was looking at drones over my house. So there was literally, there was drones coming every 2 minutes. They were just coming right over the house, right. So I went live to show everybody, like, this is crazy, right? So now what I'm going to show you guys, right on share, is going to be my second live, I guess you would say. All right, so let's see. I believe that I shared this correctly. So if you can't see what we're looking at, this is the Kissimmee Police Department incident case number. So it probably would be helpful if I have that one out right in front of me so that I can look at my notes that I wrote. But I also don't really need to look at notes. Let's be honest. I remember this stuff. I know what I'm talking about. Okay, I don't need notes. So thank you, 12 Gauge, for telling me you could say it. So over here, this is the disclaimer is that the information contained within this report is reflective of the investigation at the date and time of its printing. So that pretty much just means that if anything has changed since then, that might not be reflected in this original 50-page document, which was printed. So it wasn't actually done, but printed on 6/13/24. I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but Paula the docket and Gray Hughes, between the three of them, I believe that they spent $3,000 for a lot of this. So I really do want to thank them and give them a shout out for letting us use this content. So let's see if I can make it bigger. Sorry, I just made it real big. There we go. So it looks like there's an overlay on it, and I think it's because of some of the redactions. But this is the incident and investigation report. So it's just showing you here. It's telling you about Jennifer. It tells you she's 35. Stephens is 37. And let's keep going. Let's see what they found. So we have, I feel like an old lady, but I like it better when the back of the screen is white and not dark, because I'm an old lady and that's what I'm used to. But I'm going to have to figure that out later. I don't know why my computer did that. I think I know how to fix it, but I could do that later. No big deal. Anyway, so over here we're looking at, let's go to the next thing. These are the narratives. So I don't know if anybody remembers, but at one point, Stephan Sterns' dad goes to the police department, and I believe he just pops in. Again, let me just say that all of this is alleged, and my opinion only, and my opinion does not necessarily mean fact. However, I will tell you that my whole dissertation is on digital literacy and how digital media affects your identity development of young adults aged 18 to 24. So I do know a little bit about this. So my big thing is not to put disinformation out there. I think I explained the difference between misinformation and disinformation on 12 Gauges Live. And misinformation is I give you a piece of information and then realize it was a mistake, and I come back and I let you know that I just realized that I gave you this information, but that wasn't real, and that this is, the right information. That's misinformation. Disinformation is different in that I am purposely manipulating the material and not coming back and letting you know that I know that this might not be real. So I will say to many of you that are watching these cases, make sure that the people that you're watching are either qualified to discuss what they're discussing, or that they're coming with information based off of fact. Also, I don't think that doesn't mean that we can't speculate. I think we could speculate, but I do think that there's a danger in saying something as if it were fact. And I want to make sure we don't do that. However, this right here is fact because this is coming right from police documents, which is why I like it. So Stephan's dad goes to the police station and he wants to talk to them. And I will find the video after we go through this, but one of the things I remembered specifically from the video is that he kept saying things like, well, what did he say? Were they running a ring, him and Jennifer? And the police doesn't hear him the first time. And so then the dad says something like, were they working together? And the police officer says, well, Stephan was working alone. But, so pretty much. So this whole time, I think what's going on is I think the mom and dad of Stephan, they want him to roll in Jen. And why? So why would somebody want to do that? What do you guys think? Like, why would somebody want their kid to roll in someone else? Well, for obvious reasons, right? Because one, it gives them a sense of rationalization. So now they can rationalize why their kid did these horrible things. They can also place blame a little bit too, right? So they can say, this wasn't my fault. I didn't start it. We remember he said that in his jailhouse call with his parents. So the point being is the deputy asked Mr. Sterns, have you read any of the narratives? And he said, no, where do I find them? So these are the narratives of the police. You don't have to read every single one to get, I do. I like to read every single one. But I think that's why I was looking through my notes, because I was trying to find the things that I picked out specifically. However, it's okay. It's not that big of a deal. So let's just go through one of these for now. So on 2/26/24 at approximately 23 hours and 55 minutes, Officer Clark responded to the apartments in reference to an attempt to locate a missing juvenile. Now, I don't know if you guys remember, but they did call. If you listen to the 911 calls, the grandmother calls, and I believe it's on the third call that she starts like getting mouthy, which I would have too, with the operator. She says, because they said the cops are out, there's a couple different missing kids. And she said, okay, well, somebody needs to get here. Like, this isn't okay. This is an emergency. This isn't a runaway. So you could tell in her voice that she's getting more and more frantic. So I do know that it did take police longer than I'm used to. And I don't know, again, is everybody else used to that? How long does it take for the police to get to where you are? I don't know. Did they think that maybe she was just a runaway, and maybe they have so many runaways in the area that, they're like, this one can wait. She's a teenager, where I believe there was a little boy also missing who was much younger. So I don't know how things get prioritized, but I do know that there were hours before they were able to jump on this case. So prior to the arrival, the sheriff was advised about the missing juvenile and given some of the information, including her date of birth. Upon arrival, he spoke with Jennifer Soto, Madeline's mother, and Stephan Sterns, Jennifer's boyfriend. So let's stop here. So again, from listening to all of the different interviews and things like that, and I think that this interview, that we could say that it is real. It's from a friend of his. There's a few friends that his parents reference later in their interview, and they literally say, we were watching Gray Hughes Investigates, and so was on there and said this, that, and the other. So they pretty much let us know that at least the people that they mentioned were real friends or of Stephan's at some point. So they weren't made up characters that were calling into the show. So with that being said, one of the friends said that out of the years that they were together, that there were many more years that they weren't together. Like, so when they were living together, there was much more time that they weren't dating than they were living together, or, companionship or roommates or whatever you want to call it. Specifically, from Jen's interview, Jen tells the police when they ask her, when was the last time you were intimate with Stephan? Or I think they'd come out and say, when was the last time you had sex with Stephan? And she tells them that the last time her and Stephan were intimate was in December of 2022. So December of 2022. He moves out in December of 2023. So that's an entire year that they were broken up. Now, I know that he was there until December, but then Jennifer says in her interview that he came back a few times from December till the end of February when all of this occurred. So during that time, I don't know. I think that this is false here. So Jennifer's boyfriend, according to Stephan's friends, they were not dating at the time and hadn't been dating for a while. Okay. All right. So let's go to the next. I feel like we're only 2 lines down and there's so many red flags already. So ready for this red flag? So it says that he takes her to school. I don't know if anybody else is on the same page as me. Maybe it's just from where I grew up in Philly or lower income. But he tells the police that she wants him to drop her off down the road and walk to school, which I believe it was pretty chilly that morning. However, and the reason she did that is because she didn't want to be seen in his old car. Now, let me ask you guys a question. And again, I don't know if I'm just parsing, straws or whatever the saying is, but from all of this stuff, let me also let you know that I have ADHD, just like it says here, like Stephan Sterns, but I have ADHD, but I also am I'm slightly autistic, and my autistic superpower is memory. So I tend to remember things, details. Like, it's one of the things that I guess are good and bad at the same time. So there's some things that you don't want to forget, and then there's other things in life that you need to forget so that you can move on. So that part makes it hard. But so when I tell you guys I remember this stuff, if I tell you, in Jennifer's, I believe it was on 3-1 interview with the police, where she's at the police station. She thinks she's going to a news conference, her and Stephan do. And when they get down to the police station, they put them in separate rooms. So that's when she starts getting questioned by the police. And I have to be honest, the police were pretty tough on her. And we'll get to that at another time, but let's just keep going here. So he is not the boyfriend of Jennifer Soto. So I thought that was a little bit strange that they said that he was. What would be the point for that? I'm not sure. And then it says that he dropped Madeline off a block away, and I already told you why. They stated that Madeline didn't take any personal items or leave any notes hinting to her running away. They stated that they have not had any recent arguments. Jennifer and I looked through Madeline's cell phone, including her recently deleted messages, which did not contain anything suspicious or hinting to her wanting to run away. There was a text message Madeline sent to a friend stating when she turns 18 years old, she wants to live in the woods. So this is the next place I want to stop. So if you go back and you look at Jennifer Soto, which again, we could go through all these things at different times. If you look at her, I believe it's on Scribd. If you look up her online journal, she created an online journal. And one of the things that stuck out to me here was her mom says something similar to her during that time. So this was like way before Madeline was ever born. And Jennifer is a teenager herself or a young adult, and she's going through college and things like that. And you get to see her mom and her relationship a little bit. And you see how there were times where Jennifer expected her mom to, bring her back in the home. She was in New York going to college. She wanted to come back, and the mom made a comment like, I don't know where you're going to live. Like, you're not coming back here. So I believe that played a role maybe in her saying to Madeline, you better watch when you're 18, you're out of here, you're on your own. I don't know what happened. That part's speculation. That part I don't know is fact. But I do know that I read almost the same thing, except for living in the woods. I read the same thing about leaving at 18 years old in Jen Soto's online journal, which connects the two. And the reason I want to connect these things is because I want you guys to start seeing the pattern of information that goes from Jen's brain. So from somebody else telling Jen something to her then encoding that information and then retrieving it at a later date in a different way. So, for example, her mom said when she was younger, when you're 18, you're out, and then pretty much followed through with it, right? So her mom was like, you ain't coming back, and I don't know where the hell you're living, but you ain't living here. So it winds up making Jennifer not go home at the time. She decides to stay in New York. She didn't have anywhere to go. She expected to go back with her mom. She goes on to try to go into the military, but she has to make weight. And the mom apparently would make food in front of her that she loved and, say things to her like, you can't eat this and da, 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 da. And here, if Jennifer would have done, and again, this is for anybody, if Jennifer would have done a little bit more research, she actually would have realized that some of the things her mom was trying to tease her with weren't that bad for weight loss. So for example, Jennifer loves steak. And the mom was making steak one night. She could have eaten a piece of steak, just not the mashed potatoes that went with it. So again, a lot of this also goes back to not doing the research to make sure that the information you're being provided is correct. All right, let's move on to the next thing. So Jennifer and Stephan allowed me to search the residence with negative results for Madeline. So Stephan took me to each family member's vehicles outside of the residence. Again, Madeline's not in them. Jennifer gives, at this point, they're both completely, answering questions. They're not saying like you need a warrant. They're not saying I need to speak to a lawyer, anything. They're like, absolutely, come in the house. So at this point, I don't think that the cops are suspicious of either one of them. But then it says that Jennifer's sister, so the one cop responds to a different place where he spoke with Jennifer's sister, who stated she has not seen Madeline since her birthday party on the 26th. So that was the night before, right? She allowed me to search her residence with a negative result. Oh, I guess he went to her house. She allowed me to look in her vehicle as well, which is an RV, and there was negative results for Madeline. Wow, they really did do their due diligence. On the 27th of February, at approximately 2300 hours, the same officer responded back to Santa Maria Drive to meet with multiple detectives and their supervisors while they interviewed Madeline's family again. Okay, so Officer Owens and I stood by the after-mentioned address until properly relieved. This report is also related to, and it gives a different case number, which I would like to look that up. There is body-worn camera, which I also believe is on Plunder's Patreon, if anybody is interested in that. We could also look at it at some point too, because again, I pay for the document and then I get access to all of it. So we can most certainly do that. Okay, so incident report, suspect list. So now we have our suspect list. So as of, when did they say? So as of 2 days after, wait, it has to have it right here, the date. Oh, 4/20. Oh no, that's his date of birth. Anyway, I know that it's within like that day. So maybe it was the 27th-ish. He's now a suspect. So this is the suspect list, and it's very short. This is where a lot of people, this is where I butt heads sometimes with people, you guys, because the truth is, as somebody who teaches abnormal behavior and somebody who has studied victimology and criminology and, you know, personality disorders and all these other, and pedophiles, other paraphilias, and even, you know, just all of these things. I don't think that we can jump to the fact and say that Jennifer knew right from the beginning. And I know that if I did a poll right now and I had a ton of subscribers, that approximately 80 or 90, probably over 90% would say, you know, throw her in the cage. I'm definitely on the outskirts, and I'm one of the oddballs that feels that I'm not positive yet that she knew anything. That does not mean that I don't think that she was wrong. I don't think she gets Mother of the Year award. She had no business. The fact that she sent the kid up to the room, that is where I would find her culpable. The fact that she let the kid go up in the room with her boyfriend to begin with. However, is that a crime? Does anybody know if that's a crime? I know that it's creepy. I know that it's unethical. But is it illegal? Does anybody know that? So is just sending, and again, I would never do this, but if you're dating somebody and they've been around for 7 years, right? So you think that you know them, would you let your kids sleep in the same bed as them? So the answer for me is no every time. But does that mean that it's illegal for that to occur? So it's obviously illegal for him to essay her and everything else. But are there situations where kids sleep with their, you know, stepmom or whatever the case may be, and it's completely innocent and means nothing? So again, I don't know that there's a law that can have Jennifer arrested for that. Now, I guess you could say it's child neglect, but wouldn't she have to be consciously aware of the fact that this was occurring for her to consider it neglect? Again, what if we're talking about the kid that's sleeping with their stepmom or something and it's completely innocent? They, you know, could obviously get reported for neglect there, but I don't know. I just think people should keep an open mind. So let's keep going. So let me see. So actually, I think is this the end of his? Hold on, let me just see if there was anything different here that I wanted to bring up, because I actually wanted to go to a video and react to the video because I think you guys would be surprised at some of the things that I pick up on, or some of the things that I feel about this. Okay, so let's see. Stephan's mom's telling him to tell the truth. So let's listen to this. Let's just go here. Ready? So I hope, see, I have access to all this, and I don't want someone to copyright strike me. Wait, let me just go right to Plunder, because I feel like Plunder, she always says you can use her videos as long, and she actually gave me permission on the side. So I spoke with her in a side message. So I feel okay saying or using Plunder's video. So let's listen to, here we go. Hold on. I got it right here. Let's listen to, there's so many that are good. I don't know which one to go to at the moment. Wait, hold on. I'm just going to pick one. So we're going to go right to the beginning, since that's where we're. Now, hold on. Let me share this with you guys. Okay, let's see. All right. Hopefully this will come up for you in a second. All right, here we go. And I guess someone give me a thumbs up or let me know or something if you can hear this. Truth. She may have been scared to say anything. Her mom probably had. Yes, Truth. Thank you for being here, Truth. I know that this isn't your thing, and I promise you I'm not going to get into it to make you or anybody, you know what I mean? I'm not trying to trigger anyone. This is more about looking at the adults and, you know, where's the culpability here? I want people to know that not every child that's going through this, not every parent really knows. And thank you, Truth. I really appreciate it. I have to be honest with you. I've been wanting to go live with this for a while. And the only reason I haven't is because I want you in my lives. And so I don't want to ostracize anyone, but I was just watching a live right before this, and it like sparked my, you know, go live type thing. So that's why I'm live. But I am going to, let me see if I could add me as well. Back up here. I don't even know how to do this, but we're going to figure it out. If not, I'll just keep the video up. Oh, wait, here we go. The video and me. I figured it out. How do I make myself smaller? Maybe I should do that on a different time. I figured it out, but the video, let's do full screen. We're just going to go back to full screen video. All right, let's watch this. And I'm going to respond to it.
No, she doesn't.
And she always walks with her
Never.
kid.
And then let me know if you can hear the video. I just paused it.
I didn't even know her name.
We didn't even know her name.
Or the
The
little
little girl we knew
Well, we knew from seeing her and
because
saying
she
hi
always was
to
with
her.
her grandpa.
Yeah.
So I'm pausing it real quick. Can you guys hear the video? Yes, I agree with you, Truth. That triggers me as well. Oh, good. I'm glad this one doesn't bother you anymore, because again, I think there's a bigger story to this. And I think that you are such a good voice. Truth, do you want to come up, or is that a little bit too much? Am I going too far now? Should I just be excited that you came and not, you know? All right, so let's go through this. I think this is actually really good because this is Stephan Sterns' parents. And again, my specialization is in marriage and family therapy. So I think that I can make a lot of connections between the parents and how Stephan turned out to be Stephan.
But not lately because the grandpa moved.
Gotcha. But then Sunday, you know what time it was on Sunday that you might have seen him? Was it dark outside or was it like still?
No, it was light. It was during the day.
The next door neighbors of Madeline Soto and her mother, Jennifer Soto, and her on-again, off-again boyfriend, Stephan Sterns, who was in and out of their lives. He was Jennifer's on-again, off-again bum of a boyfriend. He seemed like a drifter, is what the next door neighbor said. They had more insight. This older couple had more insight than a lot of the other neighbors, they had a lot more insight. This elderly couple had a lot more insight into the comings and goings of the Soto family than a lot of the neighbors. Cops in Kissimmee, Florida rang a lot of doorbells at this Venetian Bay Villages condos in Kissimmee, Florida on March 1st around 10:30 a.m. before Madeline Soto's body was even found. So I was going through all the list of the evidence. Some of it has been released to us, not all of it, trying to categorize what we have, trying to see what's missing, what's there, what's not. The Docket and I on YouTube, we've been trying to go through this with a fine-tooth comb and figure out what we have, what we don't have, what they will release, what they won't release. Well, I saw this audio. I said, please provide this audio. It's a voice recording, and I won't tell you their exact address, of course, but they are the next door neighbors of Jennifer Soto. It was uploaded to evidence.com by a Detective Fernandez. Since he found the voice recording important enough to upload to evidence.com, I wanted it, so they gave it to me. And I realized, okay, I believe we have heard this interview before, but I want to not give it short shrift. The way
Okay, so I'm going to skip through it a little bit. I wanted to get right to what the neighbor said. So this isn't his parents. This is the neighbors. I thought this was the parents. But I think that this is important too because the neighbors have been living there for a long time and they live there a long time. So I believe this is Jennifer Soto's home that I don't know that she grew up here, but she spent a lot of her adult life.
Get it. I'm a homebody too. And just looking out and staring and seeing what's going on. And that's why I think their testimony and their eyewitness, what they've witnessed is important. Now they're talking about Jennifer's two roommates and the fact that one of Jennifer's roommates but Gerald and Barbara knew so.
I don't know where he lives.
There we go.
For 28th, 2023, they did not see him. But then 3 weeks ago, they said, 3 weeks prior from what date they're talking about would have been around February 8th or so. February 8th, he's back. What's he doing here? They're thinking.
We don't know where he goes.
I don't know where he lives.
No.
No
He
problem.
just seems like a drifter.
We don't know where he goes, they said, but he just seems like a drifter. Now, people can pick up on that because if a person is, walking and moving and dressing with purpose and they have somewhere to go, they have a job, they have a career, they have children they're taking care of, or they have a life, they're doing something. They have something going on with themselves. You can see it in the way they walk and hold their head up and greet people and are friendly. With Jen and Stephan, it's like Jen kept her head down and Stephan to them seemed like a drifter.
But he's been here for the last couple of weeks, or how long has he been here?
Well, we first saw him a couple weeks ago, and then we saw him again on that weekend.
This past weekend?
Before the little.
So did you guys hear that? He said we saw him a couple weeks ago and then this past weekend. So when you hear Stephan Sterns' parents interview, they were under the impression that he hadn't been there since December, that prior December, but that wasn't the case. And then the neighbor here just confirms that.
Little girl disappeared on Saturday and the Sunday. He was here. And after that, we didn't see him. After the Monday, we didn't.
No.
So now they're saying, look, Stephan was back. We didn't see him around December 28th, around that time. We know Jen said they wanted Stephan to come up for around Christmas because they were missing him. So maybe Stephan was there earlier in December, around Christmas time. So Gerald and Barbara weren't back yet. But once these Canadians came back December 28th, they're like, we did not see him. But then 2 or 3 weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks prior, which would have been, let's say, beginning of February, around the time Maddie was worried about her cycle being late and something was going on Valentine's Day, February 14th, when Maddie decided to stop taking her medication. There was a lot going on in February. Stephan is back. There was that question.
We're going to talk about that too.
Posed to Jennifer about, weren't you texting Stephan and asking him to babysit for you so you can go out to lunch with your friend? And Jennifer was real sketchy about answering that question too. Like, oh yeah, I don't know. Maybe text what? I don't know what you're talking about. But yeah, no, like Stephan didn't come up for that. The cop is asking her, did you go out with your friend? And Jennifer's like, well, yeah, I went out to lunch, but I guess Maddie stayed by herself or something. She was really confused and she offered short explanations for everything. So 2 to 3 weeks prior, around beginning of February or so, they saw Stephan back at the condo, obviously hanging around. And then they are sure they saw him the weekend prior to Maddie's disappearance, immediately prior to her disappearance. They didn't see him Monday. So whatever they were doing, they sound like a busy, wonderful couple.
So you guys, that's like huge. He was there a week prior. So, and I believe that, now this part I'm not positive on, but I believe that his parents say that this is the first time that they gave him that car to use because Stephan's car had about $2,000 or $3,000 worth of damage and things that needed to be done. So I'm curious, did he use the dad's car? And if so, where did he say that he was going for that weekend?
Well, they had their own stuff going on Monday and Tuesday, and we know by Wednesday, Stephan was arrested and jailed. But it's fascinating to me that they are sure they saw him that Saturday or that Sunday while it was still daylight. And I believe this couple. Now, they're not sure about it being Saturday or Sunday, but I believe they saw him in the daylight. So what is it about Jen and Stephan not being able to say, yeah, Stephan really came in town on that Saturday, or maybe he was here earlier that Sunday? There's something to this, and I think we're going to learn more at some point. And you might notice Gerald did talk about giving a different deposition to a different cop, and I did notice when going through this long list of evidence, there is a different interview with Gerald, which I'm not sure if we've heard yet. So I'm kind of going through and seeing what we're missing or what I've never covered on this channel and giving it another listen to see what we can pick up.
But last time we kind of sound was like maybe Sunday.
Saturday or Sunday.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
And as I say, we're not here all the time. It's just when we're sitting here that we notice things going by, you know.
I got you. All right, but the impression he gave me was a big help regardless, even if it was like it was not much.
We don't know much, and from what we've seen, that's all.
We just felt it was strange that he took her to school because we've never seen him take her to school before.
But you didn't see him take her.
No,
put her in the
No,
car.
we didn't see him,
We
but
didn't see anything.
You saw the news.
according to the news, he's the one that
Took her to
dropped her
school.
off 2 blocks from their school.
Okay, no problem. Do you mind doing me a favor? Raise your right hand.
Yeah.
Do you
We
swear?
already did that.
No,
Yeah, we
you
just
swear and
have to-
affirm that the statement you gave is the truth, all truth, and nothing but the truth.
Well,
Yes.
as good as we can remember.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
we're
Come on, so-
old and our memory kind of.
Well,
So you guys spoke to like a detective before? Was it like an
Yeah.
officer?
A lady
a lady
detective.
detective.
You know, like, was she wearing like she had a little star on her
Yeah.
chest? Okay, okay.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem, but yeah, just
Okay, so I didn't want to keep with that part.
Who Jennifer or Stephan or Maddie was. So I think that was helpful going back through it. And I think going back through the entire list of information we potentially have before we get another dump, just to even see what we have.
All right, so let me show you something else. I have something else here too. So let me take this one down. Remove. And then I'm going to present a different one. What did I do? Oh, here we go. Is this the one? This is it. Here we go. So this is, well, wait, we'll just see real quick. I love the docket. I don't know what just happened. Why did it go over to there? All right, let's just listen to a little bit of this. So this was from this is long, but let's see if we could get right to the audio.
Morning when you were asleep, Stephan and Maddie were upstairs and she's going to school. Run me through that morning again. How, like you mentioned something about you hearing noises and then you woke up. So how exactly did that go down?
Monday morning, I was woken up by Stephan Sterns coming into my bedroom to try to put the leash on the dog. He was saying, "Here, puppy, let's go," and trying to leash him up. I got up off the bed at that moment because my dog has a tendency to.
Jenna Rodriguez, thank you so much. That is my first super sticker that I've ever gotten in my entire life. I will never forget you. I appreciate you.
Pee a little bit when you're too direct and you put a leash on him.
Mm-hmm.
You have to like talk to him nicely and yeah. He got the leash on the dog and told me, "Okay, don't worry about it. Just go back to sleep." And I said, "Okay." So I went back to sleep. I think this was around. I'm assuming this was around 8:00 in the morning because I'm assuming, he's getting ready to take her to school. He's walking the dog before he does that.
Like my husband always says, assumption is the key to all fuck ups. So over here, I think a lot of people are taking this part and they're running with it, but in the wrong way. So for example, excuse me, because Jen takes Maddie at 8:30, Jen is now assuming that that's the time that Stephan was taking Maddie. This then makes her look suspicious in the investigator's eyes because they know that they've already seen him and Maddie in the car well before that. So I think that Jen doesn't do herself any favors because she winds up saying things like we when really, and then she might say like, you know, at the end of the sentence, well, Stephan drove her, but she'll say things that I just don't, I think they're less than smart. Let's just say that.
Yeah. So I'm not sure what time it was, but I think it was around 8 o'clock in the morning when this happened.
Okay.
I thought I had heard somebody in the kitchen. I don't know who it could be. But yeah, I just heard sounds, but I'm not sure who it was. Who was in the kitchen? Could have been Stephan, could have been Maddie, could have been one of my roommates.
So these are right here. These ones are from the dockets.
And you, when the deputies first talked to you, when you're reporting her missing,
Yeah.
you remember writing a statement?
Yes.
Okay. In that statement, you say you saw Maddie.
I saw. I know. I misremembered. I did.
Okay, no, you lied. You didn't misremember. You lied.
Didn't see her.
Okay.
I wanted to believe I saw her, but I didn't.
But when you're talking to the deputy on his body cam, you describe what she's wearing.
Because she had picked it out the night before.
Okay.
All right. So what do you guys think about that? She seems to have like an excuse for everything. So I don't think that this is necessarily a lie when she says that she had her pick out her outfit the night before because she knew that he was going to take her to school. But then I always try to play devil's advocate. And again, my husband will tell you that's like my best and worst quality. It works good if I'm playing devil's advocate for you. But if you just want me to listen to you and be like, yeah, fuck that person, I'm the worst person to go to because I wind up saying things like, but what if, or, you know, stuff like that. So I'm working on that. But over here with Jen, I think that she thinks that the police are starting to look at Stephan and she's trying to say things or tried to say things that weren't necessarily true. So for example, she said, I saw Maddie that morning and then retracts it right here and says, I heard Maddie that morning. If you then listen, a few interviews later, she says that she heard noise in the kitchen, but that she was not sure if it was Maddie. So because her story changes, that obviously makes her look suspicious. But again, I try to play devil's advocate. Why would somebody do that? So growing up in Philadelphia, it is what it is. We were just told, like, you didn't call the cops when things happened. You just settled it within the neighborhood. And I don't mean settled it like, you know, in like a gangster type way, but like you just didn't call the cops. We were also taught that like the cops weren't there to help you, that they were going to try to trick you. If you had a friend that was overdosing, you might be afraid to call, which is a whole different story. They then passed laws where you don't get in trouble if you call. But anyway, so what if Jennifer grew up in a similar situation? And what if she was really just paranoid that they were going to, you know, focus in on Stephan and she doesn't trust their word. So when they say something like, we have pictures of this and they even show her his penis and she points it out and says that's Stephan's penis. She then even asked like to go a step further and she wants them to show her the picture where she could see Maddie's face so that she was able to know that the cops were really telling her the truth. And she doesn't say, I think you're lying to me. She says, I don't want to believe that this is true.
Told her to set up her clothes the night before to have it ready, so she was ready to go.
Did you do a interview with Fox 35 recently?
Is anybody else hearing noises? Is it breaking up? Let me know.
Yes.
Okay. In that interview, you say something to the effect that you don't want her to come home.
Now, does anybody remember that being said in that?
I do. She did not say that. So she doesn't say that she doesn't want Maddie to come home. I went back and did the research. In the thing, she's actually hysterical crying, and she says, Maddie, I want you to come home. Or I don't want you to come home hurt. That's what she says. Or harmed. I forget. She either uses the word like hurt or harmed. She says, I don't want you to come home hurt, or I don't want you to come home harmed. She doesn't say, I don't want you to come home. However, somebody must have told the police officer that, and he then confronts her with it.
This may be a little uncomfortable, but something that we have to discuss is when you guys were intimate with each other, a lot of people call it vanilla sex. Mm-hmm. Some people call it, whatever kind of sex you want to call it. Mm-hmm. How would you describe you and Stephan when you guys were intimate?
Pretty vanilla. I would say just missionary and
she said vanilla.
Oral. Mm-hmm. But nothing more than that. Missionary.
Okay. Has he ever asked you to perform a certain way or anything that you think would be out of the ordinary?
He's I want to say he's joked around about wanting anal sex. Mm-hmm. And like, yeah, we should do that. We should try that. And I'm like, absolutely not. No. To me, his penis is average size, but thick, and it hurts. Mm-hmm. So I don't want, even normal sex hurts me. So I just didn't want to do it anymore, honestly.
All right. I should have said trigger warning there, but I didn't realize that part was coming up. I actually thought that she doesn't say that until another part. However, so this is really disturbing. So trigger warning, just for 1 second, if anybody is sensitive to this, just always know that if somebody is sensitive to the information we're talking about, that I will always, that you could always come back. Like, I understand if people have to, go off for a couple minutes and things like that, because this is really deep stuff. And I think that I am desensitized to a lot of this stuff just because of working in psychology for 20 years. So I try to remember that not everybody is desensitized. So I wanted to say that before I say that she talks here about how his big kink was that he always wanted to have anal sex. And they found that Maddie had bruising in her anal cavity. So that makes me like, that is one of the things that probably makes me the most furious with Jen, to be honest. Yes, Truth says, Truth, let's see. So Truth just said that probably, where is it? Does it not come out? Oh, I guess because I'm sharing a video, it doesn't come up. I tried to put it up. Oh, wait, it did come out. There we go. All right. She says probably really sucks at reading signs too. Some people want to believe the good in people to the point where they are blinded by the signs. And I think that there couldn't be any more truth than that, right? So I totally agree. And I think that after 7 years, he had groomed her enough that she really trusted him and didn't, the cops a lot of the times are like, my wife wouldn't do that, or my wife would have asked me questions, or blah, blah, blah. And people have to remember that you can't see yourself in other people. They're not you. So just because my husband would do something doesn't mean that your husband's going to do something, right? So he groomed. Yes, I swear to God, my words were he groomed not just Maddie, but Jennifer. So he looked for a female that was vulnerable. He looked for, that was the perfect person to clinch onto. She had a place to live. She had a young child that he was clearly interested in. She was looking for a family, and he used those things, and he made it to where it was almost too good to be true, right? So he made it feel like we're going to be a good family. And I really think, and this is just my speculation, that Jen, even though they no longer were together intimately, that she still wanted his companionship and was willing to be blinded by some things. I don't think that she knew that he was doing this to Maddie. If anything, she'd be horrified by that. However, I also think that there were other things, like, for example, he didn't, work. But again, she didn't work that much, right? He couldn't bamboozle the mom. Isn't that the truth, right? Jen's mom was kind of weirded out by him, from what I understand. You're 100% right. And Jen, in the one interview, says, because they ask, why wasn't he at Maddie's party? And she says, because my mom and him don't get along. And I think they ask, like, why? And she says, we don't, there's no reason. She just never liked him. So let's keep going.
Okay. Nothing other than that you think would be out of the ordinary?
No.
Okay. All right. So he is on medication. You told me he's on medication for insomnia.
Insomnia.
Can you say that right?
Oh my gosh.
Sleep apnea.
Yeah.
And then I believe you said ADHD.
Yeah. And also anxiety meds, I think.
Anxiety. Okay. Anything else that you can think of?
All right. I'm sorry to pause it again so quickly, but I do want to make sure people understand this. So a lot of people are probably thinking, well, first of all, if you don't know what Adderall is, that's for ADHD. It's a stimulant, so it speeds up the central nervous system. However, for people with ADHD, including myself, it does the reverse, and it slows down our very fast brain. I used to say, because I wasn't properly diagnosed until my niece was diagnosed with ADHD, and I don't know if any of you have family where you're like, oh, this is definitely like, Aunt so-and-so's kid, like, one of your kids, or like one of your siblings' kids, or they're just like you, things like that. So my niece and I are a lot alike, and she got diagnosed with ADHD, and I was like, wait a minute, could that be what I have? I was misdiagnosed with many things before I finally got diagnosed right. So I would just say, and I don't know how a doctor never, picked up on this, but I would literally say my brain's like a carnival that never shuts off. So with a stimulant for somebody who truly has ADHD, the stimulant helps slow down the brain and helps focus in on tasks. So if I didn't take my medicine, there'd be no way that I could sit here right now and have this conversation with you all. However, yesterday I was not online, and I did not work, and I did not take my medicine. So I take it when I know that I need to focus, and I know that I need to pay attention to what it is I'm doing. So what would happen if you didn't have ADHD and you took Adderall? It would feel like a cocaine effect, a speed effect, right? So the central nervous system would be stimulated, and the person would feel stimulated. They would feel their heart would be racing. They would feel like they weren't tired. Picture like coffee times 1,000, right? And why? So then people usually ask, then why would you also get something like Xanax for anxiety? Because Xanax is a central nervous system depressant. So it's the opposite. So you might think, okay, you're getting a stimulant and then a depressant. Isn't that like extremely dangerous? Why would that be? If your brain is like a carnival that never shuts off, where does this work? So this is what I need you guys to understand. So again, this isn't for the person who doesn't have ADHD, but for somebody who does have ADHD, I understand the anxiety part of it. I use other behavioral methods But if I'd be lying if I didn't say that every now and then I have a panic attack where I might need anxiety medication. And a lot of that goes along with ADHD. So my brain is speeding up. And at the same time, if you could just imagine laying in bed and looking at the ceiling and just 1,000 things are going through your head about what you have to do the next day, about what you did today, about somebody that, rejected you the day before, whatever the case may be, you just have 45 things going on in your head and you just want it to shut off. And sometimes the only way to do that is to take something like a sleep medication. I actually use melatonin, and I know this sounds ridiculous, but it does get me to fall asleep. Now, whether it makes me stay asleep is a different story, but it does get me to fall asleep. So that helps. But I do understand why somebody with ADHD would also need that, not need, but would also require Xanax. However, it should be PRN or as needed. So let me see in chat real quick. So let's say. Okay, so True says, this case reminds me, I don't know that case. I'm going to have to look that case up. I don't know that case, Truth. You'll have to text me later and just send me like the name or whatever so that I can look it up. I think you have my cell phone, right? Yeah, I think we've texted before. Okay. And I, like everybody in the world, not everybody in the world, but I give my cell phone out to all of my students. I teach college and university. And at some point, if they need me, like it's like office hours. It's literally just, I didn't do this 20 years ago because I would have seen it as completely unethical and da-da-da-da-da. But in today's day and age, it's the same thing as getting a message. So instead of getting a beep, you know what I mean? And sometimes you need to call them for all, like if they have a question or they need help. So I wind up finding that like so many people have my phone number. But the good news is, because I have such a good memory, I'd never forget the person when I get a text message 10 years later. I actually got one. I even forgot to tell people this. I got one a week ago, and it was a student that took me, wait, ready for this? 20 years ago, and her 20-year-old son needs to take psychology, and she wanted to text me to let me know to look out for him in class, that he signed up for my class and that I'll have her son. And it was so crazy, you guys. She was pregnant in my class with him. And now I'm going to be his psychology teacher. I was like, oh my God, I'm so old. But it's so cool to see because it's like really full circle, right? So let's keep going. I forget what. Oh, so with the ADHD, I totally get why he might be on anxiety medicine and a stimulant. It's stimulant and a depressant at the same time. I also want to tell you guys real quick too with Xanax. A lot of people don't know this. Think of Xanax as like the solid form of alcohol. Okay, so alcohol is also a central nervous system depressant. And if you look at the chemical makeup of alcohol and Xanax, they're very similar. So I usually tell my students, think of one, and this isn't exact, but think of one as like the liquid form and the other one is like the solid form. So, and they're the two drugs, let me say that again, the only two drugs that you can die from withdrawal. So if you are an alcoholic, or if you are somebody that takes a Xanax, for example, which would be a benzodiazepine. So that could be Klonopin, Ativan. There's so many of them. But so this would be a benzo, okay? If you stop taking a benzo, you can have a seizure and you can die. I don't know if anybody's ever watched the Heroin Diaries, but it looked pretty shitty what he was going through, but he didn't die, right? So, and I'm sure that there are people that die of complications of withdrawal from other drugs. But when we're just talking about the drug and death in general, alcohol and Xanax or benzos should never be stopped just cold turkey. You should always have a supervised weaning off process, because stopping either one of those cold turkey could be very, very dangerous, especially if you're taking a high dosage or, using a high dosage. Okay, so let's keep going. So just remember that. I think a lot of people think that we go into psychosis and withdrawal. Okay, I could do that. Truth, you should come up. Will you come up? Truth, how about this? You should come up. You don't have to put on your camera, obviously, and ask me questions that I can answer. So questions that you think people want to know the answer to. Do you know what I mean? And I'll answer whatever you ask. I'm good at that. You don't have to put on your camera. Here's the link if you decide to do so. At the same day. Okay, so go into psychosis and withdrawal at the same damn time. Yes, people go into psychosis and withdrawal at the same damn time. So, and it could feel like you're going crazy. And this is the other thing when it comes to addiction that a lot of people don't understand is that you could be addicted. You could also be dependent, right? So what would be the difference between addiction and dependence? Somebody that is dependent on a drug, they take the drug daily. Let's say it's a drug because, again, it doesn't have to be a drug off the street, you guys. I think some people think that just because the doctor prescribed it, that it's okay. And that's not always true, right? So let's say somebody is on Xanax. Let's just go back to that. Let's say somebody is on Xanax for years or whatever, things like that, right? Their brain reacts if they just stop. Again, Xanax might be a bad one to use only because you could die from withdrawal. So let's just say a substance in general, okay? And how do people die of Xanax? Let me just tell you, and this is even true for an opiate. Your brain literally, so an opiate and benzos, they're both central nervous system depressants, right? And both slow down your brain's ability to function, and literally your brain forgets to breathe, and that's literally how you die of an overdose of these medications or these central nervous system depressants, because it's not just medications, it's also things like fentanyl, heroin, and all, other drugs. So, but I think that is important to note. All right, let's see. So nobody wants to come up and join me on panel. Somebody should come up. Anyone. As far as dependence and withdrawal, real quick. So when somebody dependence and addiction, somebody that is dependent is using a medication, let's say daily, and therefore if they stop it, our brains are very adaptive. We're very adaptive people, right? Which is how we survive and reproduce. So with that being said, I know I sound like Brian Kohlberger there, right? With that Darwinism. But with that being said, our brain quickly adapts to that medication and your body becomes dependent on that medication. So when the medication is pulled, especially if it's just cold turkey, the brain starts to react to get you to use because it's dependent on that drug. So it thinks that your body needs the drug to continue. So think about if you're hungry, right? You wind up getting signals to your stomach that are telling you that you need to go eat something. So you start getting a growling in your stomach, things like that, right? So it's the same thing with dependence. Your body you start to go through withdrawal, which is just feelings of, it depends on what it is that you're using. But withdrawal occurs after somebody stops taking the substance that it is that they're using. Addiction is different. So it's the same in that sense. It's different in that, and this is the best way I could say it. With addiction, the person will do things that they would never do otherwise to get the fix that they need because they're dependent or because they feel that they can't survive without that. Somebody that's dependent, when they stop taking the medicine, they're like, oh, wow, like that really sucked, like coming off of that. Like I hated that. I don't want to take them again. Or, so there is a difference between the two. So that's important. I'm actually going to go back to real quick presenting because I lost 2 people from just talking. Go figure. So, hold on, I'm going to present and put this back on because people are probably Oh my gosh, you guys, are you not able to see that? I just realized right now that you guys couldn't see that. I'm like listening to it. I don't. Hold on. Nope, wrong one. Hold on. I can't believe that. That's actually pretty funny. Not, well, that's not funny, but. Oh, geez. Here we go.
He went to the doctors, tried to figure out why he was having these issues. They told him it must be something mental because physically his body's
I'm just going to back it up 1 second because she says something a little crazy.
Sex life went south. There was a couple of
He's on medication. You told me he's on medication for insomnia.
I can't
insomnia.
believe
Can you say that right? Sleep apnea.
Yeah.
And then I believe you said ADHD.
Yeah. And also anxiety meds, I think.
Anxiety. Okay. Anything else that you can think of?
He did have, I think, a vial of, I'm not sure if it was Viagra or Cialis, but one or the other. I know he was having a hard time getting an erection or being able to enjoy getting off. And he ended up figuring out we couldn't figure out, he went to the doctors, tried to figure out why he was having these issues. They told him it must be something mental because physically his body's fine, should be acting normal.
Okay.
But we found out it was a side effect due to the Adderall medication he was on, that he was not able to enjoy himself sexually once he got off Adderall for a while and was able to.
Because this is probably inappropriate, but I don't know that everybody has that problem.
and I will
know.
also
That's what we're collecting.
Okay.
Okay.
I went too far.
much for being here.
That's what we're collecting.
Okay.
Okay.
I think this was around, I'm assuming this was around 8 o'clock in the morning because I'm assuming, she's constantly constipated.
All right, this is where I wanted to go to. All right, here we
And
go.
also anxiety meds, I think.
Anxiety. Okay. Anything else that you can think of?
I think they found hard
He
to
did
drugs in
have,
the
I
system.
think, a vial of, I'm not sure if it was Viagra or Cialis, but one or the other. I know he was having a hard time getting an erection or being able to enjoy getting off. And he ended up figuring out we couldn't figure out, he went to the doctors, tried to figure out why he was having these issues. They told him it must be something mental because physically his body's fine, should be acting normal.
Okay.
But we found out it was a side effect due to the Adderall medication he was on, that he was not able to enjoy himself sexually once he got off Adderall for a while and was able to enjoy himself again. I think there was no need for the Cialis or anything.
Gotcha. Okay. Would he ever talk to you about what kind of porn he liked watching or anything like that?
No.
Okay. Have you ever, quote unquote, watched porn with him or anything like that?
No.
Okay. All right. Now, Maddie, what medication did she take?
So we know she
She
was
was
on the 2 medicines. She was on the one
sorry.
to go to
The
bed,
first interview
and then
is
Adderall.
Okay.
Get back deep asleep.
Could Stephan have ever taken Maddie's Adderall? I don't know.
I'm pretty sure when he went to walk the dog and left, I fell right back asleep immediately.
Okay. Now you go back to sleep. You wake up because you have a doctor appointment to go get blood drawn or something like that.
Yeah.
And you told me your appointment was around 10 or something like that, 9, 10?
Yeah, I'll tell you right now. I think it was 10:15.
She takes such a long time to answer things too, which is annoying. And I have this on like 1.
Yes, it was at 10:05.
Okay. So you go to this appointment, and on your way back,
Let's see, is this too fast?
did you talk to Stephan on the phone at all?
Let me know if that's too fast, you guys.
I know I talked to him while I was in the parking lot waiting for my blood work to happen.
Mhm.
I just don't recall if I called him on my way home as well. It would seem like I would do that, but I just can't 100% tell you if I did do that or not.
Okay. At what time did you and him meet back up here?
So I got back from my blood work appointment anytime between, let's say 11:15, 11:30, so sometime around that time.
And was he already here?
Yes.
Okay. What did you guys talk about when you got home?
What happened this morning?
What did he say? What happened this morning?
He's like, we had a good morning. We made really good time. Maddie got ready super quick. We were out the door super quickly. I was super impressed with our time. I tried convincing Maddie to go have McDonald's breakfast a few times, but she changed her mind and decided she didn't want to. She just wanted to sleep in the car. And the thing is, the night before, we had discussed, oh, Maddie, maybe he should leave a little bit earlier than normal so that you can go get breakfast with him at McDonald's. That would be a really cool day to start a Monday right after your birthday, having McDonald's at breakfast. And she's like, oh, that sounds like a good idea. So they were supposed to have gone to McDonald's, but he told me they didn't. He told me.
How sad is that, you guys, that right before she went to bed that they talked about, maybe it's just because I'm a foodie, I don't know. But that like made me sad that they were talking about going to McDonald's the next morning and she was like, oh, that's so cool because it was her birthday. I don't know. That just made it like that much worse for me. And I want you guys to pay attention a little bit to, I don't know if Jen says it, I know Stephan does, but some of the things that he says, I feel are Freudian slips. So he said, I kept asking her if she wanted it and she kept saying no. I felt like there were other things too. We'll have to pick up on it. But, and also take notice that his story, I don't know if you guys have heard this or other interviews, but the story is like very scripted up for him.
He had left his phone because I had, no, he had already told me this earlier that he had left his phone. What else did he talk to you about?
I will tell you all, gang, you're going to hear things that are could be very triggering.
All right, trigger warning.
I want to give a shout out to Strategic Eyes.
I feel
just went over by his channel the other
putting on somebody else's
consideration that
primarily PTSD.
From what?
Okay, so real quick, this right here, she tells them that she is on disability, and they ask what for.
For PTSD, bipolar 2, generalized anxiety.
There's your confirmation. It is now factually known. Bipolar 2. It's factual now.
So why is it so important that we have that information that Jen has bipolar 2? Because I think that this plays into her lack of emotion. Her lack of emotion just in general. I think her medication has a lot to do with that. I don't know if anybody in here is, knowledgeable about that or has ever been on mood stabilizers, but with mood stabilizers, like an antidepressant helps lift your mood. A mood stabilizer, it works on both ends. So it works on mania and depression. It's not uncommon for someone with bipolar disorder to ask the doctor if they could just get rid of the depression and keep the mania because they get so much stuff done during mania. However, I do want everyone, and this is where I feel like I can contribute. I want everybody to be aware that approximately 10%, 1 in 10 people with diagnosed, so, and that's another thing, these are just the cases that are diagnosed. How many cases go undiagnosed? But 1 out of 10 people with bipolar disorder complete, I don't want to say the word because I don't want to get banned already. They take themselves out. Okay. So 10% of people with bipolar disorder, approximately, will take themselves out. And it's during mania, not during depression. And that's the part that I don't think a lot of people understand. So that is one of many reasons why a doctor wouldn't just get rid of the depression and keep the mania. However, keep in mind that as it boosts her depression, it also takes down her mania. And now, could that be affecting the way that she responds or reacts to some of this information?
Straight from the horse's mouth. So we can forget about the horse's ass.
Where'd you meet him?
We both worked at a real estate office out of I Drive somewhere. They're called Eco Homes. I don't think they exist anymore though. The Eco Home Company. I think he was a real estate agent for them or did warranty work for them. And I was an appointment setter. And I didn't have that job for very long. I got fired. It was right after my PTSD incident. I couldn't hold down a job at all.
So when you and Stephan would hang out, say Maddie's at school and you two wanted to hang out, or the three of you wanted to hang out, like what would you guys do? Like where would you go? Or
primarily Disney. We have Disney annual pass holders. We both worked for Disney at one point. Well, at least he worked there at one point. I still worked there. But we go to Disney. We go to Disney, or we stayed home and like they would play board games, or we'd watch. Well, we loved watching movies. We would always have family time, just watch a new movie. Like I felt like it was one of our projects to make sure that she watched all the good movies from the 80s and 90s that we watched. Watching. I just wanted her to like have the knowledge of pop culture. So last movie we watched with her was Sister Act.
when was that?
Sunday night.
Would you go out to like?
Okay, so this confuses me, you guys. So she says that they watch Sister Act on Sunday night, but when? Were like, from what we got from the paperwork that I have, Maddie got home around 8:39 or 9 o'clock ish, and Stephan comes like 10 minutes after Maddie gets dropped off. If you want my opinion, and this is just speculation, I think he waited until she got dropped off to come so that the sister, so Jen's sister's the one that dropped Maddie off, the aunt, so that the aunt didn't see his car or, knew that he was there. But then Jen says she's home by 10:30 and she sends them to bed by 11. So where did they watch Sister Act? I'm just confused.
Like eat anywhere, like a favorite restaurant or anything like that?
The only restaurant I think we frequented a handful of times in the last year is La Mexicana. It's on Papa Colombia. Honestly, living on disability and then his income at Disney, like it wasn't enough to survive. We really didn't eat out often. We couldn't afford it.
Okay. Would you go like visit any parks or other than not Disney parks, but like neighborhood parks or anything like that?
No, we'd hang out right here at this lake. Maddie really liked hanging out at this lake and just drawing, sitting on one of the benches and drawing. Any other park? No, not really.
That's so sad.
Now, what if it was just you and him? Say going on a date or wherever, where would you guys typically go?
So, due to money, hardly ever went out on a date.
Okay, as a marriage and family therapist, this bothered me. So I think you guys, this is where like red flags should have came in. If they were dating and they never dated or went on dates, like you don't have to spend money. My husband and I went to the mall the other night. We walked around. We did wind up getting something at Macy's, but that wasn't our intentions. We were like, you want to just go take a walk at the mall? We'll get a piece of pizza up there or something. So like you could go out and have a date night and spend $20 or $10. I think this was red flag number one, right? He never, or she, either one, ever had the inkling to do anything outside of the three of them. So again, red flag. Why doesn't he want to spend time with just Jennifer if he's dating just Jennifer?
Honestly, we hardly went on dates. The only one date I can think of that we went on And that was like years ago, at the beginning of our relationship, where we went to Disney Springs and went to the Edison. I don't think we've had many date nights, just him and me. It's always been the three of us doing something, going to dinner, going to Disney Springs. We visit Disney Springs sometimes, often, well, not often, but sometimes. We really liked that restaurant, Deluxe Burger. Really good. June really enjoyed it there.
Red flag.
Now, the dynamic between you three. I know you told me that sometimes you and her would sleep in the bed.
Yeah.
Sometimes the three of you would sleep in the bed. And then sometimes you would send him and her to a bedroom so you can get a good night's sleep.
Yeah.
How long has that been going on?
Okay. So
This is important, you guys.
I'm going to say back in June. It was primarily the three of us sleeping in bed together all the time.
And why? How did that start?
Maddie has always slept in the bed with me. She's always slept in my room. Only when we lived in that apartment in Northport did she have her own bedroom, and we could afford for her to have her own room. So that was the only time she's actually had her own room. Here.
So real quick, I have to pause it anyway, just because of content, but just so you guys know, it is not healthy to have your child sleep in bed with you. One of the biggest reasons, again, going back to couples therapy, is that eventually if the parent does want to move on and eventually get into a relationship again, the kid winds up feeling like they've been replaced, because now in normal relationships, right, you wouldn't just add the other person to the bed. You would hope that the couple are sleeping together and that the kid's in another room. So if you are ever in a relationship and you are in this situation, just remember that for their own mental health and their own attachment, that it's important that the child has their own space. I know not everybody can afford, a room type thing, but even the space that Jen made for Maddie, she had a little part of the living room where it was a horrible makeshift bedroom, but it was still Maddie's own space that she could have. So she should have been sleeping there.
Here, she's always shared a room with me. When she was a baby, she had her own bedroom here for a few years, but once she got older and we started having roommates and all that stuff, she started just staying with me in my bedroom. Stephan, during the times that we did live with Stephan, it would be the three of us in this bed down here, down in the master bedroom. It wasn't until June of last year that we had broken up, and I said, okay, I don't want to sleep in the same bed with you. Please move upstairs. And he moved upstairs. At this point, Maddie pretty much slept with me all the time. I think I can count maybe on one hand how many times she's gone upstairs to sleep with him alone, because I wasn't comfortable with it. I was like, no,
But what? She can count on one hand. That is way too many times.
Doesn't look right. Like, it just doesn't seem right. Like, I'm not comfortable with it, Maddie. You gotta sleep with me. And I told him that. But there were times that they begged for sleepovers. Like, please, we just want to stay up late watching movies. And I would be too tired to stay up late. So I would say, fine, go ahead and do it. But just this once, like.
Red flag.
When did you start becoming comfortable with it?
I don't know if I was ever comfortable with it.
But you told them to go Sunday night to go sleep together.
I did. That was a selfish move on my part. It's because I wanted a good night's sleep.
She admitted she was
selfish. Or to me, or waking me up, or to hear her alarm so that it woke me up. I wanted to keep sleeping until I needed to sleep, because I just had not, with my training schedule, I have not had a good night's sleep. My medication was out of whack. I was feeling funny and not like myself. And I knew that I needed another night's sleep and my medication in my body like ASAP. So I needed to go to bed. So that was.
You guys, she was in training for like a week. And she had off that day and the next day, I believe. So this happened on a Monday. She had off. I know she had off on Monday and Tuesday, and then she went back on Wednesday. So my thing is, why not drop the kid off and then just go home and take a nap? I know she had to get blood work done, so that's even more of a reason. Just take the kid to school, go get your blood work, go home and take a nap. And that's pretty much what she did anyway.
I wasn't even comfortable sending her that night, but I just did it for my own selfish reasons.
Okay. Did you know?
Redacted. Thank you, everybody, so much for this gift memberships.
He's never said anything to you or anything about it.
If anything, I've always I've always told him that my biggest fear is that this would turn into a Woody Allen situation where the stepdaughter or the dad grooms the child and the child turns 18.
Okay, now
Red flag number 3. So she's going to say that it was one of her biggest fears that this would turn out to a Woody Allen situation. I'm going to let you guys hear it, and then I'll tell you what I think about it.
it kind of got ahead of me. Listen to this.
I've always told him that my biggest fear is that this would turn into a Woody Allen situation where the stepdaughter or the dad grooms the child and the child turns 18 and ends up running away with him. I told him like that was my biggest fear and I don't ever want that happening. Like, you can't do that to me. Like,
Why would you say that to him?
because I never trusted. I grew up being told never trust a man. My mom put that in my body. Never trust a man.
How about that? I know I called it the Woody Allen effect on the thumbnail, but she calls it the Woody Allen situation. How about that? You want to hear it again? Want to hear it again? Let's listen to it again.
For my own selfish reasons.
Okay. Did you know? He's never said anything to you or anything about it.
If anything, I've always told him that my biggest fear is that this would turn into a Woody Allen situation where the stepdaughter or the dad grooms the child and the child turns 18 and ends up running away with him. I told him like that was my biggest fear and I don't ever want that happening. Like, you can't do that to me. Like,
Why would you say that to him?
because I never trusted. I grew up being told never trust a man. My mom put that in my body. Never trust.
Okay, so here we go again. She's even saying her mom put that in her body. So she actually is validating some of my points here that we learn a lot from the way we grow up, from the way what our parents tell us is right, what our parents tells us is wrong, things like that. So she already was taught that you can't trust a man. She clearly, like, she doesn't say a lot of things with emotion, and that's one of the things she said with emotion. But I do want to talk about the Woody Allen situation comment. Excuse me. So Jennifer tells the detectives about being afraid of the Woody Allen situation, right? I think it was pretty interesting that she says where the daughter falls in love with, I mean where the dad falls in love. So she does like quick switch that around. I don't know what that's about. However, let me say, oh, and she also said, you better never do that to me, which I think is very, very selfish right there in itself, right? So why did they ever have that conversation? So what I'm thinking is it could be, and I'm going to tell you what I think. So although her comment is like very troubling, it shows us the mental conditioning that Stephan Sterns probably inflicted on her, right? So if he's a narcissist, which I think that he is, and I think he's a sociopath, but again, I can't diagnose anybody legally. So I'm just going based off of behavior and what we know right now. We know for a fact that he did the pedophilia stuff. So that being said in itself, I do feel comfortable that I've seen enough and heard enough to see narcissistic behavior and even antisocial behavior, aka psychopathy, if you will. So, and Stephan's mom calls him a narcissist. So I also, that was another reason I felt comfortable deeming him a narcissist. So if he is a narcissist, right? Narcissists often manipulate their victims by planting ideas in their heads, subtly or overtly, suggesting things that later become part of the victim's own thought process. Think about that, you guys. So I think this comes up a lot. I think that Stephan says a lot of things, and I think Jennifer then registers it, and it's almost as if it's in the back of her mind so that when it comes up at a later date, she reacts because it was something that already occurred. So here, this is obviously manipulation, right? So I wrote some notes here and I found them. So I wrote that he might have made offhand comments that suggested such scenarios, thereby normalizing the idea in her mind. Jennifer's fear then isn't entirely irrational. It's a reflection of Stern's manipulative influence over her, making her feel both complicit and powerless at the same time. That's what I wrote, you guys. So I think that's important, right? Because a lot of this shows that Stephan Sterns had to be that manipulative, that he planted some of these things. We see this at a later time too. So when Maddie, like the year before, I think it was in the fall. So the fall before her passing, she did go see her dad finally, and she went on the airplane alone. And I remember from the interviews that she said to the dad, I hope nobody puts a camera under the door in the bathroom and takes a picture of Maddie while she's in the bathroom, or something along those lines. And again, I think, and we see pictures now, and we've heard from Stephan's friend, and we've heard the police tell the roommate that Stephan, there's a picture of it, that Stephan, there's a picture of a camera that's located looking under the door of the roommate. So we've seen the picture, so it's not even alleged. And we hear the cop in one of the interviews tell the roommate that Stephan has been taping her and taking pictures of her without her knowledge. So that's another like offense right there, right? So, but if you think about it, you can connect the two. He must have said at some point, you know, oh, you're going to let Maddie go by herself on the plane to go see her dad. Like, and I'm sure he was afraid that Maddie would say something to the dad or to the stepmom, you know what I mean, and expose them. So I'm sure he was saying things like, you know, you can't make her go on that plane alone, or what if somebody puts a camera under and takes a picture of her while she's in the bathroom? Who says that? You know what I mean? But because he is doing that, it's part of his thought process, and he now normalizes it, and it doesn't seem so irrational to Jennifer. It seems very irrational to all of us listening to it, right? But it doesn't seem as irrational to her because it was put out there in a situation or in a scenario from somebody that she trusted. I also wrote that the fact that Jennifer then told him he'd better never do that to me reflects her deeper fear of being abandoned or betrayed. And remember, her mom, she felt abandoned by her mom. I'm sure when she had plans, she literally wrote on this, it's a personal digital diary, they call it, or digital journal. But it's, other people could see it. So it's not like personal or private. I'm sure you can make it private amongst friends, but it's not private in the sense that you're writing, you know, on your computer. In that's where she says, you know, I'm planning to come home, everybody, like, you know, look out for me or whatever. And then comes back a week or so later and tells everyone that she's not coming home because her mom said, you know, you could come home, but you can't come here. So I'm sure that made her feel a sense of abandonment. Our brains aren't done developing till we're 24, 25 years old. She was younger than that at the time. So with a developing brain, it's important for our kids to know that we're there for them. And let's say the mom wasn't in a position to take her back because she was suffering from her own, I don't know. I can't imagine a situation where I wouldn't take my kid back. I don't care if we had to figure it out where one of us put our heads on one side of the couch and the other one on the other side. I don't know. I'd make it work, but not everybody does that, right? So she must feel abandoned there. I also know that her mom and dad were divorced. I don't know what her relationship is with her biological father. I don't know if Juan is her biological father or her stepfather. I think it's her biological father. But so she lives there. But Juan, when she was married back in 2015 or 2016, he packed up and got a van and started living the van life. So again, she was young, and I know her marriage to a man named Stephen, which that's crazy, right? That only lasted for under 2 years. So even he winds up leaving at some point. So I think that she has a clear cycle of people coming into her life, but also leaving her life. Even Tyler, Maddie's dad, eventually, right? He winds up impregnating her. I think it was at the Marine Ball or whatever he said. But then you find out later that he was cheating on Tatiana, who he was marrying, back home or whatever it was. So, and then he winds up, marrying Tatiana. So my thing is, again, she probably felt abandoned by this. So she has a cycle of abandonment. And I could tell you that can leave you vulnerable to developing a personality disorder, such as borderline personality disorder. I'm not saying I'm not diagnosing Jen Soto with borderline. I'm not diagnosing anybody with anything. I'm just trying to educate you about some of these things to make people understand human behavior in a different way. So with that being said, with borderline personality disorder, it actually falls within the same cluster as narcissistic and antisocial. Erratic and emotional behavior is what they all have in common. Histrionic is the fourth one in that subcategory. But again, it's emotional. Oh my gosh, cluster B, erratic and emotional. I couldn't just get that out for a second. Behaviors. So, but they're different. So they're alike in many ways and different in many ways. With borderline personality, you do feel emotion. But think of it this way. Think of Jell-O in its liquid form, okay? If you put Jell-O into a mold, the Jell-O can harden and be solid, right? Think of borderline personality disorder as far as emotions. So the root of borderline personality is abandonment. That's at the root of borderline for all people with borderline personality. Okay. So abandonment is at the core of that. And it usually occurs from being raised by a parent with a personality disorder, most often narcissism. So I do not know either one of Jen's parents enough to, even say that, we see this during this time or that time. And I would love, if anybody has any information, please send it to me, email me, jamievona@gmail, about the parents, about Jen's parents, because I think that's going to tell us a lot more about her personality, about their personality, and show us how parenting in certain ways can develop personalities such as borderline, narcissistic, things like that. Okay, so I put here, the fact that Jennifer then told him, "You better never do that to me," reflects a deeper fear of being abandoned or betrayed. This phrase shows how emotional dependency and fear of loss might have driven her to say things that under normal circumstances she would likely have never uttered. Stern's ability to make Jen fear the scenario like this reflects his narcissistic need to control not only her actions, but also her thoughts and fears. Boom! Okay? So this is why I write all my shit down, because I usually, when I get a thought in my head, I have to write it down when it's good. That was a good one. So here she depends on him emotionally, right? She even says at some point that, when they're at home, that they are on FaceTime a lot of the times, and that they'll just be on FaceTime for hours. And sometimes they're not even talking. They're just there together. So that also tells me that she depends on his presence in her life. She winds up later telling the police officers that she was no longer interested in sex, and therefore, I think I told you in the very beginning of this stream that she hadn't had sex with Stephan Sterns since December of 2022. And that says a lot, right? So why was he still sleeping in the bed? I don't know. So he was sleeping in the bed till I think she said June. And then from June to December of 2023, he lived in room number 4, which is the room that is at the heart of this case. So that's where she sent them to go to bed. So I also brought up about the roommate and how the police officer tells the roommate that Stephan has been videotaping her. And I think that this is important to just, talk about for a second. So he's obviously invading her privacy, right, by placing the phone under the door. This shows a pattern of disturbing, boundary violating behavior. So with antisocial behavior, think of it as anti-society, so anti-rule, anti-law, things of that nature. That would go with this, right? So anti-boundaries. So there is no boundary here for him. My psychological insight, maybe I should have like a segment called Psychological Insight with Dr. Vona. I don't know. But what I have here for that Sterns' behavior is consistent with voyeuristic tendencies, often associated with narcissistic individuals who feel entitled to invade others' privacy. The fact that Jen tolerated this kind of behavior suggests that she may have normalized his actions over time. Given her struggles with PTSD that we just heard her say ourselves on this live, right? And emotional instability, it's possible that she became desensitized to these boundary violations. So think about it as, when somebody does something to you so often, you become desensitized to it. I even talked about how I've become desensitized to a lot of these horrific crimes that we talk about because I research them so much. So here, narcissists like Stephan Sterns often erode their victim's sense of normalcy, making them tolerate or excuse increasingly disturbing behavior. So making them accept red or not see red flags that maybe they would have seen before are not red flags to them anymore. And that's a shame because those red flags were clear warnings from the very beginning that this was not somebody Jennifer should have been with, right? So this invasion of privacy with the roommate not only shows Sterns' lack of boundaries, but also reinforces how his manipulation extended beyond just emotional control. He actively violated others' physical and emotional spaces. So again, anti-society, anti-law, anti-rule, anti-boundaries. That goes with antisocial personality disorder. One of his friends, I believe it was Chase, and the mom, even in her interview, says, his friend Chase on Gray Hughes Investigates, but he even said something that, and I don't know if it was Chase now that I'm thinking about it, it might have been, but one of his friends said, and this was before all of this information came out, he said that Stephan almost got capped in the ass because his dad saw what he thought was a stranger on the property and had his rifle out. And here, I believe they said that he gave Stephan the, oh my God, Truth, you were backstage? No, are you still there? I'm so glad you just said that, Truth. You're on now.
Hey.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm so glad you just emailed me because I am on my screen was on.
Well, I kind of figured you didn't have it figured out or couldn't see me.
Well, no, it wasn't. I had it
on.
on the YouTube screen instead of the StreamYard, so I didn't see you. So I'm glad that you just did that because I would have been so mad. Oh, now it says it on the side. I was so into what I was saying that
I know. You was on one. I wasn't going to interrupt.
So wait, how you doing? What do you think about this?
I'm doing good. My cousin shot somebody in the chest New Year's.
What?
Yeah.
This New Year's?
Yeah. One of the first homicides of the year. My cousin is diabetic, and he goes hunting a lot, and he propped his feet up on the heater. Well, he got really bad burns to his toes and the balls of his feet. and he ended up having to have half of his feet cut off, both of them.
What?
So he can't fight. You can't get leverage without feet.
Yeah, right?
So he was at his new girlfriend's house who had a protective order on her ex-husband.
Oh.
Well, he got sloshed and wanted to come over there and park sideways in the driveway where nobody could pull out and kick the door in. She called 911, and it was on dispatch. Dispatch recorded it. He kind of started coming towards my cousin and told him,
Oh my God.
it's going to be you or me tonight. Either you're going to kill me or I'm going to kill you. And he blew his chest out.
Wow.
Well, I mean, he can't fight.
No, right.
And the thing
he
about it is, he can't run either.
No, you're right. You're right. He can. And he was the one that was at the house. You know what I mean? So the other guy
Right.
was.
I mean, it takes somebody totally insane to go up in a house when they know a man's laying his head down. I don't care who he's laying with.
You're 100% right. But that's how people get themselves hurt too, right? Because now he went in there, and now he, I hope that your cousin wouldn't be in any trouble because he's
he's not. Because it was on dispatch. It was on the 911.
Oh, I see. So they kind of like witnessed the fact that.
Yeah.
Gotcha. And he was within his rights to defend himself.
Yeah, but that's crazy.
Crazy. You have the craziest luck, right? Not luck, but stories.
Well, it's just wild though. I mean,
that must have been scary.
Well, no, it's not scary. I'm just thinking people in my
Well,
family.
no, not even for you, but for him, I would be scared if I didn't have feet, and you know what I mean? Like in his situation.
Absolutely. The thing about it is his feet only got completely healed 2 or 3 months ago. I mean, it's been you know how long it takes diabetics to heal.
Yep.
I mean, and having that kind of amputation, it took a while. And
yeah, he must. Yeah,
he's just now trying to file for disability. So that tells you how recent it was. And
wow.
I mean, I'm sure he was scared to death because he knows he can't fight. He's a decent sized fella. I mean, he's not a weakling by any means.
No, and think about that. Probably takes away your.
You can't get leverage.
No, and it probably takes away your manhood a little bit too, right? Because you don't feel like you could do things that you were able to do before.
Well, yeah, I mean, if he would have had feet, I'm pretty sure it probably would have been nothing but a fist fight. You know what I mean?
Yep, I do.
So, but since he can't
now
fight,
he's probably going to have, the best thing he could do if you do talk to him is tell him to talk about it as much as he can. Because in the first 30 days,
what? He was so damn unbothered by it, girl. He was eating greens, black-eyed peas, and barbecue. Not even 10 hours later.
Oh my gosh!
I'm not kidding. I mean, it's weird when you have to defend yourself. It is just about impossible to feel remorse. I'm serious about that.
What, when you have to defend yourself?
Yeah, when somebody drives you to the point and it's legit driving you to that point, or they have driven you.
So I guess what would you consider the what would you consider the point to be? Because I would think that we would all have a different perception of how far somebody could go before you react. I'm just asking a question.
Well, I don't know. I think it's different for different people.
Yeah, I guess you're right, because in this situation, it was the guy coming in and your cousin up.
I mean, he had already kicked the door off the hinge just about. You know what I mean? It's not
right.
like
And then for somebody else, it could be
it's not like he just walked in.
Yeah, right.
And she already had a protective order on him, from what I understand. So it was an ongoing thing with him. So the threat for violence was already there.
Yeah, that's absolutely. And they probably would have considered it like a crime of passion or something because he was the ex. So I'm glad that your cousin's okay.
Yeah, well, I'm glad it wasn't it wasn't some kind of crazy kill my cousin, kill her, and then kill himself type thing, you know, because it could have been.
100%. It could have so been 1,000%. He went there for a reason, especially if there was a protective order.
If his brain was in that frame of mind of it's you or me, either you're going to kill me or I'm going to kill you. Yeah.
100%, right? And then at that point, you have to take the person at their word.
Well, I mean, especially when you don't have feet to fight.
Exactly. That's what I mean. So like I would have taken
It's
him
kind of
out.
like me, you know, my brain knows I can't run. There is no flight to my PTSD. It's all fight. You know, it's just like I was explaining.
I freeze. Isn't that crazy?
Oh, I don't. I get real quiet.
I wind up freezing. You fight?
Well, I pause. I have a pause between the reaction.
Maybe that's what I do.
It's like
I like freeze, but then I wind up like maybe that's what I do. There's like fawn too. There's like a bunch of different reactions. But I could see you, fighting to defend yourself.
Well, I mean, I'm getting old, I'm getting a little older these days, but
Aren't we all? Aren't we all, girl?
It's just like some of these hot-headed kids out here these days. There's a lot of Gen Xers that don't even like to be in public because, and I'm one of them, because these kids, they don't realize.
What do you mean? Give me an example.
Like someone just like talking shit in a grocery line or something, or
oh my God, I can't believe
being a smart ass or just somebody being hateful and mean and disrespectful just for the sake of being an asshole. That type of stuff.
That's crazy. You just said that, right?
Okay, like if I was in a line and somebody threatened to whip my ass sitting in line, I probably wouldn't say anything and just pop them in the mouth.
Oh, my husband, he didn't hear me, but he was at the store yesterday and he was like,
plus, I got PTSD and menopause going on at the same damn time.
Well, for my husband, yeah, for my husband here, there was like an 80-year-old woman in line and she just like kept going at the cashier, and the cashier was like, being very respectful, Well, my husband's like that. And so he was like, I don't remember. Right. What'd you say to her?
Just because she's elderly doesn't give her.
We're talking, and my friend Truth, we're live right now on YouTube. But she said about she said, for example, when somebody's in line and they're just, and I was like, I can't believe you just said that. What did you say to the old lady?
Age doesn't teach manners.
He said age doesn't teach manners, but then didn't you go off on her?
I didn't go off on her. The guy was.
No, I wouldn't go off on somebody that's elderly like that. I would
bag her stuff item by item by her demanding. So I finally was like she was being rude to him for no reason. He was so.
That's polite. What Truth was just saying, being rude for no reason.
But you know what the crazy part about it is?
Could you wait? And she was just so rude. And all I was thinking was, your grandma. If your grandma was in front of me, that would have been she would have been like, thank you, and please, I appreciate your help. And I would have offered, listen, if you can wait for me to get I'll walk you to your car and put your bags in your trunk. But she was so mean and rude, and the guy was so polite. That's why I felt I had to tip him.
Wait, he tipped him $10, Truth. He was like, I'm sorry you had to deal with that lady. I was like, why'd you tip him?
I knew I said what he wanted to say, but couldn't say because he would have lost his job.
Yes, you're right.
So he kept his cool and didn't
say
it the whole time.
Truth would have just punched her in the face.
I had to say something.
I wouldn't have punched a little old lady in the face. I'm talking about like people.
Yeah, I'm joking. I know you wouldn't have punched her.
Yeah, no.
No.
Hey, she was probably just bitching because she didn't have any company and didn't have anybody to
talk
to.
Wait, she told him to shut up. And he said, why don't you shut up? What would you have done in that situation if like an 80-year-old was being mean in line?
Good for him.
Would you?
I would have told her, if it was a young man or a young lady, I would tell her, I'm sure they were raised to respect their elders. So you need to give them a little bit of respect too.
Yep, that's pretty much what he said. What'd you say? You said age doesn't teach manners.
Like, just 'cause you're
He
Right.
told her, he said, well, apparently age doesn't teach manners.
You know, if you've got to be this ornery and bitter, then bless your heart, lady.
Yeah.
That's probably what I would have said to her. You know.
Yeah. No, that's too funny though, because when you said that, I was like, oh my God, that happened yesterday.
No, but I wouldn't be able to handle no foul talking person in public, especially if they were coming at me like that, because they would have to go toe to toe.
Oh my
If
God.
it was a female, they would absolutely have to go toe
Oh
to
yeah,
toe.
she told him, why don't you shut up? And he said, why don't you shut up? He was like, you're gonna be so happy that you did not go food shopping with me.
You
I
know,
was like, well, he's like, you would.
there's so many Gen Z kids. I mean, there's a lot of them that are not. I'm not saying all, but there's so many of them that are so disrespectful.
So wait, what am I? Am I Gen Z? Right, what are we, Gen Z?
No,
Are we Gen Z?
Y'all are Gen
We're
X.
Gen X. I'm Gen X. Sorry. I just made
Yeah, you're
myself
Gen
real.
X just like me.
Gotcha. I'm Gen X.
I
My
think Gen
kids
X
are
is
Gen
like
Z.
is like 1965 or around there.
Yes.
Now. Yeah.
Yes. I always get X and Z mixed up. I know millennials in between and baby boomers before, but I always get Z and X mixed up.
Just remember Z's after X.
Yeah, that's true. Duh, right? Yeah, there you go. I'll remember that from now on. You're absolutely right. But what do you think about this Madeline Soto thing? Like about the grooming? Like, what do you think about grooming?
I think he groomed both of them. I think Jen was super naive. She probably didn't really have much of a social life outside of work.
Uh-huh.
And he was all the company she had. And people don't want to be lonely.
No.
So I mean, and you don't know what her IQ level is, or if she's slow emotionally, and I don't mean that in a bad way. Some people are. You know, some people are quite immature emotionally when it comes to picking up signs and reading people.
Absolutely. So just mental health struggles in general just made her vulnerable to his emotional
Right. I mean,
manipulation.
it's just like somebody that doesn't have walking around sense, what we call common sense. You know, people can be extremely book smart and not have any common sense worth
That's me.
You know, and she might be one of those that, you know, she's a hard
I don't have
mother.
common
She just
sense,
can't.
but I'm emotionally intelligent, so I would have been able to pick up on it.
Maybe she doesn't have that, you know, just like some people don't have common sense.
Well, that's the thing too. And if she had bipolar disorder where she was
And
medicated
if he
and
was
PTSD,
grooming both of them, and if he was around since Madeline was young, now I used to lay around the couch with my dad and watch National Geographic and stuff. You know, I used to cuddle with my dad on the couch.
Wrong with that.
I mean, you know, if she was used to seeing that kind of thing and he hadn't really started messing with her yet, or you know, there wasn't any signs of that, that might have been why she let it go when she was older.
That absolutely could be it. And she says, like, to the cops and stuff, she's like, I was like hyper vigilant. Like, I didn't let Maddie sleep out at her friend's house because I don't know those people. I don't know what can happen to her. And I'm like, does she like hear herself?
She felt like she knew him.
She did. She did. And I think that it probably took a lot. And she probably still has trouble with the fact that over time she like wound up becoming just emotionally dependent on him. So which then gives him control to take over her.
Now look at it. She doesn't have a daughter or him.
I guess that's my thing. That's my thing. So all these people want to like burn her at the stake. And I'm like, you guys.
The one thing that she was scared of was probably being alone. And now she's really alone.
And now she's wow.
And you know, and it very well could be no fault of her own. She just might be one of those kind of airheads that don't see shit like that.
No, but you made such a good point just now. Like her fear is abandonment and being alone, and now she's alone. That is like, that's huge. You have really good insight. That's why I love when like I talk to you, because you help me put other things together. You'll say something and I'll have an aha moment.
I spend a lot of time inside my head.
Oh, you and me both. I do too. Right? I don't know if you
That's
saw.
the Marianne Kersher case I was talking about. I
Oh
believe
yeah,
it,
what was
I
that?
believe it was her stepdad that did it, but he started messing with her, and she came up missing, and
That's
he had taken her up into the woods and raped her and strangled her to death, and then buried her and pretended he didn't know where she was.
Oh,
Did you
maybe I
know?
think I
But
did
did
remember
you
that.
know that he spent the day before
He what the day
digging?
before?
Spent all day the day before digging that fight. It was at least a 5 or 6 foot hole.
So that was definitely
They couldn't,
premeditated.
they couldn't even find, the dogs couldn't even find her when they took them up in the woods. That's how deep he had her.
Mm.
Yeah. And if he wouldn't have went and see, he went and showed them, and they dug about 3 feet deep and said, well, she's not here. And he said, oh yeah, she is. He had to go up there.
Wow.
Yeah, they took him up there, and he told them exactly where she was. They dug 3 feet down, almost 4 feet down, and couldn't find her. And he said, you didn't dig deep enough.
Wow. That's definitely
Uh-huh.
premeditated. That's horrible.
And it wasn't a little hole either.
And
It
wait,
was
and did the
huge.
mom like not know?
Mm-mm.
See, that's what I mean. I don't think people realize, like, people want to like burn her at the stake. And I'm like, she's less than smart, but that doesn't mean that she knew.
No,
She
it
admitted
doesn't.
to being selfish. Do you know
You
what
know
I mean?
what? That's the thing about it. That's the thing about it. Have you noticed people want to apply their knowledge and their intellect and their brain to somebody else?
Well, that's all you can apply because the only thing we can apply are the things that we know, right? So that's why I was saying before
Well,
we have to.
people, I would have known, or I would have done. Well, you're not her. You
Exactly.
don't have her brain. You don't know if she's slow, if she's, like I said, don't
And
have
not
any
just,
common sense to those kind of signs.
no, you're right, but not even just that. Like, what if there is no mental, disability or whatever? My thing
Yeah.
is, think about it in your own life, like not you personally, whoever's listening. When when you get mad, like let's say you get upset because somebody didn't invite you, your friends or something, and you're like, I can't believe they didn't call me and blah blah blah. And it's like, they're not you. You would have thought to call, but they didn't think to call because they're not you. That's not who they are. So I feel like we get disappointed as human beings when we try to see ourselves in someone else.
Yeah.
Or when we expect.
Well, I mean,
somebody
it's kind of like people with the Koberger case.
Mhm.
Why did he leave the sheath? How did he make mistakes? They make mistakes.
Wait, not only that,
Should make mistakes because
and
you can read a book. I can read a book on how to rebuild an engine, but that don't mean I'm going to get that shit right the first time I try.
you're 1,000% right. But my other thing is somebody did. Like nobody ever answers that back to people when they say that. I like scream it through the screen, but it'll be like a live that I'm watching 12 hours later. So it's not.
Well, when it
And I'm
comes to
like,
the
but somebody did. Somebody did. So you guys are saying he could have never done this, but someone did.
well, what blows my mind is this man had training up to the PhD level on how to go into a crime scene without taking any DNA or leaving any DNA on the scene, and how to leave a scene without taking any out with him. Who else has that kind of training?
No, you're
What
right.
other suspect of all these people brought up that has that kind of training?
I would say the only other person.
Definitely not the drunk frat kids.
No. And that's what I mean. The only other person that could do something like this is somebody who's done it before, if it wasn't him. So like, but my thing is nobody fits that. Like I 100% think that they have the right person. And I'm also willing to admit that if they, if they give me new information that makes him not guilty, I'm also willing to change my mind. But as of right now, from what we know, I think they have the right person.
I
So
think they have the right person too. You know,
yes,
if they could absolutely show me a reasonable doubt, not not I think theory bullshit. I'm talking about
Yes.
a solid, reasonable doubt. I might change my mind.
No,
But
me either.
I just can't. I just can't see past all the other stuff that they don't like to talk about.
Well,
The
and not
psychology
just,
of it, the
yes.
what his background is. I mean,
Oh, yes, because then you get
the patterns he
accused
had
of
with
like,
even the patterns he had with other people.
absolutely. And if anybody's listening, the best predictor of future behavior is past relevant behavior. So he had a pattern. You're absolutely right.
Well,
And
I'm bad at seeing. I'm really good at seeing patterns, but you know the reason why.
yes, but not everybody is good at seeing patterns, and some
Yeah, I
people,
understand that.
right? And there's some people like even Jen Soto or whatever that didn't see the red flags. So you could say patterns, red flag, whatever it is.
Yeah.
But with the Kohlberger case, again, my biggest thing is when people like double down on there's no way he did this alone and did this or da 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 da. And I'm like, but someone did. So
Yeah.
like, so if anything, like you're trying to defend him, but you're actually saying that he's not capable of this. Like, so it's
Right.
really not defending him. Like, but because somebody did do it, so why couldn't it be him?
You know what else bothers me is that people actually believe there has to be a motive. The motive
No.
is only known to the killer.
No, you're right. No, you're right. And by law, the defense doesn't have to prove motive. I heard somebody talking on a live saying about
The prosecution.
right, but they were saying that that the defense has to prove that that wasn't his sheath and da da da. And I'm like, no, technically they don't. Legally, they don't. Legally, the defense doesn't have to show anything. The prosecution has to show that.
It's not about proving his innocence. It's about proving he's guilty.
Yes, exactly.
You
And a
know,
lot
it's
of people
like the
don't understand
Trayvon
that.
Martin case, and I really don't like to bring up this case because it causes a bunch of shit. But I'm just talking about in terms of the attorneys and the way they proceeded with the case. You know, his defense attorney did a real good job because he knew it was the type of case where he had to prove it was self-defense in order to save him.
I see. So it can
If
be
you
used by
ever
the
watch
defense.
if you ever watch the defense closing arguments in its entirety in the Trayvon Martin case, you'll
I think I did
understand,
back then.
you know, trying to say that he was unarmed, and you know when he made a statement when he brought out that big piece of concrete.
Oh, right.
You remember when he brought out that big boulder of concrete?
Yes, now that you're saying it, I do. I forgot about that. But when they do that, they make a statement and it but you know what I mean? Whether it's right
But
or
that's
wrong.
a good defense attorney.
Oh,
He knew what he was up against.
wait, look at what I found.
What?
Look at what I found.
Who'd you find?
Hey.
Hey, Jay.
Hi, how are y'all?
Good. How are you?
What did I walk into?
We're talking about how the best predictor. Wait, hold on.
Oh, what?
Is somebody can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we can now.
Okay. I didn't know what happened real quick. We're talking about how the best predictor of future behavior is past relevant behavior. So, and about how
What?
yeah, go ahead.
You were cutting out.
She said the best predictor of future behavior is past behavior. The best predictor
Truth.
of Yeah.
Truth, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I could hear both of you. Hopefully
hear
you can
me?
hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I can hear you better now. You were cutting out. You were cutting out. I can hear you now.
Awesome. So what do you think?
What did I walk into?
Uh,
What did I walk into?
We were talking about Madeline Soto and
then we started.
Oh,
patterns in behavior, predicting future behavior.
And about things like grooming. What do you know about grooming? Did you hear that 12 gauge?
Is that my connection or what?
It's
Maybe
got to
because
be because it's fine
All
on
I'm hearing
our
is
end.
why don't you drop out and come back in?
yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that.
All right, awesome. Definitely come back up. Yeah, I think it was his connection.
He might need to put some headphones on because I don't think we're coming through on his speakers all that well.
Is that what helps?
Oh, I don't know. I don't get
still
on
have to
panel
figure all
enough
this
for.
shit out.
I don't get on panel enough to
I know,
worry
me
about
either.
it.
Me either. I hope he comes back up. If not, we can still do our chatting. But real quick, so with the Soto case again. Wait, what did I had like a couple of notes here. So I also wrote about cognitive dissonance. So for people that don't know, cognitive dissonance is when you think two different ways about the same thing. So for example, somebody might love their dad and then hate their dad because he always lies to them. So it's like feeling two things. It's like two things could be right at the or not right.
Oh, I mean, I love my brother, but
Yeah.
I hated him.
Yes, that is a great example of cognitive dissonance. You loved your brother and you had reason to hate him, and you did. And that's cognitive dissonance. So it's being able to think two different ways about the exact same thing. So I think here that it was that Jennifer's, like how she shifted her focus on Maddie's disappearance. I think it's a clear example of cognitive dissonance. So Jen's trying to reconcile that the man she thought she knew, a doting partner, stepdad, with the predator revealed by the evidence. So the fact that Sterns had pictures of Madeline's notebook drawing showed her possessing the abuse she endured adds another layer of horror in this case. It's likely that Jen had developed a trauma bond with Sterns over the years where she felt emotionally attached to him despite his harmful behavior. When people are subject to long-term emotional abuse, they often become dependent on their abuser, making it difficult to see them for who they really are.
Yeah, and not only that, when Jennifer worked, right? Didn't she work?
Well, this is the thing. So she tells the
police.
police.
A lot of women. What I'm saying is, a lot of women, they get caught up with some of these men because, I can save on health care. I mean, child care.
Yeah. A lot of people said that too.
And so I don't know. Single women, to me, they're easy targets for these people.
Absolutely, especially if somebody has experienced trauma, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when it comes to trauma bonding, it's about learned helplessness as well. So we're more likely to, again, it's like with behavior, we're more likely to feel the way that we have before when we felt it like in the past. So for example, if I always have a negative attitude and think, well, that's just my luck, or, I have no luck or whatever, that's learned helplessness. So you wind up just learning that you're helpless, and therefore you wind up, it comes from trauma, right?
Mm-hmm.
So after years of Sterns' manipulation, Jen probably felt trapped in a cycle where she couldn't find herself capable of making decisions without him. So narcissists like Sterns use their power to create dependency, and Jen's mental health struggles likely deepen this bond. The fact that she asks whether she can change her mind later, oh God, I got to tell you about this, about pressing charges, still feels emotionally tied to him, even as the evidence against him becomes undeniable. This common reaction in victims of long-term abuse, where they feel conflicted about leaving the person who has controlled them for so long. So what happens is the cops show her a picture of her daughter performing fellatio on Stearns. So she wanted to be able to see a picture where she saw her daughter's face and his face, so that she was able to know in her head that it really happened, and that the cops weren't just like setting her up or whatever. So after knowing that it was definitely him and her, they ask her, what do you think should happen to him? And she doesn't answer. And they're like, and she says, I don't know. Like, do you arrest him for that? Like, what happens? And they're like, well, we haven't gotten there yet. They said, would you want to press charges? And she hesitates and says, I think I got the exact quote. She hesitates. No, I don't have the exact quote, but she hesitates and then says something along the lines of, can I change my mind? What if I say no now? Can I change my mind later? I'm like, if you just found out that your child was being, like, if you saw your kid performing oral sex on who you thought was your best friend, like, how do you square that?
Wow.
You know what I mean? Like, and he was in the next room. I would have been like, can I go talk to him?
Girl, I would be putting a hole through the sheetrock trying to get to his ass.
Absolutely. But I feel like, so even in that moment, and they said to her, what are you thinking right now? And she said, I'm thinking that I don't want to believe that this is true. And the cop literally has to tell her, this is real. Like, we didn't pull a Google, image. This is a real photo. This is really your child. And that's really Stephan. And she just shakes her leg. But again, so 90% of the people saw that and were like, I would have busted through the door. I would have beat the shit out of it. However, like you said, but
I don't know. She could have been in shock after seeing that.
That's what I'm saying. She's not us. You would have went through the sheetrock. I would have said, I want to go like confront him. You would have went through the sheetrock.
When she said, can I change my mind later? What he said, do you want to press charges? And she said, can I change my mind?
She said no, but she said, I don't know. If I say no, can I change my mind later?
So if she says, no, I'm not going to press charges, she wants to be able to change her mind to yes later.
Yeah, so why do you think she would do that?
She's probably in fucking shock.
Yes, I think so too.
I think she was in absolute shock. I really don't think she knew. I really do believe this woman was a fucking airhead when it came to reading shit like that. I really do. Plus, he probably had her brainwashed and dependent on him to watch the kids and all kinds of shit, And
yes, you're exactly right. And a groomer doesn't stop grooming. So he was continuing to groom her. So that's why it was so hard for her to believe that.
And he probably overly kissed her ass. Gandhi. He probably even overly kissed her ass and made her feel, when somebody has low self-worth and all of a sudden and you have somebody in your life that makes you feel good about you, you tend to let them get away with a lot of shit you wouldn't let anybody else get away with.
Rondi says, do you think that she was afraid of him?
No,
he doesn't see. He seems like
more of an ass kisser type of groomer.
Yes.
He seems like a pussy. Excuse my French.
I swear to God, I was going to just say that. I swear to God, we think a lot. We think a lot alike. Yeah, I don't know, Rondi. So on one hand, you could say, no, he's more of the ass kisser, but on the other sense, he's clearly capable of doing something. The kid's hyoid bone's broken.
I think he's more of a charmer than somebody that's brutal.
And people need to know
house with an iron fist type guy.
Right. Yes. And people need to know that somebody could be charming and not be have antisocial personality.
Well,
however,
his sadism could could also be
Oh my God, I didn't even think about that.
his little thing with sadism. It could be just mainly a sexual thing and not like
Oh, he like fits the dark triad, doesn't he?
all the time. Yeah, it's probably not an all the time type thing. It's probably just a sexual thing.
No, but wait, you guys, she's right. So
The dominance and control part is he gets that like sex wise.
yes, and Maddie, this is the other thing people don't realize, because a lot of people are like, I genuinely think that we're going to find out that she was disillusioned, thinking that like she was in love with him, like as opposed to like sometimes
She
you'll
didn't
have,
know any better. She was
right,
a kid.
right, and
So
sometimes
when
people
a
will
kid
hate
thinks that's the way adults show love and nobody's taught him any different, and he's brainwashed her into don't tell anybody, but this is how daddies love daughters type shit, and raised her up, and she doesn't know any different till she gets into school and they start talking about
well, even
bad
at that
touches and
point,
good touches, and she starts realizing this motherfucker's been touching me since I was 4 years old.
1,000%. One of
And
my,
I think she was old enough to finally run her mouth, and he had to do something about it.
no, I think she aged out. I think he's
Yeah.
a true pedophile.
Right.
And what people have to realize is that a pedophile's sexual preference is children. So, you know what I mean? So just like we can't change somebody's sexual preference, you're not going to change mine or yours or 12 gauges.
Mm-mm.
Like, so that's what happens there. So once you're no longer a child, it's like now, how do you just be done with her because she's in love with you? She got that coin. I don't know if you heard about the coin, but she got this coin, and it says on the coin, it's like you flip it, and on the one side it says mommy, and on the other side it's daddy's turn. So like, why did she text them twice and say, oh my God, we need to get these?
Can y'all hear me now?
I can.
Yeah, I can.
I had to go restart my computer. I don't know what's going on with it. And
It's so much better.
I'm making spaghetti. I mean, not spaghetti, but meatballs with marinara sauce and mozzarella cheese all over them.
Oh, yum. Do you make your own meatballs?
Oh no.
All right. Well, one day we'll have to FaceTime, and I'll like tell you the ingredients beforehand so you could get them, and we can make meatballs.
And that Italian will teach you how to make the perfect gravy too. I'm pretty sure.
1,000%.
Jesus.
They call it gravy.
We do call it gravy, and like so, my husband might be like, you know, what's for dinner? I'll be like gravy, and he knows that means macaroni, meatballs, sausage. Like he knows it's the whole thing. That's funny.
Oh yeah, I've
that,
had it before. Yeah.
That's funny.
So y'all were talking about Stephan groom.
Yeah, but what was the last thing we were just saying? Because that we had a good point there. We were talking about how
one of my best friends is Jewish Italian.
Oh, get out.
I'm not kidding.
Oh, well, there you go. We were talking about, and I was going to tell you guys that one of my friends growing up was abused, SA'd by her stepdad from as long as she can remember. So she doesn't even know how long it went on for because it was the only memory she knew. So at school, exactly what you said happened. We at one point, but it wasn't until like fourth or fifth grade that we had where they separated girls and boys. Actually, it might have been later than that. It was more like around sixth grade. And she realized, she said in that thing, that not everybody went home and did that with their dad. And it like that opened my eyes when she told us that as adults, because I was like, wait, what? And she's like, you have to understand, if that's all you know, you assume that
it's normal.
That happens everywhere and that everybody keeps it a secret.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I never thought of that. So could it have been that Maddie started to realize that it wasn't normal?
Well, wasn't she on the phone with her little boyfriend and said that she was scared right before he must have came into her room?
Said? I didn't hear that.
She was FaceTiming or something, her boyfriend, the night before she came up missing.
I did not know that.
Yeah, you'll have to look it up. You don't quote me because I'm not sure.
No, I do remember though that Jen said that Stephan told her that she had a crush on a boy, and they were like, why would she tell him or whatever? And I forget what she answered, and she's like, I was hoping to like talk to her about it. So Stephan, then when they go over to him and interrogate him, they say to him, they say about Maddie, like, does she date and stuff like that? And he says, no, she can like boys. She has a crush on a boy, and they were like, well, how do you feel about that? And he's like, I told her crush on, you're not allowed to date till you're 17 or 18 anyway. And I was like, that's so weird. Like I felt like he was responding as like it's almost like a boyfriend. Like,
yeah.
Like crush on, you're not allowed to date till you're 17 anyway.
Well, I'm not sure, but I think I heard that she was on the phone with that boy right before Stephen came in that room. And I'm not sure, but I don't know why that is stuck in my head if I didn't hear it from somewhere. But then again, where did I hear it's the question, because I'm in a lot of these damn YouTube channels.
No, you're
sorry,
right.
I keep getting booted out. I don't know what's going on.
I'm not doing it, I promise. So what do you think? Do you think Rondi asked, was she afraid of him? Do you think that Jen was afraid of Stephan? 12 gauge. Let's see what 12 gauge thinks.
I mean, based on a little bit of interview that I've seen, I think she was more I think she was like possibly just in her own mental illness, that she was neither here nor there. You know what I mean? Like he used her mental. She used her mental illness against her. I don't think she was afraid of him.
I don't know. She could have been coming into awareness that, not everybody does this with their dad when they get home from school and shit like that. And it got to the point where she might have been rejecting him too.
Well, that's the thing, right? So
and
it has to
avoiding
be,
him, and then he finds out she's talking to a boy, and you know what I mean.
Wait, you guys, this is so interesting.
Was having relations with Stephan, with Jen, active with Stephan, or was she not doing anything at all?
They broke up in December of 2023, but she told the police that she didn't have sex with him since December of 2022, and that he was living in the house and he was staying in Jen's room. And then she broke up with him in June of 2023, and he wound up moving to room number 4 that his dad paid $600 a month for until December, when his dad said, I'm not paying this anymore. Like, you're a 37-year-old man. You need to like come home, figure it out. So then he leaves in December of 2023. And then 2024 February is when this all happens.
Let me ask you this. If you were Jen, would you let this grown-ass man spend in bed with your daughter?
Never. I would never allow my kid. Never.
But I'm not Jen, and I'm not fucking brainwashed
exactly.
either.
That's what we were saying. Like, but we're not Jen. So how do we know what her moral is?
And Gage, I was telling her, you know how there's some people that are really book smart, but they don't have walking around sense. There's people out there that cannot read signs like that.
Mm-hmm.
Just like people that walk around with no common sense, they can't read signs of evil people or danger because they want to see the good in everybody.
Because they're probably afraid of being abandoned in this case.
Yeah,
well, I get that. Yeah, I get that.
She didn't want to be abandoned now, and we were talking about this too. Now she don't have a daughter or Stephen, and she's alone, and that's what she didn't want to be.
She made.
I think he was a master narcissist, and he like manipulated
Yep.
and controlled her.
I think he manipulated with charm more than a strong arm.
Yeah.
You know, because he doesn't
Because
look like
in the
Rico
cops,
Suave, but
the cops asked her, they were like, did he ever like yell and stuff like that? And she was like, oh no. And or they said something about did he ever put his hands on you? And she was like, oh no, like as if like that would never ever, like he is not that person. So that just shows that he was like a love bomber type person, or like I'm your best friend type person. I would never do this to you type person.
Well,
But
I mean, he surely
and
wasn't.
it was like I told her earlier too, Gage. You know, I used to lay up and watch, you know, National Geographic with my dad on the couch and cuddle with my dad on the couch, and if she was used to seeing that with them two as Madeline was growing up, she probably didn't think anything about him going up there and laying in the bed.
Well, of course. I mean, sometimes that's innocent, but I'm talking about whenever he would go into Maddie's room and sleep in the bed with her. I mean, without mom, I mean, that just is just suspicious, especially
okay, so what about with mom though? Like 12 gauge, if you had a kid.
Well, I'm not down with any of it. But
I'm not either, I'm not either. But you know, I'm saying the kid is going to sleep on the end, mom's going to sleep in the middle, and I'm going to sleep on the other side of mom.
Right.
Well, that's what you assume. So when they asked her, they said that Maddie slept in the middle.
Odd.
And the thing is, the way she says it, I almost feel like the way she says it, like she doesn't even realize how wrong it is. She's like, yeah, I sent them up to bed at 11.
She probably did that with her family.
Well, I mean, look who wasn't in the bed alone though. You know, her mentality is a little. She's a little inside her own head too. That's probably why she missed every sign in the world.
Yeah, she did. She missed every sign in the world, and they even
Well,
said,
Jamie, you had said on the last one that we talked about, you said that what if Jen grew up the same way with her mom and dad? What, you know, because abuse is abuse, and if you get sexually abused by your dad, you're not going to think it's really that wrong. You're not going to think that way about somebody who's sleeping in the same bed with you. You're going to think, I'll be able to spot it.
And of course, that wasn't his kid, but man, he had been there since what, she was 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that it was going on the entire time. Like, I think that he only videotaped it after a certain. Like, I don't think that. Like, people, they'll say that the first time he videotaped her, because that's one of the charges. That's where they reference, like, that's when the abuse started. And I'm like, I don't think so. Like, he was probably using her for much longer before
he was.
You know what I mean? Like, he didn't
he had to get to a point where he felt that comfortable to pull a camera out.
Yes, exactly. And then what if he said things to her like, I have like tape of you? Like, I don't know. I could just imagine as a teenage girl, like that being traumatizing.
I mean, normal people know. Normal people know that you don't do certain things. You give young kids their privacy. You don't let them jump up in your lap. I mean,
I always thought it was bad for any kid that sleep with their parents past a certain age.
I do too.
I really do, because
of course.
I don't think I think it's detrimental to them if you allow them to do that.
I agree 100%. And I actually brought it up a little bit on this live, but 1,000%, because especially if, like, a lot of times you'll see like a mom do this with a kid after getting divorced, and they'll do it because they feel
they just need to have somebody else in the bed with them, because that's
or they feel guilty, and the kid uses the fact that they feel guilty as a way to stay in bed with them. So do you know what I mean? So then the mom winds up letting the kid stay in bed.
Or something?
What's that?
If she took trazodone, she was dead to the world, because I have a prescription of that shit.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
I mean, your ass better be in bed when you take a trazodone.
She could have been a deep sleeper And he could be molesting her for years.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he was. They said at least 4. Imagine that.
And you know, Gage, we were talking about Madeline might have thought that was normal until she got to a certain age where she realized, wait a minute, this shit's wrong. You know,
Yeah.
and it could have really sparked the fear in her where she was avoiding him, and then she was talking to a boy, and you know, she might have been throwing up her hands like, wait, this is wrong, and I know it's wrong now, type shit, and it pissed him off. I
So
mean,
you
and
guys, I think
I
what it's
know
gonna,
he's a
I think
pedophile, and you said that
Do you think he got jealous of
she was
another boy?
aging. Well, it's like Dr. Vona said, she was aging
well,
out because she
this
was
is the
getting
thing
older,
that
and
it can't be both.
he's a pedophile.
But
Plus,
this
she
is
was
the
Yeah.
probably
thing.
gonna tell on him.
It could also be, yeah, or that he was jealous, like that she wanted to move on type thing. She like wanted to be done with it. So I think we're gonna find either, and I think that they said that they believe that she was his only victim, which is actually uncommon. So I think we're gonna find one of two things: either she aged out, or they thought they were in love, and I don't know, maybe she decided like she didn't want to do this anymore, like tried to break up with him, and he like freaked out and got jealous. But you really can't have it both ways though. Or
Yeah.
can you?
I mean, it could have been all of the above. She probably got to an age where she realized that that's
Yeah,
not.
but if she aged out, then he wouldn't be jealous of somebody else. That he could have used
Well,
that as
he
an
probably,
excuse.
yeah, he probably. Well, it could be
Well,
both.
she
He
could have
couldn't.
talked. She could have talked to a little friend at school and, accidentally slipped and said, "Well, I sleep in the same bed with whatever," and the little girl could have been like, "Oh my
No, she
God,
was.
you don't
Hey,
do that."
she was at that age where they were probably starting to teach sex education in school, and bad touches and
I agree with
good
that.
touches, and it was just clicking. She probably wasn't
Yeah.
down with it anymore.
I agree with that. But then again, see, this is the thing, you guys. So there's two different scenarios, and one fits the one and the other fits the other. So it's either that we're going to find that it was like a jealousy thing where he was jealous of her, like new love interest type thing, and he freaked out or whatever, or the other way.
How dare her pick a boy her own age over him too?
Seriously.
Well, if I can't have her, no one can.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So I think it's going to be like one of the
Plus, she was probably on the verge of telling on his ass.
But that would go with the aged out one. If we do the other side, it could be that she thought she was in love with him and that he was in love with her.
Been all of it. It could have been all of it.
I guess
a little bit of all of it could have done it too.
Yeah, you're probably right. A little bit of all of it could have been.
Because they were she was probably just as confused as we are.
I saw the affidavit,
1000%.
and there was a lot of pornography that they found on the phone of him and her.
Sadist.
Wait, they had 30, and then in addition to that, they found 35,000 other CSAM stuff.
Yeah, so I mean,
and I bet it's the kind
if he
of
had
shit
this
that gets
fantasy,
more violent. How much you want to bet?
You're probably right.
I mean, it starts off like everything else. It starts off gradual, and then you just escalate more and more and more.
What if he was doing that sexual asphyxiation on her and ended up breaking her little hyoid bone because she's a child?
Oh.
What'd you say?
I'm just saying.
I heard something about a bone. What?
Like in other words, he
accidentally. Her hyoid bone was broken. And if he was getting into porn and he was digging the sexual asphyxiation shit, and he happened to try the sexual asphyxiation shit, and he got a little too damn rough, it would have broke her little hyoid bone because she was still a
1,000%.
kid. She was
You're
still a
so
kid.
right. And he could have done that with an adult, and that would have been like the
It
right
wouldn't-
amount of pressure.
Right.
Oh, I never thought of that, because when he talks to his dad on the phone for the first time in jail, like that video's or the audio's out, the dad asks him a question and he says, I didn't start it. That was the first thing he said. And he also said that he had no reason, because the dad said, was there a reason or whatever? And he said, I would have no reason for her to be gone. Like, I didn't want her to be gone. There was no reason. So maybe that's what happened.
Yeah, you can't use the same pressure on a 13-year-old that you can
No,
with an
you
adult
can't.
woman.
Wow.
The muscles in an adult woman's neck are twice as big.
Wow.
That's what she said.
Nah.
You're so bad.
But he says I didn't start it to his dad and mom, and the dad says you didn't start it, but you participated in it, which is just as bad as not
there
starting
are
it.
some kids that are highly sexual and they don't even realize it's a bad thing because they're so little. And a pedophile would take advantage of that shit in a heartbeat.
Mm-hmm.
Well, regardless whether he started it or not, he was the adult. He needed to do the responsible
I know,
thing.
but see, he's a pedophile. He's not going to,
Of
because that's
course
what he's
not.
attracted to.
No, you're right.
Kids can be highly sexual, but they don't realize it's wrong, and they don't realize it's being wrong because they're young, they're little.
But I mean,
little 4-year-old
like,
boys walk around pulling on their pecker all day. I mean, it doesn't mean you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But a pedophile would look at that like it was, you know what I mean.
Yeah,
I know what you
I
mean.
do. I do
Kids
know what you
discovering,
mean.
or pedophiles look at kids trying to discover themselves as an opportunity. When normal people giggle at it and turn their head,
Yeah, I mean, I don't
Yeah,
know. It's hard to go there in my mind. How that a grown ass man could be sleeping with because I have a niece who's 17, and I've been a part of her life since she was born, and I've always maintained a boundary with all of them. All kids are small, you know what I mean? Because it makes me feel weird, especially when
that's
they
the thing
start
about being
crawling on
adult.
you.
You're supposed to guide a child, and tell them right from wrong.
Yeah.
That's the whole part of being an adult.
1,000%.
And if you've got a pedophile, they're not going to say, "Oh, you don't need to have your hand down your pants." You know what I mean?
You guys, what do you think the role of his parents were?
Do what?
Perhaps maybe we need to do something with everyone before we go any further, because it might not
All
be.
right, let me get a little bit quick.
Some prisoner in the jail could off them, and we're just dealing with it on a day-to-day basis. We could get that phone call one day, so we'll wait and see what happens.
Yeah.
As I told you, I think before, this is the most protracted death of a child that you can go through, because they're already gone to you. We'll never touch him again. We aren't allowed to see him right now.
What do you guys think about what she just said? She's like, that's annoying. Like, nobody could go see Maddie.
Right.
Is that the parents?
Here, let's see.
I think that's the grandparents, isn't it?
Yeah, this is the parents.
He's out there.
No, it's his parents.
Been hit by a car, it would have been easier on us, because the grieving period could go, instead of grieving for years and years and years while he's still alive.
It would have been better if he was hit by a car.
Matter of fact, we haven't even heard from him for over 3 weeks now, and we don't know why.
This is
Well, the other day,
Stephen's parents,
inquiring
right?
about his wellness,
Yes.
and
Okay.
the jail correction officer says, "What does that mean?" I said, "Well, it's a wellness check. We want to find out if he's okay." Because we haven't heard from him. Well, if he wants to talk to you, he'll talk to you. I said, he wants to talk to us. We don't know of any reason why he wouldn't, unless he's being denied access to communication, which we think he is. And I think it's a result of the most recent data dump, that the guards are intentionally preventing him from getting access to where we can communicate with him. He's in solitary confinement. It's been that way since February, nearly 8 months.
Okay. Wow. Wow. And yeah, I remember you telling us that in an earlier conversation too, that it would be easier almost it would be easier to mourn his death than this, because you also have to realize and mourn Madeline, who you knew as well.
The whole thing we do, and we're
So Hidden True Crime, I just want to give them a shout out for this. We just want to hear a little bit about the parents so we can try to put together how Stephan might have turned out the way that he did.
used to being cold and impartial people. And I mean, they made a big deal of the fact that I went outside and was screaming Madeline's name. I wasn't looking for her in the woods. I was talking to God. That's my privilege to talk to my God. I was
She's talking about the social media now.
I'm sorry.
But we, every day, all of this is in our minds. We talk about it often, and we're private people. We keep our emotions to ourselves as best as possible, but we certainly, there's no way that this will escape us on a daily basis. It's impossible for that to happen. We're forever living with this, and I just wish there was. I just wish there was a way that we could have possibly known that there was a problem going on with Stephan. I had no idea.
Yeah.
The only thing that we knew that was wrong, and we addressed it immediately, was when we became aware of the co-sleeping arrangements.
All right, listen to this.
They were here at our house. And at that point, I put my foot down and said, Madeline's not sleeping in the room with you. She's too old for that. And I said, you need to stop doing that at home too. And I talked to both Jen and to Stephan. And Jen says, well, she comes in at night. She gets here. She comes in at night and climbs into bed. And I can't stop her. I said, did your door have a lock on it? She said, yes. I said, well, then use the damn lock. I mean, it's ridiculous. And then to send your child off to sleep with a man in another room in a single bed together, who is not a biological relative, and even biological relatives can't be trusted.
So wait, let's just stop right there. So, oh my God, there's so much to unpack there. But is she now blaming Jen?
Yeah. Sending a grown man into another room to sleep with her daughter.
Yeah, she's like, why would you do that? What were you thinking? What was her son thinking for allowing that to even occur? So wait, let's hear a little more.
I mean, seriously, how many people have you heard of in that situation with family members? So I just, I saw red when I heard that, and it's.
Did you on that issue? Did
Again? Were you going to say something?
How'd you feel if that was your little granddaughter? How would y'all feel, either one of you? If
All right,
Madeline was your granddaughter?
If I found out, right here, she's talking about Madeline the one day was like, oh yeah, I was sleeping with mom and dad and I rolled over and my leg was over Stephan's. And she's like, so that's what she's talking about. She's saying about the co-sleeping and that she had a talk with Jen and Stephan and told them it was not okay. And that they still would do it. But whenever Maddie slept over there, that she would make sure that Maddie slept with her. But I'm like, this is so dysfunctional. So it's like going from sleeping with Stephan to sleeping with some woman, Stephan's mom, that she doesn't even know. I just think it's wrong in so many different ways. And if I was the grandmother, I would probably have custody of Maddie.
So what kind of disorder do you think it'd be that she didn't want to sleep alone? What's up with that?
Trauma?
What sort, though?
Wait, Maddie?
Yeah.
She was being SA'd by Stephan.
No, I'm just saying, even before that, because even before he came into picture, didn't Jen say that she never wanted to sleep by herself, even as a baby?
So, okay, she said that, but then Jen gets married to a guy named Stephen when Maddie's young, and Stephen also has a daughter, and they lived at that house, and the daughters both had their own bedrooms, and they had a bedroom, and then the dad still lived there. Like Jen's dad still lived at the house. So Maddie had her own bedroom. And I think that Jen is just trying to normalize it a little bit more. And I'm sure that at some point she did want to sleep with her mom in bed, but I don't know. I don't know. But I think it's important for people to like listen to the parents, because you get it. Like, wait till you hear the dad says some words, like how Stephan says some of the most ridiculous things.
Did you, I know you, it sounds like you chastised them about sleeping in the same bed, but did you ever get a chance to sit down and talk to Stephan about that issue in more detail?
I didn't think I had to. I did not think I had to.
Well,
but I did bring Madeline in, and she stayed with me in my room anytime they came to visit.
Right. Yeah, you guys said that in one of your interviews that she was in. Was it both of you guys' bed, or was it?
No, we are what they call now sleep divorced. We have separate rooms because we can't sleep together. We love each other, absolutely.
She's insomniac and a night person. I'm a morning person, and
we both snore.
And so it would be the battle of the lumberjacks. And so, in order for both of us to get sleep, we sleep in separate rooms, and we sleep with the dogs.
We split the dogs up.
We call the bitches and bros. I get the boys, he gets the girls.
Oh my God!
And they provide warm comfort, and their
security.
So what about that?
Jamie, I was thinking earlier, sometimes we give people more the benefit of the doubt than they deserve. Like, if somebody's a 37-year-old man, we assume that they know right from wrong, that they know boundaries, that they know all kinds of things that they're supposed to know at that age. And we give them the benefit of the doubt. And I was even thinking about that with Koberger today. I don't know why I was thinking that, but so much has been said, and I'm not trying to switch cases here, but
what do
so
you
much
mean
has been.
What do you mean in his case? Like, how would that apply to him?
Well, I mean, to him, I would think that, his parents are talking like he should have known better. Like it shouldn't have been an issue. Like, what the hell is he doing?
Okay, so let's look into his family. So his mom, apparently, she wrote an op-ed in the paper, like their local paper or something, about Ted Bundy being executed. So she clearly had some sort of, I don't want to say obsession, but she had some interest in this type of thing, right? I've always been the believer of, I almost feel like to him, I said this before, I totally think with him, it's more of like, do you see me now? Like he wants to be seen. And now he's tied himself to these 4 people for the rest of his life. And the world sees him now. So I almost feel like this was like self-fulfilling for him. So, and if people don't know what I mean, it's like when he lost weight. Am I good enough now? When
I agree with you. I agree with you on that. But I was thinking along a different line. It's like, I was listening to Dr. G. I don't know if you ever watch him, but when he was doing
I'll check him out.
The body mechanics, he's an expert that specializes in body mechanics and facial stuff, and I was listening to him last night because
psychologist.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
He's a forensic
And
psychologist that majors in body language and shit.
Nice.
Yeah,
he
awesome.
Outlined when Brian got the traffic stop. I did a live last night on this, and what got me to thinking is Brian doesn't look like he's all there. Like, I mean, and I'm not saying that to be rude or anything. I'm just saying that
he seems detached.
when he seems off.
Detached is a good word. Detached is a good word.
Detached is
dissociated, like dissociated.
I mean, he seems slower than the average person. Like, you would not think that he's as smart as
damn near
people
mechanical.
make him to be. Yeah, like he's very stoic.
He did get into grad school and then into, you know what I mean? So he can't be like unintelligent.
But that goes with what you just said, though.
Detached
people are book smart. People are book smart. Doesn't mean that they're capable of living a life functioning with societal norms. You know
I
what I
agree
mean?
with
Like,
that. Yes, I agree with that if we were talking about the average person, but if he's the one that did this, which I think he is, then we're talking about somebody with antisocial personality disorder. So in that case, they wouldn't think the same way that you or I might think. You know what I mean? In that sense.
Yeah,
So,
people, and you see so many people trying to apply a normal functioning brain to the brain of a psychopath. Like, I
yeah.
wouldn't have done that. Well, you don't have the same brain that they have.
Well, the same thing with this guy,
What drives
how
you
long,
is not the same thing that drives them.
right? What took this guy so long to be exposed? He got to the point where something caused him to kill this young girl.
Man, the wheels were falling off. The girl was
and
getting old
I
enough to
also,
talk.
I think, I don't know if she was like, people, they're speculating about her being pregnant or something. My thing is, how do we know that even if she isn't pregnant, that when you're a kid and you're having sex, you often have pregnancy scares, right? So how do we know?
I don't think he was scared of her being pregnant at all. And I
No,
don't think she was.
not being scared, but like, what if she thought she was pregnant? So
No, he was going in the other door for a reason, and he had probably been doing it since she started her period.
Oh,
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, if he did it with Maddie,
Yes,
didn't he have
ma'am.
a history of this with somebody else?
No, that's what they're saying. They're saying there is no other link. So that's why I'm like so conflicted. Like, I don't know what it is. I don't know what his thing is yet. Like, I don't know, but he's a groomer.
Was
Like,
it a
so,
midlife crisis? Did she
no,
make
no,
him
no. He
feel
was always like this. Both of them have a personality disorder, which starts at birth and continues throughout life. So and I think that they both are narcissistic. I mean, they both are antisocial rather. But I think that I think they're both a good example of how you could have two sociopaths that are very different, but have similar thoughts as far as being anti-society and being
yeah, I
able to
get
get
it,
away with
Jamie.
stuff.
I get it.
Well,
Like, I've heard
and
of
another thing, they're both focused solely on their self to the point where they don't see anything happening with her.
right, exactly.
Or
Like,
each other,
I've heard
even
of
each
parents
other, as far as
smoking.
that goes.
I've heard of parents smoking and cooking meth with their little babies crawling around on the floor with the residue of the methamphetamine and think nothing of it. Letting the
Right.
baby, inhale all that smoke and fumes and all that harmful stuff and not be thinking about anything but what they're doing that's illegal. And
Yes,
that's what I guess.
anti-society.
Yes, exactly. And I get what you're saying. I mean, but how was he, for the lack of a better statement, how did he fall through the cracks all these years and then all of a sudden fall into this environment
Because
and then it exposed him? I
so
mean,
let me
was
tell
he
you what I think. I think that the parents are from upper middle class. They're upper middle class. All of his friends and stuff, the Stephan Sterns, if you listen to their stories, like they say that they like had money and stuff. And Stephan he wasn't an only child. He had a half brother. So his mom had a son that's 10 years older than Stephan, or maybe older than that. So because of the age difference, like the son apparently left when he was 18 to go to the military, and he just never like came back. He like enlisted and just stayed out, and he did good for himself. So Stephan, that he would have been 8 years old at that time. So he was raised pretty much as an only child. And I
Okay.
think that the mom, I think that this is going to be a stretch here. And again, I'm not diagnosing, but just by looking at some of the things, I think she has narcissistic tendencies at least. It might even be a personality disorder, but I think she definitely has narcissistic tendencies. And if you listen to like some of the friends' stories, you'll see, because a narcissistic parent is how they're different is they see themselves through you, where I don't see myself, like I don't see me in my kids. Like they're not a reflection of me directly. They're two people that were raised with morals and values that are going to make their own life choices based off the things that they learned. And if they make mistakes, they make mistakes, and that's a part of life. But if they make mistakes, I'm not going to, do like Stephan's mom, for example, allegedly paid off one of his roommates at one point because he got caught taking video of the boy's girlfriend. And like here, Stephan apparently accidentally uploaded the video to a shared file on the computer, and the roommate found it and like freaked out. And apparently the mom gave him like money not to, pretty much turn Stephan in. And that was like during his teenage years. So I think when you do that, you let the person gets away with things, right? So then it's easier to do things because you're less, and they do have anxiety. People with antisocial personality, they definitely have anxiety. So I think people get that wrong, but they express emotion differently than others. They learn how to be a chameleon, a lot of them. And like Stephan, for example, in a situation where a girl missing, you should be crying and being hysterical and blaming yourself because you're the one that dropped her off. And that's exactly what he did, because he is being a chameleon and mimicking what he thinks. And the dad at one point says, I think he said, Stephan called me and he said the exact same thing he said on the news that night. He said, I think he was trying to try it out on me first. And that's exactly what he was doing. I was like, that was very insightful. That's exactly what he was doing, because he wanted to see, because this is the thing, somebody that's a narcissist, they don't understand that we sometimes are like, you don't think we see through this? Like they think that we believe, or that we're going to believe something that might be so ridiculous. Does that make sense?
Some of them get duper's delight too. Have you ever seen a killer get duper's delight, where they think they've told you a lie and you believe it and they get a giggle about it?
Oh yeah. So that would be contempt. So in facial, it would just be a sign of contempt, and it's, I know a little bit more than you do. That makes me feel powerful.
Yeah.
And it's a micro expression, so
Yeah,
you
and,
can't stop yourself from doing it.
I saw that a lot with Karen Reed.
Yeah, I know all about that.
I noticed a lot of that with Karen Reed. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say whether she's guilty or innocent. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about her
I don't know the
mannerisms.
case enough.
I'm talking about her mannerisms.
But yeah, but a lot of that
Yeah,
is.
she looks very narcissistic. She is very self-centered looking. She's very
She's
plush.
exactly the type of person that would hit somebody in the snow and get so scared of the DUI with injuries charges, she runs home and tries to sober up and then come back and get him later. That's what kind of narcissist she is.
Is that the one with the guy that was at the friend's
she
house?
hit her. Yeah,
Didn't they say something about like that the dog might have attacked him or something?
That was not a dog bite. Yeah. If that dog bit
You
him,
know what,
it didn't have a lower jaw.
Brian could be writing to Karen Reed. They would make a perfect couple.
Oh,
that
Lord.
is too funny. But yeah, narcissists, they don't always realize
No,
that.
I think Karen would kick Brian's ass.
Yeah, for sure.
You're probably right. She seems like a very
She's the type that would wait until you laid your head down and went to sleep.
No, it would be like Love You to Death,
confidence.
or what's that movie where it's like where they're married? What is it? Is it what the hell's the name of that movie where they end up in the chandelier at the end?
War of the Roses.
Yeah, War of the Roses. Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
They would try to outsmart each other because they would both have to be the smartest person in the room.
But he's like a robot. I mean, I've met
He's
people
very
like that.
mechanical. I think you guys.
Yes,
I think he's like slightly autistic.
Like he's on the spectrum.
We just said that at the same time. We just said that at the same
like-
time, 12 gauge.
You know
I
what?
agree.
But you know what? The thing about that is, with the antisocial personality disorder, he would seem autistic because of that antisocial personality disorder. With people who are autistic, it's a block in their brain. It's not because they don't want to; it's they don't know how to. And both of them have that same symptom, so you can't say that it's autism.
So let me ask you, lady.
Like Elliot
Let me
Rogers.
ask you, lady, the question. Let me ask you, lady, the question, because I've asked this a million times with people in the chat, and nobody's really given me an answer. You know, and I've even got shit over it. Would you let this man come live in your house if he was let free?
No.
Hell no.
Why not?
Because I don't try, because if you've been accused of a crime, this is the thing. This is the difference between me and Jen Soto, because I care about my kid first. And I'm sorry if you've been accused of something, even if you've been found not guilty, the fact that you were even accused of it, like, I'm just going to try, like, I'm cool. Get a hotel room. I'll meet you tomorrow.
I mean, I'm with you on that too. It's like
she seemed like
they
she
just
was
don't
desperate for
accuse. They
company.
just don't accuse people out of the blue. It's not like they
There's
just.
some women out there. Well, some people. I'm not just going to put it towards say women in general, but we're speaking about a woman, so I'm going to say it. There's a lot of women out there who will forsake their kids just to keep that man in the house.
Exactly. You're right on that one, Truth.
And they will turn their head to shit. And it happens all the time.
I think in this case, though, like with Stearns, I think with Jen Soto, I think she was more like she was selfish. Like I
think she was one big walking brain fart, and
yes,
it was for her, and it was for her
selfish.
own, and it was for her own selfishness.
I also just remembered something. I believe, and this isn't allegedly, her mom had her make an LLC in 2021 or 2022. I'm going to have to look it up. And again, allegedly. And then the LLC fell through that year, and she was able to collect under the that COVID Act where if you have a business,
that PPA loan.
If we find that out, that's fucked up.
You don't think that Stephan played the protector of Jen and the daughter?
1,000%.
I think he tried to keep them away from any adult that could see through his bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. That's an abuser right there. That's an abuser.
Yes,
They tried to
isolate.
They tried to keep somebody away from anyone that could potentially help them get out
And
of it.
unfortunately for Jen, her dad left, and he goes around he got an RV type thing, and or a van life or whatever, and so he's out of the picture now. So I think she feels abandoned by him. And the mom, when she was a teenager, wanted to come back from college, and the mom was like, "Yeah, no, you can't come back here." So that she probably felt abandoned. So she probably feels so alone that she was like the perfect target. He didn't even really have to isolate her.
Like you, Jamie, you made a comment on our first live together when we were talking about this. You said he had broken up with Jen, met up with another lady, and he tried to do the same thing, but she didn't fall for it, and she saw through it.
Yeah, well, she didn't have a kid, but he said to her, she said, why don't you sleep over? And he was like, oh, I can't. I got to go to my friend Jen's or whatever. Her daughter, Madeline, needs she can't sleep unless someone's there. Like she has to cuddle or whatever he called it, cuddle time. Get the fuck out. Cuddle. The fuck. And my thing is
what would you say? What would you say
I
if you
am
were
just
that
so
lady?
curious to find out what kind of porn he was into.
Kids.
What would y'all say?
Well, I mean,
what
I
would
know
y'all say
kids,
if you were
but
single?
I wonder
if
if
y'all
he
were
tried
single.
that asphyxiation shit on her.
Wait, what do you mean? If I was single, about what?
If you were single and he would have said that to one of you, how would you have responded to him?
I would have said,
Go
ahead. See, you got us
said,
both
I'm
fired
gay.
up. So I would have that would have been the huge red flag. She did the right thing, but she says she looks back now and wishes she would have told somebody else.
Yeah, I wouldn't have been out with him anyway, but for obvious
Yeah, right.
reasons.
But this is the
I would
thing,
have
right?
been like, what the fuck? To
Yeah,
cuddle?
that's a red flag. If I've ever seen one, that's like a fucking boulder. So my thing is like, we have to see them for what they are when they happen. Like she
I mean, anybody can sit here in 2020 and hindsight, but these parents, these friends, the neighbors, all these people, for whatever reason, they didn't want to get involved.
Well, wait,
And I don't
12 gauge. I want you
understand
to pay
that.
attention. I want you to pay attention to her real quick and tell me if you think she's got narcissistic traits.
The great sleep mates. So, and of course, and if I'm not here, they all sleep with Debbie. And God forbid somebody try to come in the house, they're going to have 5 Doberman pinchers with hair on their ass going after them. They'll tear them a new one. So, warning, heads up.
Yeah, to all those YouTubers, we'll get into that too.
But Debbie did talk to Stephan and Madeline individually, and
together.
Yeah. So
They went in one ear and out the other because they didn't stop, but they never got to do it here. And I did not. And then we were chastised because we didn't allow them to vape in our home, and somehow they figured out that we don't smoke. We only drink occasionally. I can't turn down a margarita at a Mexican restaurant, and we don't do drugs. I don't even like doing prescribed drugs. That I don't take pain pills. I did the whole heart surgery on nothing but extra strength Tylenol. I can't take it. Some of it I'm allergic to. But they said we thought we were superior because of that. That's not true. That's our choice. But also my choice is I don't want cigarette smoke and marijuana smoke in my home. It makes me ill. I don't like the smell of it. I don't want to be around it.
It sounds like, Deborah, that Madeline occasionally was in your bed.
All right,
Did you guys have a close relationship with Madeline? Could you talk about that for a minute?
Yes, I taught her to crochet. We sat and did artwork together. We did projects. I was teaching her how to cook. She spent a lot of time with me when she wasn't in there watching movies with them. So we actually put Disney on our TV here so she could sit out in the family room with us while I thought we were giving Jen and Stephan alone time as a couple. I tried to be respectful of their space.
Yeah.
Taking on Madeline, but Madeline was an absolute joy. The girl was happy, precocious, smiling. She walked with a bounce. She was interested in everything. She giggled a lot. This is a horrible loss in the world. She's a child. She should still be here. She should still be here.
Now wait, watch how she recovers quickly.
You just described kind of the bright side of Madeline, that she was happy and giggled a lot. Did you ever, she was next to you in bed. Did you ever notice any distress?
No.
From her? Did you ever feel like maybe she wanted to talk to you about something she couldn't, or did you get any of that?
There was none of that. In fact, just the opposite. Stephan would be sitting on the sofa and she would go and sit on the arm of the sofa and break her arm around him and give him a kiss and tell him she loved him. And Madeline is the one that told me about the co-sleeping, not Stephan and not Jim. Madeline.
Wait a minute. Hold up. I got something to say.
Again.
Now, she's saying that as if there couldn't have been anything wrong.
And not only that, because if there was if there was something wrong, then it would be a reflection of her, and she's a bad person, and she's not.
Well, no, it ain't. It's not. I understand you're talking about her, but I'm talking about the situation.
I was being,
I know people who have abused their dog. Somebody could abuse their dog, and the dog is still going to walk up to them wagging their tail.
You're 1,000% right.
A kid is not that much different.
Wait till you hear this real quick.
It's a funny story. She says, I was in bed with Mom and Stephan, and when I woke up in the morning, my leg was draped over him, and she went, isn't that funny? I said, no, it's not. I don't find that funny.
So do you think that was Maddie, crying out? She said Maddie's the one that told her about the co-sleeping.
Well, Maddie did tell an older woman. It's not like she went and told the older guy about it.
Right, but it's Stephan's mom.
Yeah, right.
So Maddie said, isn't that funny? I think that was her way of seeing, is this normal?
Right.
And the mom says, no, that's not funny.
Yeah.
That's when I would have to talk with them. Because to me, I'm sorry, that sent up a big red flag.
Yeah. She said that in a playful manner, but not in a, you wouldn't see that as kind of a cry for help.
I did not see it as a cry for help. I found it to be disturbing to me on levels. So other than that, we had no recollection, we had no indication that anyway that something illicit was going on. Nothing.
Yeah. And when you told Stephan you shouldn't be co-sleeping with Madeline, he, as far as you could tell, he heard you. He said, okay.
He heard me. He and Jen both says, well, but she wants to be with us. And I knew no matter what I said to him, they're going to do what they're going to do anyway.
Right.
It was very obvious to me that they were not listening. They heard, but they're not comprehending, and they're not going to change.
You've mentioned that Stephan would often say one thing but do another, right? That you didn't know.
Oh yeah, modus operandi.
You didn't know what was true and what wasn't sometimes.
I mean,
He made it. He was a gaslighter. He could make you think things were one way when they were a total other way, and do it with such sincerity that you questioned yourself.
Interesting.
And when we got to figure that out,
bam,
things changed for him, and they didn't change for the good. And he was no longer a happy camper because we challenged him on everything. We came up missing money. We came up missing jewelry. Came up missing my deceased father's Rolex. And I know he took it, but he won't admit to it even now.
When did that start? Could you tell us a little bit about the line, when it started, and when when did he take the Rolex?
Isn't that crazy? But they're
he won't
definitely
admit to it because he doesn't ever want to be found out about anything. Period.
Period.
And that's a really good reason to kill a 13-year-old. What was she, 12 or 13?
She just turned 13 2 days before.
And you know what?
It started when he was a teenager.
If he did start going to the back door because she started her period, it was more than likely extremely painful.
Yes.
She probably started to resent him and avoid him because that's what he was doing to her then.
Yes, you're 1,000% right.
And that would make you want to tell on somebody for real.
Yes,
and
1,000%.
Or
say no at least. Like stop.
Exactly.
So wait, do you see how the parents explain him real quick?
Okay.
And little stuff, and then they got bigger and bigger as he got older. I mean, they never got the truth about anything. I mean, he wrecked his car and never got the true story in that. Something very similar to the incident of Maddie's disappearance. Coming up with something like that. When he called me that afternoon, second call that day. Flat tire, and listen to that BS. And boy, when you look at the images of that tire, I mean, there wasn't hardly any rubber left on that wheel whatsoever. And then they showed pictures of these chunks of rubber laying in the ground. And Stephan trying to explain to me that he had a flat tire and he was in the inside lane of a highway in a high density commercial district and he couldn't pull off the road. Again, it was a story that I didn't believe. And then getting a call 90 minutes later, less than 90 minutes later, about Maddie's disappearance. And I go, that's too coincidental. 2 events like that in a single afternoon. I don't believe in coincidences. Didn't believe that, but wanted to. I was there to support the story until it was different. And unfortunately, I found out a couple of days later, if I had seen that TV interview that they held the next day, my attitude and demeanor with him would have been considerably different than me making the trip to Orlando and helping he and Maddie out, or Jennifer out. For sure.
So it's even there, the dad doesn't want to take responsibility. He's saying that he didn't see, if he would have seen the news the night before. My thing is you didn't watch the news. I don't know. I just feel like that dad doesn't want to take responsibility either, but I feel bad for these parents too at the same time.
Police kicked everybody out of the townhouse.
Have you noticed something?
Quarantined it, ripped it off.
Stephan's parents' reaction and Madeline's mother's reaction are the same. They don't want to believe it. None of them do. He has bamboozled every damn one of them.
Oh my God.
And she just said he could make you believe anything.
So he even groomed his parents. Damn,
He's a mental manipulating motherfucker.
Big
Jesus.
They had no money. They had no place to go. He didn't want to go to the in-laws' house, of course, or to her mother's house. They got along like brother and water. But it was, Chris went there to get them into a hotel and to be there as emotional support for them for a missing child, not for anything else.
Not for an escape route or to hide them.
Nope.
You knew that Madeline was missing. You didn't know why. And you thought, I can give them a place to stay.
Yeah. And then, I wanted some quality time with them. Again, I just kicked myself for not seeing that TV interview because my conversation would have been
It was after you couldn't have seen it.
I know that, but the interview took place before I got up there. That's the thing, but I didn't find out about it till Friday, and it happened on Tuesday. But my conversation with him would have been very confrontational, and I wouldn't have been satisfied until I got the truth from him. When I questioned him as best as I could, now that he was in incarceration, obviously he couldn't give me the answers. The best he could come up with is that I wasn't able to think. Well, he was thinking a lot of other things and taking a lot of actions and doing a lot of things that obviously he was thinking. But again, that would be an appropriate response from Stephan because again, keep telling the lie. But the amount of time that I had from 2:15 Wednesday morning until 4 p.m., I spent a total of 35 minutes with him, and it was over 3 different occasions. First of all, find that he wasn't at the hotel that morning, and then to learn later that he had left that hotel, went to St. Cloud, went to Northport, and came back. And then, obviously, so exhausted he passed out in bed. Didn't see him again until 3 o'clock. And again, no time for conversations because now we're down in the lobby of the hotel, and he's now being escorted to supposedly a press conference, which there was a press conference, but he was immediately taken to the rear of the sheriff's department and put in a detention room, and later that evening arrested. Never had a chance to have a conversation with him.
Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? Yeah. So, but the dad says in one of the interviews, like in a different interview, he says, oh, I know what it was. The dad tells the police that he was on the computer that Saturday before he went there. And he was like really nervous that Saturday, like so much so that he asked the dad if the dad had anxiety medicine. And he was like, no. So the dad turns that computer over to the police, and here there was no hard drive in it. So the dad slips, kind of like he makes a Freudian slip and says, wow, he got rid of that hard drive. And then he sits there for a second and goes, too bad he didn't think about getting rid of his phone. And then he like catches himself and was like, I wouldn't but I was like, oh my gosh. So his dad was like, I wouldn't have liked if he would have done that, but I'm just saying. I was like, so like the dad pretty much, it's the same thing.
There was some issue about one YouTuber who called out Chris as a liar because he said he saw a picture on the phone.
Yeah, much later, I'm having a conversation again, thinking I'm having a private conversation with the deputies back in July. And, Jen that evening had provided some very graphic detail of the image. She told me in her story was that there was a group of photos that they had downloaded off of Stephan's phone. They wanted to show these images, this package of images to Jennifer. She said that she couldn't see them, but agreed to look at one. Then she shared with me in graphic detail what that image was. 5 months later, I'm thinking throughout that time that she had the opportunity to maybe grab a photo of that, and because once you describe that to me, I can't get it out of my mind. It becomes ingrained and printed, and I'm thinking that there's an image in my mind that I must have seen a photo, and instead of asking a question, I made a comment to the police, and then one of these YouTubers accused me of lying and making this stuff up, and it was really my bad. I apologize. I thought it was an image I saw when in fact it was a graphical image in my mind.
So what had happened was that he doesn't want Stephan to be like, this is his only child. the mom has another son. So I feel like the dad does feel like this is a reflection of his fathering. So maybe not of him, but of his fathering. So I feel like he tries to make a lot of excuses, but I do think that Stephan does groom them.
He feels like he failed and it got a kid killed.
Yes. That's exactly.
That's exactly how he feels.
That's
he hated that his son did that, and he's probably brokenhearted that his son did that, but he's even more brokenhearted because an innocent kid has lost their life to the hands of his son.
It's crazy, right?
And they seen the signs and they could have stopped it.
Right. And now they don't. And the YouTuber, so what he said was he wants to blame some of this on Jen. So, and the truth is that they didn't find anything on Jen's phone. They downloaded her phone too. She didn't delete anything. Stephan reset his phone twice, like factory reset it, and tried to say that he's not very tech friendly. And he was like avoiding an iOS update and a massive iOS update, and he accidentally reset the phone. So he was like trying to factory reset the phone. He did it twice, but they were still able to get the things from from the cloud. But the dad said to the police, and this could have been so damning. He said Jen showed him a picture of Maddie giving Stephan oral sex, and like that could have Jen could get the death penalty for it. You know what I mean? Like that wasn't cool. So the police, thank God, it was the cop that showed Jen the picture. And he said, wait a minute. He's like, are you talking about the picture that we showed her and whatever? And he said, oh, you guys showed her that? And he said, yeah. He said, there was no way. He's like, Jen didn't have her phone. So there was no way that, and there was no pictures on her phone. So, and the dad's like, oh, okay. So he does like try to correct the record, but not until he already told a ton of people that she showed him a picture of this as if she had it in like her cloud.
Right. Hey, I was going to ask you a question.
Yeah.
Because I'm not sure of the answer. Or if it depends on the state. In a capital, I know this is going to be capital murder. Was it going to be capital murder regardless of whether he meant to kill her during a sex act or not?
I would think so.
Because it would be felonious sexual assault on a child.
Oh, wait. The fact that she's a child already makes it capital. So whether it was an accident or not.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure how that went, because you hear about, these adults accidentally. And it really accidentally happening when adults try to do this stuff. Yes. You know what I mean?
Yep. So, and Florida, of all states, he like fucked up, man. He could get the DP just for essaying her.
Okay.
Can you believe that?
I was thinking, if let's say he didn't mean to kill her.
Right.
And he was doing the asphyxiation thing. And she died. When that happens between adults, sometimes it can be in, like a second degree or a manslaughter charge.
Well, the thing is that he's probably going to get life.
Since it's against a kid, it's capital murder regardless.
Regardless. And I think that he's going to wind up getting slammed for the first charge, which I think the first court thing is this February coming up.
Yeah, because I didn't know how that worked.
Yep. Let's listen to a couple more minutes and then maybe we'll go over to listen to 12 gauge. I feel bad. I don't want to. Are you tired?
No.
Oh, okay. Then let's listen. Let me know if you get tired.
I don't get tired.
I never get tired.
A photo. So I apologize for that. But again, you're dealing with this stuff 7-8 months ago. There's a lot of stuff going on that evening, especially, trying to gauge Jennifer's demeanor after learning that her daughter had been SA'd. If it was me, I'd be beating the crap out of somebody, whether I physically could or could not. And she was totally
Again, like we said, but you're not her. He said, if it were me, but you're not her.
composed and
Unemotional.
quite calm about the whole thing. It was just very strange.
I don't think
Another
Gage
one
is
on
going
this
to get
topic,
upset that I'm
there's a rumor out
supporting you
there
in your
about
show.
I appreciate
about there being SA in Stephan's background. I think some of the rumors involve you guys even. There's rumors about
Just me.
giving him explicit material. Again, I can't use terms because of YouTube, but what could you guys set the record straight on that?
You bet. Number one, it was, from what we heard, it's Hustler magazine, the nastiest magazine that was ever printed.
Yeah.
Home, I would never buy it, and I would certainly never give it to my child. I mean,
None of that material existed in our house, but I'm sure back then, that day and age, magazines tossed to the street in trash can. Somebody has it. Other kids bring it to school. Maybe they even try to sell it, but certainly that type of stuff circulated and what have you. Have no idea where he came in possession of this, but it was not provided by us, and there was never any physical abuse or sexual SA abuse at home. None of that. He was always provided a warm, loving, caring environment. So none of that's true.
Do you think there were any red flags in that area in terms of, I don't know, maybe some of the girls he was dating in high school, or did you see any
let's see.
red flags about any unusual sexual interests or problems?
His first girlfriend he had in California, he had a big crush on her. We met her, sweet girl. We left California when the state went batshit crazy, excuse my French, but hey, it's California. And we left there and came to Florida. At that age, your kids circulate through kids like people go through revolving doors. One kid comes in, hey, this is so-and-so, okay, and then you never see him again. There's a parade of those instances of what have you. One of the dogs, a friend of his came in, an acquaintance of his came in, and she didn't appreciate him. She let it be known too, kind of nipped him in the backside.
she wouldn't let him in the door.
Yeah.
She backed him up against the wall.
Not coming in.
And nipped him on the butt until he went out the door again. And we later found out this was the same friend of his that overdosed on heroin and died.
Oh.
There was another incident, and I don't think we've ever brought this up before.
So wait, did you hear that? Like, so in other words, they're saying, oh my God, that drives me bananas. And they ended it with, and that's his friend that the next year died of an overdose of heroin. So like, in other words, like she's trying to make it seem like Stephan was like a healer. And he was like, oh, that just drove me crazy.
Mm-hmm.
That just triggered me.
He was walking down the street with a couple of friends and his girlfriend, and this man was very inappropriate with them. And I'll let Chris tell you the rest of it. But
cat call or something, and there's
lewd cat call.
There was a shout out to him, and the truck spun around and came back. This guy unfolded himself out of the truck. It was that big, and physically started assaulting Stephan to the point that he was choking him to death.
Isn't that weird?
Coincidental to that, we had just come back from Sequoia National Forest. We went camping with the church group, and Stephan had a pocket knife in his pocket and stabbed the guy in the chest to defend himself. The guy was later arrested for physical assault, and Stephan defended himself, but didn't realize that he suffered PTSD from that. I didn't realize that until several years later that he was experiencing that.
He was haunted by it.
Yeah.
He was haunted.
What was the just to clarify? What was the trigger? What was the cause of that?
There was a very lewd remark made, and a shout back to the guys. And it turns out the guy was on meth, but a shout out to the guys that went driving by an FU or what have you. And they spun around and
they
came
flipped
back.
the bird. They flipped the bird. Now he spun the truck around and came after him.
And Stephan was the only one that was physically attacked. Karate or no karate, he couldn't get the guy off.
It seems like it's everybody else's fault.
Yes, poor Stephan. Poor Stephan.
Like
it's
everybody else's. It's everybody else's fault.
Everybody else's fault but Stephan's, not my Stephan. Oh my God, these parents are driving me nuts.
16, 17?
Maybe 16.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was a really thin guy back then. You know.
Was there
See him.
when you talk about the line that was starting during his early adolescent years, it sounds like did any of that become criminal behavior at all, or did he ever get disciplined for any antisocial or unusual problematic behavior at that age?
No, that's the thing. There was never any issues with him. You know, I guess a parent's greatest fear is that the kid becomes an alcoholic or a drug addict. I mean,
They're stuck in this drug addict thing.
In conversations with other friends or what have you, would tell me stories about not their kids per se, but other kids, and you know, it's tragic what happens with these kids. They get started in this stuff at such a young age. You know, and you know, there was an incident one time where we were gone for the afternoon and came home, and I went up the stairs, and Stephan was coming down the stairs, and I had to stop midway, and I go, "Whoa, time out! Oh my gosh!" I said, "Come here," and I said, "Have you been drinking?" And he just reeked of alcohol. Well, apparently he spent the afternoon sampling every alcohol that we had. Mm-hmm. And we soon got rid of all the alcohol in the house.
Doesn't hurt.
And believe it or not, he was heading out the door to take his friend home.
Oh my God.
What was his age? What was the age at that time?
17. It was just before California. So I don't know, 17. And
that was a bad decision.
Sent him to his room. I didn't see him for 2 days. He passed out, and I took the friend home who told me what had been going on that afternoon. But you know, that's the worst thing that we had experienced at that time.
Mm-hmm.
So when you have these incidents, did you guys sit down and kind of have a heart-to-heart with him at all? I mean, what was communication like between you guys?
Oh, we had open communication and dialogue with him all the time. What we didn't have from him was truth, or that if he was having a problem, he would come share it with us. He was very close and close-knit to himself. I mean, never came to us, very rarely, unless he needed money, you know, that he came to us with a problem. Hey, I got a problem. I mean, I felt and told Stephan that, why didn't you come to me with this problem that you experienced on Sunday evening or Monday morning, whatever this took place? Hey, I screwed up. Oh, okay. You know, because the first thing I would have suggested is I'm coming there, and then I'm going to take you to the police. You know, you got to turn yourself in. Let's be out in front of this. And I always told him to be out in front of this. The minute you've done something wrong, own it, fess up to it, and get out in front of it. And I guess he thought he was smarter than the average bear, what have you, because obviously if you look at the timelines and the sequence of the chronological narrative summary, what have you, it's like, how can he not realize that his trail was being followed?
So that's the thing. He just validated what I said earlier, that the narcissist, they don't realize too that, like, we can tell that you're lying. Like, there's certain things that, like, they think they're smarter or that they're going to get over on you, but it's like the dad saying, like, we didn't believe it, like, because we knew he was lying. The thing is, this is the very first interview.
Like they were never confrontational when he presented bullshit, though.
Exactly, which is probably why it was escalating. And they keep making excuses for him. You'll see, they just said about the money. They were like, unless it was for money, they said that he kept to himself and didn't tell them. That would be very antisocial behavior. Like,
well, I wonder, did the older brother molest the younger brother?
I'll have to look into that.
Well, I mean, you got to think about it. If it happened, let's hypothetically say, what if it happened? It would be on his juvenile record, and that would be a really good reason to go into the military. If you were coming out of juvenile.
Well, it wouldn't, just for people that are listening to know, that it wouldn't be unlikely for, it's not, all right, this is the thing. Most abused people, like most people that were SA'd in their life, will never go on to ever hurt anyone. However,
no, they won't. No,
the few that do, like the few perpetrators out, like the, smaller pool, most perpetrators are also have been victims. Does that make sense? So
Yes.
most perpetrators have been victimized, but most victims never become perpetrators.
Right.
That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
Do you want to hear
And
the next?
not all abused kids end up abusing their kids either.
Or end up on drugs. They keep talking about
Right.
drugs. And here Stephan was all like asking the dad for anxiety medicine the night before. It was almost like because it was prescription, the parents have like made it okay in their head.
Yeah, it was okay because it's prescription. I sent you
They
that
know everything he did.
documentary.
How could you?
I sent you that documentary on Shiny Encourager.
I'll watch it. Let's
Okay.
just watch a couple more minutes and then we
It'll be a good one for you to do a show on.
Technological,
I'll do it.
environment that we live in. Do you think you can get away with anything? You can't sneeze and not know that you've sneezed. I don't know how he thought he could get away with any of this. So our deepest desires to discover more about Stephan, learn from him. And we're going to kind of lean on you, John, to help us provide some clarity to Stephan. It's the son
handles this so well.
we didn't know versus what we did know about our son, and the complete opposite of one another. We feel blessed that we found you guys. You reached out to us and it gave us the opportunity to do a deep dive into your channel, and it was a welcome relief to see the professionalism.
I'll skip this part, but
what you
Dr.
guys
John does a great job.
different.
Dr. John
really
has to
does.
make sure he can't. Yeah, he
He
can't
can't be diagnosing anybody on stream, but he's sitting there taking notes and taking notes and taking notes.
And they said we're relying on you. Like that's that's not cool. Like he can't. Dr. John can't, and that's not healthy for them to be relying on you know what I mean? That's a lot of pressure.
Right.
But he does
It is.
handle it well. But I'm going to skip forward because I want to see if I think
I
there's
like
other
Dr. John and I like
he focused in on
Mercado.
it.
Me too.
He really
I
truly
like
excelled at that. And things that he did excel at, again, try to encourage him to assimilate, a normal flow of life. And there was almost always a disconnect. It had been a very frustrating experience for us to get him to assimilate into a normal life. We're getting on in our years. We're in our early 70s.
Yeah.
So you talked about communication was open, it sounds like, and you were able to talk to him about quite a bit, or at least when he was willing to talk. What about the emotional connection? How would you guys describe your emotional connection to your son when he was younger?
I thought it was very close and loving.
Yeah, it was really close up until the accident, and not that we changed, he changed. I mean, he was, if you show you photos of him, as a kid, I mean, he's running through the house on the tips of his toes and just a little speed demon, laughing and giggling all the time. Really a quite bubbly personality. I mean, we discovered very early on that if he was focused on something, forget about it. We were at a hotel one time, and he got the key to the refrigerator or bar in the room, and he was sitting there at the age of 3 with that key, and he was relentless in getting that key into that lock and unlocking that lock. But that's how focused he could be. But he was, we loved that kid to death, smothered him. What?
You didn't smother him.
Well, smothered him with love, whatever. But we there was never any denial of any outward affection from him and us, and even to this day, still a lot of outward display of love and affection. Nothing, as I said, ever gave us any clue or warning to his recently discovered behavior. I mean, this, like I said, this is a son that we don't know. It's not the son that we do know. So,
Debbie, you even homeschooled Stephan for a time, and that's actually been brought up in numerous conversations on YouTube as well. Do you want to share a little bit about why you chose to do that and what that was like?
Because it was a daily fight to get him out of bed, dressed, and out the door to go to school. It was a daily fight to get him to do his homework. We had several conferences with teachers, and even on the IEP, he was not progressing. So I talked to the principal of the school, and I said, "What can I do?" And she said, "Have you ever tried homeschooling?" And I said, "Well, no. Don't you have to have, a full college degree for that? Because I'm short a few credits. I don't have my degree yet." And she says, "No, you don't have to, because you are going to be supporting him, but he's going to be doing his classes with Florida Virtual School." So that's what happened. And we were able to get him up at 10 in the morning. It was easier. So maybe that's coddling him, but it was easier on me too, because I usually don't go to sleep until 2 or 3 in the morning. So, hey, I didn't have to be up at 6:30 in the morning to get him up. He was able to eat food, and we were able to take short breaks and progress at a rate that would interest him, because some stuff he could just speed through. English
so
language,
smart.
sentences, reading, history, science. He loved all of that, and he devoured it. Math, no.
Hates math.
Math for me, no. So I called it a tutor. You're usually good at one thing. If you're good on the historical, on the English side, you're usually not good on math. I'm not I don't have a linear brain. So I had to bring in a tutor. But he had to take his tests orally with a proctor over the phone, and I could not be in the room. And did I help him with his homework? Yep, I did. Don't most people help the kids with their homework?
No.
I didn't do it for him, but I helped him.
I wish you were my parent, because I never got help with homework.
No. Anyway, I also gave him courses that they weren't offering in school. We did marine biology. We did oceanography. We did stuff that he liked. He loved dinosaurs. We looked into that. So I feel like he got a better education at home.
Do you think that had anything to do with like his, I don't know how much you know about the case, but he's into like Tamagotchis and the like war hero games, the table games where like you
Oh yeah, he was into like what do they call it?
Oh, Digimons.
Magic, the Gathering and shit.
Yes, and like the Digimons, those little Johns that like you had to keep alive.
He liked all of the things that little kids like.
Yes, and she's like, he liked dinosaurs, like so it allowed us to.
He didn't want to grow up. I
And
believe his first attraction to a little girl, and he just stayed attracted to little girls when he grew up.
Well, that is true. But the mom like gives us a little insight too, because she said, and it worked out for me too, because I'm a night owl. So I didn't have to get up at 6 a.m. either. Like, what? Like, where's your priorities?
That he got in school, he didn't have the distractions. He could concentrate on his work. He wasn't distracting the kids around him, and it was a frustrating teacher.
Rationalization, folks.
But when he described his algebra teacher to me as a woman who stood at the blackboard with her back to the class, talked to the backboard while doing, combinations up on the board, doing algebraic expressions, and they couldn't understand her, couldn't hear her, and she never helped anybody do anything. And I said, why is he even here?
Oh my God.
You were still allowed to participate.
Could you imagine if you were his math teacher that the mom just said that? That was rude.
With the school, because you were still basically enrolled with the school. So he still got to go to prom. He still got to go to graduation. He walked and got his diploma.
Got the cap and gown and the whole thing.
Yep.
What was he? So was he in the virtual program throughout the entirety of high school, or just a few years? What was the
2.5 years in high school?
Okay. And you mentioned earlier that he tended to be a bit solitary. Was that after high school, or was he a bit of a solitary person in high school as well?
Yes, he had his cadre of close friends. He didn't have a huge group of friends. He had 4 or 5 close friends, and that was all he wanted in his life.
Okay, so for anybody out there watching this, it's better to have 4 or 5 close friends than to have 40 acquaintances.
Just his little circle of friends. He was not a social butterfly.
He was a failure to launch.
And do you think that the accident had something to do with that?
I think so. He was quite gregarious beforehand. He would run. He would go and knock on people's doors and say, "Do you have somebody my age that I can play with?"
That's weird.
He would introduce himself to people. He would run around and walk.
That's weird. And did you notice she said, "Do you have people my age to play with?" They keep making excuses for him, but they keep talking about the accident. I must have fast forwarded that part. So at one point when he was 8, he was playing. Him and his friend were playing on the ground, and somebody got into their pickup truck, and they backed up, and the pickup truck like hit the back of his head, and then the guy like realized that he like hit the kid and pulled forward, so it like hit him in the front of his head, like so they're saying that he has a traumatic brain injury. However, they're trying to get his records, and the hospital has no record of him. And they also said that he was treated in the ER, so it wasn't like he went to like a concussion center. So like, are they just trying to make more excuses? It's like, if it's not like, if you're not going to believe this, will you believe this? Will you believe this? Just know that we have nothing to do with it. It wasn't us. That's crazy. You could hang up whenever you want. I don't want you to feel like you have to be here.
No, I'm writing you something. I'm listening.
I
on his
appreciate
bicycle, looking to see if there were any games he could join in. And he did do kickball and stuff like that, and he went fishing, taught him to fish. I was the fisherman, not him. I kind of was more of an outdoorsy person because of the horses, and I also got Stephan a horse. He wanted a horse, he got a horse, but he had to promise to work with me in the barn. And that meant cleaning, shoveling poop, bringing shavings in, hauling hay with me, going and picking up more shavings, which all the kids loved that because they got to ride in the pickup truck on top of all the shavings. But, and now people are saying that sounds like this the worst thing I could ever do is to have him actually work to support his horse and to help me because I was having some physical problems from these surgeries I had on my feet.
Nobody's saying that.
So there was some things that I just couldn't do. But he loved running out at night. He would just grab a hunk of mane, hop on their bareback, and they just run around the pasture. Every night we went out together and gave the horses peppermint candy before we went to bed. So it was to me, that was an ideal life. He was able to go into the woods and go fishing, catch frogs, catch lizards, catch snakes.
I'm you guys are helping me kind of develop a picture of your son, and the more you talk about him, obviously, correct me if I'm wrong here, but it feels to some extent like your son was very childlike in a way. Like it's almost like with his interest in games as an adult and the solitary pursuits, it almost sounds like he really struggled to grow up.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. And I will also say he's a narcissist.
Oh, okay. Yeah, listen to
it.
It
was all about Stephan. When Stephan wanted something, Stephan wanted it then. He didn't want to wait. He didn't want to wait for Christmas. He didn't want to wait for his birthday. It was now, and he would throw a fit. And that was hard. That was hard on us. It was harder on him because we didn't get into it.
Now,
even when he was younger, he would teenage years. He never grew out of that.
No. Kept waiting for. It seemed like there was a disconnect. You were like kind of this close, and all you needed to do is make this connection. And it's like,
John, he had no impulse control.
Yeah.
Really, if he wanted to do it, he did it. And then he paid the consequences later. He got put on restrictions. He had his car taken away. At one point, I went in and stripped his room of everything that he had because he had gone for 6 weeks without cleaning his room, and I had begged him for 6 weeks, please clean your room, or I'll come in and do it. No, I'll do it myself. Okay. Well, finally, I went in there and I took his wallet, I took his car keys, I went out and took the tags off of his car, and I told him, you were grounded. Period, until that gets done. And his friends were laughing their butts off at him, saying, you just got jacked by your mom. So get in there and clean the closet and clean up your room, which he finally did because of his friends, not because of me.
Yeah.
Because you.
So it's like
it was always, I'll do it, and never got done.
Yeah, it's
tomorrow. Everything's more convenient tomorrow.
Everything was a procrastination, unless he wanted something, and then he was Johnny on the spot to do it.
Tell me about his friends. What were they like?
What was what?
Tell me about his friends. What were they like?
Well, so we were never very approving of them because you're the sum of the 5 people and these kids were not very motivated.
They had their own family issues, and a lot of them came and stayed with us when they were on the outs with their parents.
They had they seemed to be more interested in drugs, alcohol, partying, sleeping, and just sex. And not doing anything. And I grew up differently from that. I was blessed to have a good circle of friends. The same, but how he seemed to gravitate toward these people that weren't a good influence for him, which is why we disapproved of Jen because again she was not a good influence for him. But that's what he seemed to gravitate to. And we did
What do you think drew him to those types of people? Do you have any thoughts about that?
I do. We used to call it the wounded bird syndrome. He needed somebody he could coddle and protect. And he did that. And he treated those girls very, very well.
That's what they do to him.
From what I heard and saw. I wasn't with him in the bedroom. I wasn't with him when he was doing whatever he was doing. And I didn't want to be. So.
What?
I think he just felt so. His self-esteem was very low that maybe he just gravitated, didn't feel that he was worthy of somebody equal to him, greater than him. You're always better off, I think, associating with people that are smarter, have more to offer than somebody certainly beneath you because they're just going to drag you down.
That's fucked up.
There was in this most
So
recent
wait, I don't
interview
know.
with
I feel
Jennifer.
like Dad says it coming up right here, but he says, and this is a connection to Idaho, I think, not a connection, but he goes, where I grew up, he's like, I hung out with the show, like the rich people. He's like, the show walkers. What's that one kid's name from Idaho?
Showalter.
Yeah, he's like, I grew up and I hung out with the show wall. Like he name drops a few people, and that was one of the names. And I'm like, oh damn, maybe they are like have money and shit.
Well, even if they do have money and shit, you see how much money saved Murdaugh, don't you? I don't think Jack had anything to do with that at all. I think wouldn't Jack Showalter the Kaylee's boyfriend?
No, I don't either. I just remember, I'm like, oh my God, the show Walter. I remember them saying that like his family has all this money.
Oh, right.
So when he said I hung out with like prestigious people that were above me, he not below me, like Stephan, like, and he's like bad mouthing people below him. Like, and he's like, why would you hang out with
he's talking like a dad that has a son that didn't live up to his fucking expectations.
Preach.
That's what he sounds like.
Preach.
Sounds like he wanted him to try harder to be better.
Yeah, but the thing is, it seems like he wanted more than he helped create. Like you have to put time into that.
Right. Well,
like
I mean,
my girls are good because me and my husband like.
Yeah, but you know that there's a lot of very successful people that had dads just like him, though. You know.
Yeah.
And he probably expected.
Yeah, but I feel like you probably usually have like in that situation, like the mom or whatever would balance it out. Where a lot of the friends in their interviews of the mom say that she was like she screamed all the time at him and like was unhappy and
Well, it seems to me like he would not be the type of man to make excuses. Like he wouldn't try to mind fuck himself in order to believe his son.
No, I do. I respect the dad.
But she seems like she kind of would. Either that or she would ignore it and pretend it never happened.
Yes, that's exactly, you said that so well. And the dad was at one point, he was a cop.
I don't know what kind of personalities you would call that, but it just seems like that with those two type of parents, it was very easy for him to get away with shit. And when he couldn't get away with shit, they still ignored it.
Mm-hmm. And I think the dad worked a lot and he probably felt guilty for working a lot. So he probably gave Stephan more and like the mom said, he wanted a horse. He got it.
Well, that's true. I mean,
entitlement.
Well,
Channel.
You know, some kids, some
mentioned
parents buy their kids love
his previous relationship
because they don't have time.
Mm-hmm. You're right.
Relationships, and she mentioned a possible younger girlfriend in high school. Do you know about that? She said that Stephan would have been graduating later, so he would have been like 19 or 20, and she might have been 15. I think that was said in the interview, but that's not accurate.
He graduated on time. He graduated at 17.
Okay.
I'm not sure who she's referred to. We have seen in some other
oh my God
with YouTube.
You just got validated right there. So she asked the question about the younger girl and the mom says, no, he graduated at 17. No, that never happened. And the dad says, I know the girl that they're referring to. So you're right. Like the dad holds him accountable and the mom makes excuses.
About the possibility of somebody younger, maybe underage. There's a possibility, Debbie and I don't recall. We might have met her
Can you
once.
imagine the shit that he got into that his mom didn't tell his dad about?
Yes, that's what I mean. So I believe
because there's probably a hell of a lot more to what happened in his childhood growing up than what his dad can comment on because he don't know about it.
Yeah.
You know, there's no telling what his mom has caught him doing or found out that he's doing, and she's keeping
apparently
a tight lip about it.
She found a blow up, like the torso of a blow up doll in his bedroom, like when this all happened. And I think she thought it was Maddie's at first. So, but then she came to realize it was a blow up doll. But I'm like, who does that? Like, why wouldn't you deflate that and put that in your drawer?
or throw it away.
Wait, but why do you have the torso? Where's the rest?
Oh,
Do they
there's some
make
of
just
those. Some of those yeah. Some of them are just torsos.
They're like, you don't even got to deal with the legs and the head.
Yeah,
Like,
right. You don't have to deal with the legs.
Stop it. I can't believe that. I mean, I can believe it, but that's crazy.
They make them like they feel like flesh.
Oh, I need to
They're
look
like
it up.
they're like made of like that ballistics jelly type shit.
No, did you ever see like those for real babies, like the ones where like it takes like a long time to make them?
No, but I saw those damn they're sex dolls, but they're lifelike sex dolls. They were started making them in China to curb men's pedophilia.
Oh my God.
They would make them in certain age groups that was preferable to that particular pedo.
Wait, did they ever do any research? Did it like what?
They let them. No, they wanted to curb them actually attacking children.
Well,
was
did
the
it
whole
work?
point of it. I have no idea, but now they sell them for like $5,000.
Stop. Well, they make
No,
babies
my
like that
goodness.
too. It's the same thing. And they make it so that the baby's like lifelike. And there's people though that like they get these dolls and they like you'll have to look it up. It's crazy. I'll have to look it up and send you like a clip of something. Like it's just so creepy. I can't even. It's crazy.
Through one time, but I've seen some information out there about this person, and I think one of Stephan's friends alluded to it in a conversation on another YouTube about a younger girl. But
So they're admitting that
I
his friend, they are
only
his
assumed
friends.
that it was an acquaintance and that there wasn't any type of relationship. And again, later, from what I'm seeing from the information I've seen out there, that there was never, to my understanding, there was never a relationship there. But we were made aware that this person was younger than what she appeared to be.
In the last few months, never then. But the other thing is do most parents stop their girlfriends at the door and say, excuse me, do you have ID and how old are you? The only thing I remember of her was Stephan coming in and saying, hi, this is so-and-so. I can't even remember her name. That's horrible.
That's like I said, it's just a parade of people.
We're going to go up and watch some TV. Is that okay? Yeah, sure. Would you like some snacks? Get you some Cokes, chips, whatever, go up with you. And that was it. She came back down. She wasn't adjusting her hair. She wasn't adjusting her clothes. I don't think they were up there having sex. They were just visiting. And it was only like a 45-minute visit. So
that's weird that
who
you
knows?
said that.
Right.
No. And I never questioned anybody. The other girls that he was with, he was in school with at the time, so they were his age.
Yeah.
I was going to ask that. Were most of his friends his age, or was he drawn to younger friends?
They were all his age.
As far as we know.
As far as you know.
Okay. Yeah.
It's also been mentioned, and I guess this goes back to John's question about him being childlike, Pokemon cards and some toys as an adult. Was that an interest of his? Was it toys or was it simply Pokemon or?
No, the Pokemon died when we were in Windermere.
Oh no, Pokemon, it's obviously it's a big cult. It's a collection now.
Yeah, it is.
It had told me fairly recently that it had become a big thing. Stephan was big into that at the height of Pokemon. But he said that the cards have a higher value now, and that there's a cult out there that collects this stuff, and it lives. He's always into the latest and greatest of toys. And my God, being exposed to all the toys available at Disney, forget about it. Oh my gosh, he was
Star Wars.
What are those?
Kimagachis.
Thank you. Those things. He had a collection of those. I don't know. Unbelievable. Lightsabers. Boy, you could come to, forget about coming to the house. You could get your head lasered off. Lightsabers all over the place.
Oh my God. He's a 37-year-old man and he has Star Wars lightsaber, whatever, all over. He's collecting them. That's not how much of this, I don't know. If my daughter, I don't know, if your kid collected all kid stuff, it was just it wasn't just that it was just Pokemon or just whatever. It was the fact that it was all that stuff, like lightsabers. He had a million lightsabers. What do you need that for? That's just odd behavior, isn't it? I don't know.
Absolutely.
Odd behavior.
And spend all this money on that. It's like, hey, but we're not taking care of your car.
Right.
So we're
did.
talking lightsabers as a 37-year-old, not
Oh, go
16.
John.
Correct.
Well, both.
Both. Okay.
Yeah.
Never got over it.
Gotcha. Okay.
Maintaining.
But yeah, it's odd to me that a 37-year-old man would buy one of those, what is it, that the white helmets on the bad guys.
Oh,
Star
no,
Wars
we
helmet,
didn't.
whatever.
And
the-
glove, whatever the glove was that.
Well, listen, you've got these guys that are just into this stuff and they just collect this stuff, and he obviously had a fetish for it. What can I say?
That was a weird one.
John, do you have any more questions about Stephan growing up or these types of?
Do you see that this?
Yeah.
See the disconnect? How we were just never able to just get him to assimilate into adulthood, and said, hey, draw the line in the sand, step over the line, and now we're an adult. Leave this behind, or just visit it every now. But the focus is being an adult. I kept waiting for that shoe to drop, and it just never got there.
The other thing that we were chastised for apparently was allowing him to have a firearm. That was brought up, and that was for his 25th birthday?
No, 21st birthday. He was
21 was the tattoo.
Again, he was.
He bought him a
robbed at
tattoo
gunpoint
first
at
21st
18.
birthday.
And he swore up and down that when he became legal age, he was going to be able to defend himself. So when that happened, I immediately joined him, and I hired a former Black Ops guy. We spent 40 hours, Stephan and myself, with this instructor for 40 hours doing
Not all at one time.
right one-to-one training with him.
Did competitions?
Yeah, we participated in competition. He was very responsible with that. Taught me a lot because he invested time in educating himself about firearms and what have you.
Wait, it seems like they go over and like, if you're interested in firearms or whatever, okay, go to the gun range, but like, you have to hire like a Black Ops. I don't know. That seems like a bit
He
much.
does. It does seem like they went a little bit overboard once he found interest in something or wanted to do something.
Seriously, like, yes, I agree. Like, and it's like failure.
Just like
of
she
one.
went overboard and ignoring his bullshit,
And even
not
with the
telling
horse,
his
it's
dad
like
about it.
But even with the horse, it's like, okay, no, we have a dog. Like, we could go visit a horse. Like, I don't know. I feel like.
It's not. Let's go to a state park and rent some horses and go on a trail ride. Let's go buy.
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, that is kind of weird.
It was a method for me to bond with him because I wasn't going to hang out in the Star Wars arena. I wasn't going to get caught up in Gamagachis. I wasn't going to be doing that with him.
I think they provided a life that was so
We
cushy
did go and participate.
that he knew he wouldn't be able to afford a life like that if he was living on his own.
Well, he didn't live on his own. He still lived there.
Well, that's what I mean. That's why he probably never flew, left the nest.
Crazy.
You know what I mean?
Competing in gun competitions, and it was fun. It was a bonding opportunity, and that's why I got involved with it.
Lauren, to answer your question, I did have another.
He's the boy that never grew up.
The accident, you guys mentioned that you thought there were symptoms of PTSD. It sounds like maybe there could have been some depression too. I'm not quite sure, but
Yes, completely.
Did you guys ever consider, or did you get him into counseling, or did you try to get any help for him at any point?
Well, he, as an adult, he was in counseling and
years.
Yeah, for years. So I don't know. Obviously, we're not privy to what was personal, what have you. But
no, I'm not. I'm not faulting you. I think I'm just more interested in whether I guess part of my question is whether you thought that his problems rose to the level of seeking help, or do you feel like they were kind of under that bar still?
I felt like
a child.
I thought they were under the bar. I never thought that, oh my God, he's so bad, we need to go and get him help. Let's go put him in a hospital somewhere.
No, it was nothing like that.
Oh my God, did you just see that? So when Dr. John asked, did he go to counseling, they were like, yeah, he goes still, da 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 da. And then he said, he rewords it and says, no, I'm asking because I wondered, like, did you guys miss a sign pretty much? So that just proves right there that it's about them and how they're being perceived as opposed to the truth. because they then flip and say, oh yeah, like we didn't think that it rose to the level. But 2 minutes ago, they said, oh yeah, he was in therapy. Like, so when John reworded it, that was amazing. Do you know what I mean? Did you catch that?
Yeah, he's Dr. John's got them pegged already.
That was a great question.
Again, the son we knew versus the son we now know, two different people. Yeah.
Yeah. And when he did get counseling as an adult, do you know anything about that? Do you know like what age and how long, or did he talk about that with you guys at all?
He was still going through it up to 3 months before he was incarcerated. He was with counseling for years.
Yeah.
It was something he sought out voluntarily, or
yeah.
I think he did it because he wanted to get a marijuana.
There you go. Bingo.
Okay. So in other words, that would imply that the reason he was going was for symptoms of trauma.
We don't know. We don't know.
He
have you
felt like
noticed
he
that
needed
psychopaths don't do shit?
I don't know, for anxiety, depression.
He had anxiety.
Unless the motive is benefiting them in some kind of way.
John, he didn't want to. He didn't want to attempt.
It wouldn't let me. That was so weird. It wasn't pausing. What did you say?
I said psychopaths don't ever do anything unless the motive is to benefit them.
1,000%. But do you see that?
They don't ever do anything out of. You don't ever see them doing anything out of the kindness of their heart.
Nope.
And if they do, it's just for show.
Or it's a way to to bond with the dad so that he could later ask him for money.
Yeah, and with friends, it's like I'm pre-doing you a favor, so when I ask you, when you can't say no.
That's so right.
They're the way they manipulate is so slick.
And even the way that they were able to be manipulated. So like the way Dr. John.
That's what I'm saying. He was slick about it.
Yeah, but even the parents in this interview, like the way Dr. John worded the same question, and they answered two totally different ways based on the way John made it seem like they would be perceived. They're worried about how others are going to perceive them, which in one sense is sad, but in another sense is like, where did we drop the ball here?
Well, it just goes to show that at least the father feels guilt, a tremendous amount of guilt.
And really the mom feels like she wants to blame it on someone else.
Well, she has the same kind of personality like her son. It was always somebody else's fault with him too.
Yes, it is. Oh my God, great connection. We work well together.
To do something unless he thought he could do it well. It was hard to get him to take that first step to try something new.
Okay. So it sounds like he was also a bit of a perfectionist.
Self-perfectionist and a perfectionist with everybody else around him. He was, I think he was an emotional bully.
Could you say more about that?
Well, because I think he wanted people to rise to his level when they're talking, if they're talking and they're not making sense to him, he would say something about it.
And that was pure self-projection.
Stephan had an IQ that bordered on genius. Seriously, I'm not saying that because I'm his mother. I'm saying he was tested. He was very high IQ, but the functionality level that he had with that IQ was not there. It didn't match.
Look, she just validated you. She just validated what you said. You said that he.
Well, I'm not thinking anything any different than you were, and that Dr. John probably saying the same shit.
Yeah, but the fact that he was smart, book smart, but he wasn't what he couldn't function type thing. Like that's what the mom's saying here. But the mom's saying he's a genius.
He was functioning fine enough to manipulate the hell out of his parents and everybody else around him.
Yes. Yes. Yep.
And he has so much of her in him as far as they're alike in a lot of ways.
I see that too.
Because you got to figure if his dad was working all the time, the only person he really spent time with was his mom.
Absolutely.
So he's taken on a couple of her personality traits.
Hmm.
And if he's book smart, he probably got that from his dad.
That's right. Because they're so into how they're perceived by others, that's why he focuses on trying, like, and again, people, somebody that's like narcissistic or whatever will sometimes, or antisocial rather, will sometimes they're like chameleons. Like they know to look sad at a funeral or to like be happy at this point, or like, you know,
Well,
like,
the dad seems to me like to be the type of man where he was always striving to be better.
yes,
It's not that he's conceited or looks down his nose at everybody else. It's just he's always strived to be better or up there and mingle with the people that he
agree.
admired.
And he doesn't understand why his son didn't do the same thing.
Right.
And again, it's because his son is not him. We're really good at this.
Become almost expertise in anything.
Well, you've
Once
got
you
a lot of
get deep
training.
dive into
You know, he could be an
He just
expert
became-
at anything.
Unfortunately,
Yeah, so do
nothing
you.
that he
You have a lot of
went to find a
experience.
job with interested him. So
Yeah. Was that testing done, by the way, as a consequence of the TBI, or was it? Let me back up a little bit. That after his his accident and the traumatic brain injury, and I guess I should say what a TBI. I guess we haven't defined TBI. Maybe some people at this point don't even know what the TBI stands for. Traumatic brain injury. So in other words, it would be, in simplistic terms, it would be potential brain damage.
yes,
So was he? Could you talk a little bit more about the aftermath of that? Was he hospitalized for a period of time?
Nope.
no, they treated him, kept him for a couple of hours, did a bunch.
How old was he when this happened?
X-rays, did an MRI.
Okay.
Him home.
Wait, what happened?
Do we know how old he was when this happened? We're talking about a 8. Well,
I think
he
it was at
attracted?
8.
Is he attracted to 8-year-old, 9-year-old, and 10-year-old little girls?
Yeah, he is.
What if the
Brain
TBI
stopped maturing at that age.
brain exactly like his
And so
attraction?
therefore it might be more of the jealousy. Remember earlier when I said it would be one or the other, not both, because like it's almost hard to have both. Like either you don't like the person and they aged out, or you're that childlike brain type thing and you feel jealousy and rage because you can't have the girl at the end. That's crazy.
Well, I mean, it sounds to me like it could have been both if his brain was stuck on, if his brain was stuck on being attracted to certain age girls, let's say 12 and under.
Oh, wait, I see what
Between
you're saying.
12
so
and
like
8,
as she got older.
He was also mad at her because she's growing older.
Yes.
What if you're in love with somebody and the older they get, the less you're attracted to them, but you're still in love with them?
Yeah.
And then you think they're going to tell on you.
Yes.
And he starts freaking out like a kid thinking he's about to get in trouble.
Yep.
I mean,
and
there's
then
a lot
she
of
starts Ged. Finish what you were saying. No, you're right on. I'm saying like you're so right.
Do you remember that case of that kid that the little girl came over to his house and they were playing ball and he drilled her in the head with a line drive and it knocked her out. And he went ahead and went on and beat her to death because he was scared. This was the way this kid rationalized. He was so scared of his dad because he wasn't supposed to have company. And she got hurt over at his house. He hit her in the head with a ball bat and killed her and then hid her under the bed.
Oh my God.
And yeah, they were looking for her everywhere. And he even participated in looking for her.
Didn't it start to smell?
Yeah. And his mom found her.
Wow.
So I'm wondering if his brain is stuck like that in that, like kind of that age.
I wonder if there's a way to figure it out.
Yeah. I mean, they can do MRIs and find out if his brain's really fucked up or not.
That is true.
Because
But, there's a lot of questions to this one of the whys.
There so is, and I like that we watch this because we're getting to see.
Well, everything we're saying is speculation. It's just trying to figure out the whys.
No, absolutely, it's speculation, but it also shows human behavior and how certain behaviors or like certain things that you do, how they could lead to other things. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and you know, the whys and hows have always captivated me when it comes to cases.
It does with everybody because it's a phenomenon that we all like strive to not all, but a lot of us strive to understand.
So
Because if
there's
you could
there's a
understand,
lot of different ways his brain could be screwed up.
that is true, and I think he was using too.
Wow.
Actually, I think they offered to keep him overnight, but I wanted him to come home. I would rather be home than in a hospital exposed to a lot of germs.
They said that
I'm
they wanted to keep him overnight, but she took him home. So it wasn't
I
even
ended up
that
having to
bad
take him to a
that he.
chiropractor to get him to walk straight again.
That's
He
the
was
only
walking on a
thing.
cane for over a month.
Wow.
Okay.
So he walked in there on a cane. He walked out twirling it around like, Groucho Marx. So it worked. But the car had run over his pelvis and his low back when it hit both times. So he got double squatted.
Did you notice any memory loss from after the accident?
Yes, I did. He couldn't recall things easily. We would have to sit down and refresh his memory on some things that happened. He would look at pictures and he would say, where was this taken? When was this? So yes, he lost a chunk of memory.
So that was bad enough to lose memory. It's bad enough to cause some kind of brain damage.
The neuro test.
Yeah, but how do we know that that's like?
We don't. I mean, we never will.
Yeah,
it's one of those whys or hows we're not going to.
Like I feel like I have to go back and listen like later on when I'm like laying down going to bed. I'll listen to one of his friends. I think when Gray Hughes investigates, he has like a video of it's like one video, but it's like all of the interviews of Stephan's friends, and it's just the audio. It's no video, it's just audio, but there's like similar themes there. And I remember I watched it like right when it all started. And I think it would be interesting from everything that I've like talked about now to go back and re-listen to that to see like what the friends say, because I feel like the friends have a different understanding or a different view. And
either that or they were just as bamboozled as these parents. And if that's the case, we're talking about somebody that's extremely manipulative.
Well, what I'll do is like we'll make another thing for a live. We'll try to finish this out if you want real quick, like the video, because we're almost at the end. But then maybe we could do another live where I'll like look, and even if you want to look, and we could pick out, instead of like listening to the whole 4-hour thing type thing, we could pick out different chunks of what the friends say that's relevant to the parents, because I think it's really important. And then we could do it with the Brian Kohlberger case too, and try to. But I think there's more.
I'd really like for you to cover that Cheyenne Kersher case, because there's some on it, but there's not a lot of people that's covered it.
Is it new?
No, it's just something that's good. I mean, this has got like interviews and interrogations, and when he was leading them into the woods, and yeah, I mean, it's a really good documentary.
You would have to send me
I did. I sent it to you.
Yeah, send it to me. I'll watch it.
I did. I sent it to you.
Oh, you did?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'll look for it. All right.
The neuropsychological testing, was that done later to kind of assess?
That was that was because of the school system.
Oh.
They highlighted him as they thought potential ADHD. And we ended up going through a doctor then who evaluated him, gave him all kinds of tests and everything, and found that yes, he is ADHD, and he wasn't before. He was very focused before. I mean, the kid was laser focused on things. After that, he couldn't keep a conversation going, or he would.
ADHD
he would know
does
what
not
you were going
start
to
from
say.
an accident.
He could project out what you were going to say, and he would start answering what you were going to be talking about in 5 minutes before you ever got to it. And it drove his teachers bananas.
Oh, it made him psychic.
Gotcha. And so I presume that whoever did the testing knew about the
No, he could
brain
read
injury.
people
Yes,
because
they
he's
had all
a
the
fucking
records.
psychopath.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Interesting. That would be an
You have to
interesting
know how to
report
read
to
people
read
in
for
order
sure.
to manipulate
I
them.
wish I could find it.
Dumbasses.
I can't. As we move
Well,
on,
this is
I don't know
the
if it
thing,
can be
though,
buried
not really,
somewhere.
because with manipulation and a psychopath, it's easier for them to do that because they lack guilt and remorse. So because they don't feel guilty or remorseful about the situation.
Yeah, but they need to know they need to know how their victim's going to react to the certain things they say in order to manipulate them. Though they have to know how to read them.
Yes, I see what you're saying. I think
Yeah, it would. Yeah,
I know
well,
what you mean.
But
at the same time, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this. That's why I think I'm drawn to this like case too, because I feel like every time I feel like I have him figured out, I don't have him. Like I think something
that
else.
was him. That was him learning how to read people and manipulating. He was thinking he was playing chess when they was playing checkers.
Yep.
As far as reading them to learn how to manipulate people.
Yes, and then also I guess playing into the like he was an only child, so he was spoiled in that sense, and there was like guilt, so he got
If you
everything.
notice, I'd like that. I can't wait to listen to the interviews of his friends and stuff because it sounds like the way he manipulated his parents was similar to the way he tried to manipulate everybody else.
Well, I'm curious now too to think about that. Why I'm listening to it because I never thought about that, like about the friends and the friends.
Well, I mean, the parents have been manipulated and they were bamboozled, and so was Jen. I'm wondering how many friends were too.
Well, and this is the thing: the dad and the mom are talking about like how his friends were like losers, and here they all turn out to be like,
of course,
upstanding citizens.
They're losers. Of course, they're losers. You know why he hung out with losers? He hung out with losers to make himself feel better.
Right, but my thing is these are the losers that you're going to listen to on the tapes, and you're going to be like, they're not losers.
Well, no, they're not losers, but
his kid
that
is.
doesn't mean he didn't see them as
exactly.
way back then.
Perception is reality, even when it's not real.
Right.
Boom, 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 boom.
So if his dad put it in his head that, you know, you need to strive better to be better because you are better type shit, that's the way he looked at other people. And there's a lot of people that they have low self-esteem, so they hang out with a lower class of person so that it'll make them feel better about themselves.
Yes, where the dad did the opposite and he
hung out with people that were
and
had
he
a
had
little
a
bit
higher
more than he did. Right.
You're right.
Mm-hmm.
Great insight.
But I can't put my hands on it. I can't. In fact, we would like to see the doctor's reports too, and I believe that because there was a lawsuit over the accident, there is a copy of it someplace in Sarasota in the county. So
yeah, his defense attorney will probably want to see it at some point too. By the way,
so they know about it. They said they would find it. We got all the copies of the. He was when he had that kidney surgery in California. He was one of the first people that they used the robot on.
Oh my
God. So they used his case in a book.
Oh wow!
Wow.
One of his involved one of his arteries being looped over the top of his ureter, and as he grew and his body, his trunk expanded, it was pulling that artery tight, like crimping a hose.
Yeah.
And he was at a track meet, and after the track meet, he was in so much pain that we thought he was having appendicitis and rushed him to the hospital.
The pain was similar to having kidney stones. I mean, he would be in such excruciating pain he would throw up.
I don't remember this.
Wow. But he was, after the surgery, he was okay. It was successful.
Yeah.
Yes, except that it kept him from the military, which is what he wanted to do to begin with. He wanted to join the Air Force. He joined ROTC in high school, loved it. But when he went to enlist, they saw the scars. They were just little puncture scars, and asked him what it was. He said, "Well, that's where they went in, and they fixed the artery over the ureter." There's no problem with his kidney after that. But because there was a kidney-involved surgery, he was being disqualified.
Is that true?
That's all his testing.
Is that real?
About what?
She just said that his dream was to go into the military, and that because he had kidney surgery, and they fixed his kidney though, but because he had kidney surgery that they turned him down.
You'd have to ask somebody in the military about that. I don't know anything about that.
If anybody's listening,
I know they turned my dad down for for the draft.
Mine too.
My dad couldn't be drafted because he kept ear infections when he was little, and he had a piece of cotton that was stuck down in his ear that he didn't know about. And when the doctor went and pulled it out, it busted his eardrum.
Oh, wow.
So,
right.
If you can't hear orders, you can't be in the military.
That's right. No, that's right. I wonder. I need to find out if that's real.
But yeah, it was the draft doctor that
they didn't let him in, and
busted his ear.
real.
Yeah, well, this is like later though. This isn't during the draft. So I wonder, that's what I mean. Like if they fixed whatever the problem is, like you can't, I don't know. That just doesn't really
I have
make
no
sense.
idea because it's a kidney. You know, there was people that got turned down for flat feet. I don't know if they turn them down for flat feet now. You know, when they can find them an office job, but you know,
I'm gonna look that up.
It's completely different.
I'm gonna look it up.
That was a real blow to him. It kind of upended everything he thought he wanted to do with his life.
Yeah. So, and he would have been roughly what, like 19, 20 at that point when he applied for the Air Force?
18.
18?
18 straight up.
Gotcha. Okay.
Earlier, she said
in fact, I took him to the recruitment office.
No, he was 18.
Did you notice after he was rejected for that? Did you notice any changes in his demeanor?
Very depressed, and very angry. Angry, which ended up being so minimal, was going to cause such a huge rift in his life.
Yeah.
He was
Interesting.
old enough
Okay.
by that time to realize
And I presume that he couldn't revisit that after they reject him once. That it's
no, it stays on their record forever.
Jeremy.
Yeah. Boom.
Yeah, he was old enough.
Did you,
to realize
Lauren? Did you have? It sounded like you.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. There was a phone call I was getting, and it
And
came
that's
up on
probably
my
why he
earphones, and I
wanted
thought
to go
everyone could
into
hear
the
it, so I
military.
apologize.
Why? To live up to his dad's expectations?
No, he probably knew he wasn't living up to his dad's expectations, and the escape was to go into the military.
I don't think
Avoidance.
This is the thing. He wound up being such a lazy person, human being. I feel like I don't know that I believe that.
I don't know if I believe him either about being rejected.
Or that he even wanted to go. Like, I don't know that it was like his life.
He could have been just blowing smoke up his dad's ass like I tried.
Yes, that's what I think happened. Exactly.
I tried and I was rejected.
Didn't mean to.
Boo.
Yeah, I couldn't hear it.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I'm waiting for you to make sure that you have all of your questions. I have a few more questions, but not until you feel like you understand.
I wanted to,
yourself.
thank you guys for sending over kind of a summary of your thoughts before this interview. That was helpful to me. There was one thing that I wanted to read here that really stood out for me. You said, I mean, there's a lot of things that stood out, but this is one that I thought was really interesting, given what we know about what happened with Madeline. I don't have page numbers here, but I'll just read it.
Oh, I don't remember this.
You said Stephan has a deep empathy for people and was the person most of his friends turned to when they were in trouble.
Yes.
And you also talked about how
he had
considered
empathy
becoming maybe
faking down
a
pat,
drug
didn't he?
counselor and helping people with that, right? And so,
that was after David's death. Yeah.
And so I think what's interesting to me, I'll have you guys talk about that in a second. I just want to reflect on that for a minute. Is that I think there's this tendency to want to pigeonhole people and say, this guy's a monster, he's a psychopath, or whatever. But when you say that and you talk about that side of him, I think it's important to recognize this is your son, and this is a complex human being with a lot of different emotions. And even though you guys describe him as a liar and a gaslighter and all, he's all these negative things, it's also important to remember that this is someone with a lot of empathy and someone who for the most part, it sounds like he did want to do good, or he wanted to be close to people, to be close to you guys. And so I just want to point out that
I guess
people
can be contradictory. things are never as simple as they seem, right? And so I thought maybe I would just throw this over to you guys to talk about those contradictions in your son and how he wasn't just one thing; he was a multitude of things.
Aren't we all?
Right. But could you maybe
See, she
could you
sees
maybe
it as a
talk
reflection
about
of her.
tell us a little bit
Oh my
about
God.
the empathy?
Yeah.
And
She just felt criticized by him, and now she's leaning forward to hear what he has to
She
say.
was he was talking about her son, not her, but she took offense to it.
Yes, because he's saying that it's very contradictory because you said that he's this and that he's a narcissist, and then you're saying he's empathetic. But the way he asked the question, it's very, very professional. But look how pissed she is.
Uh-huh.
She just leaned up. She is pissed.
the
Hey,
positives and the things you
that
really loved
dude-
about Stephan.
Okay.
That dude's not empathetic.
I'm a big animal person. He had such a love for animals. He was so careful with
He
them.
said, "What do you love about him?"
I mean, even when he was living with Jen, they found a kitten in the parking lot that was basically dying, and they scooped it up, took it down, and brought it back. She still got the cat. When he went to help us move Chris's sister out of a place where she was and into a hospital because she has some problems.
She's in assisted living. She has dementia.
Yeah, she has advanced dementia, but she had a dog. Well, they found that dog in the apartment in horrible conditions with a harness that was grown into his body, and Stephan couldn't leave the dog behind. He brought the dog home with him, and on the way home, he called. He said, "We've got to get him washed. We've got to get him groomed. He smells. He's got poop all over him," and so.
Because he asked, "What do you love about your son?" And she's going on and on and on and on and on and on and on about dogs.
We did. We paid for that. And he brought that dog home, and that sailor.
And she's trying to prove that he was empathetic. But
yes.
Newsflash, bitch.
He loved him. He loved him. Loved his
psychopaths
horse
that have
Rue.
pity
Really
for
did.
animals, but
loved all the
don't for
horses.
human
Loved all the poodles.
beings.
He had his own poodle for a while, Shadow. But then when he left home.
However, most sociopaths are not empathetic to animals. In fact, most.
I know a
cruelty to
lot
animals.
of them start practicing on animals. I understand
You're right.
that, but there's some of them that.
But he could have been
their
faking it.
only friend is an animal.
She said in another part somewhere, or maybe it's coming up at the end here, that it used to drive that the reason he sleeps all day and is up all night is because of the dogs barking, and that the dogs get on his, like, it's very contradictory. Like Dr. John,
Yeah.
like that was a good question. Let's see what else she said.
He could take Shadow with him. And Jen didn't want a big dog because he would jump up and knock Madeline over. So when the chance came to rehome Shadow, we did. And that broke his heart because we did that. But
Skippy the squirrel.
Skippy the squirrel, yes, he was always bringing animals
All right,
home.
what else do you love
He
about
got bitten by a snake. And he came and got me. He says, he's holding his, it bit me. I went, okay. Found the bucket. Had a splatter screen from the frying pan. I put over the top of the bucket. We jumped in the car, ran to the emergency room, and I'm going in there. I'm saying, I don't know what happened or what it is, but my son's been bitten by a snake. Well, this is Florida. We've got quite a few. And I remember that the guy said, well, can you describe the snake? I said, well, yeah. I said, here it is. And I handed him the bucket, and everybody cleared the room. I mean, people were running.
Isn't that weird?
So, found out that it was fairly harmless, but still, he would just reach down and grab them, pick them up. Lizards, chameleons, the aquarium. Oh my God! And then he brought home this huge soft-shelled turtle that had been hit by a car. Well, we had a pool in the backyard where he could rehab that, and my horse.
Oh my God! What if he harmed the animal to rehab it and become its savior?
and brought.
That's fucked up, yo.
Horse was badly hurt in an accident, and
hey, I forgot
I
which series. I
have
think
him.
it's the Gainesville Ripper. I think the Gainesville Ripper. It's either his dad or his stepdad. I can't remember which one it is, but he used to actually wait until he got attached to an animal and then kill the animal in front of him to punish him.
Mm-hmm.
So, and one of his victims was a child. So it's odd that in his particular case, he saw animals as really innocent. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Because that was part of his experience.
Boy, I mean, he's only.
But
it
the
seemed
way
like his
she's
only
talking about
friend was-
animals, she's like he would just go down and pick them up and pick up the snake.
Right.
Like most kids are afraid of animals.
Well, how
So
many
that's-
injured animals did he come across and bring home?
I was just going to ask you.
Yeah,
how many,
that's exactly what you said.
I was
Was
just going
injuring-
to ask you, how many have you come across in your life? Like he's come across more injured animals than me, you, everybody
Yeah.
I know that combined. Oh my gosh.
That's kind of odd,
And
huh?
really, I think all of us kind of tended
She
to
still
go
didn't
in that
answer the
direction with
question. What do
rehabbing
you love
animals,
about
and he was going to try rehabbing people, I guess. You know, I don't say that casually. I mean it seriously. You know, he had his ups and his downs, and he had things that he had done wrong, and he dabbled in stuff that he shouldn't have probably, but he never got addicted to it. So,
Oh my God.
I think he empathized with people who
addicted
did.
to stuff.
If that helps, I don't know.
Oh my God. She just said that he dabbled in stuff, but he never got addicted. So, in other words, it was okay because he never got addicted. Like as if it was a choice for somebody else.
It seems to me like he was addicted to porn a little bit.
I think he was addicted.
He was addicted to hurting animals and bringing them home. Is what it sounds like to me.
Well, I think that he had a drug addiction as well. Like clearly he was. They said, Jen even said that he was on. I think they found. I'm gonna have to try and look what was in the system, but I think there was like Adderall and Xanax. Like I think they were. So he was just. I think he was a polysubstance abuser. I think whatever was available.
Right.
I don't know. Wow, this is crazy.
He always things that really made me angry, still does, is he always covered for his friends.
Oh, here we go.
He would lie to us about what they were doing when they were doing something wrong. And I felt like that was disloyal to us because he would bring them into our house and ask us to help them. And I would, because my mother did the same thing to me. You know, any of us who had a friend in need, my mother's house was open.
Wow.
If she had a child in need, house was open. She took me back in when I needed it. You know, during our almost divorce that everybody seems to be so interested in. It happened over 30 years ago. And if we could get through it and forgive each other and come back stronger, why can't they just leave us alone about it?
I have a copy of it.
And I don't think that affected Stephan. Didn't last that long. What was it? 3 or 4 months?
A minute.
A minute out of 44 years.
I thought Lauren farted.
Did you talk to Stephan about that situation?
I never gave him the reason why. And I was going to California because I had to have some surgery done and I needed to have somebody that could help me rehab from it because I was not.
He was never exposed to it.
No, he was not.
So it was like a moot point.
I guess it was a point. But I didn't run away to California just to escape Chris. I went there because Chris was working and traveling and I needed help. And my mother offered
So
help.
this is when Stephan was a baby when you built attachment.
Okay. So you don't see that as having any impact upon Stephan?
No.
No,
I do.
no, if anything,
He was what, 7 years old at that time?
Yeah, he was in elementary school.
Yeah. Yeah, he wasn't part of it. There wasn't any confrontations because we were separated at the time. So it was
Yeah. Abandonment.
he was not involved.
A kid don't have to see you argue.
So just in general, as a child, how would you describe Stephan?
Before or after?
I would say it's two sides of the same coin. There was one side absolutely delightful and beautiful and wonderful and proud to be his parents, and there was the other side that came later that sometimes you didn't even like him. I mean, I can say I can love somebody, but I don't have to like them.
Abandon him
I don't have to
for
like the way
a
they act.
younger
But
boy.
that doesn't mean I don't love them. And that doesn't mean that we're ever, despite what anybody on YouTube says or anybody hints at, we are not abandoning
He
our
doesn't
child.
care what we say.
He is wounded. He is having PTSD in jail. He has lost a tremendous amount of weight.
Yeah,
He
there's
has
a
heart
girl that's
medication,
dead.
high blood pressure medication,
Right? Wow.
which he was not before. And
he has high blood pressure.
I understand that people
he doesn't
think
have
that he
any.
needs to suffer. Well,
That's
yes,
just
okay.
hard.
He needs to be punished and maybe he needs to suffer. But don't expect me as a mother to turn off my heart and say, buddy, you're on your own. I don't like you. I don't like what you did. And I'm not going to stand by you one bit. Because I want him for the time he has left on this earth. And we don't know how long.
She said, don't expect me to say, I don't like you. I don't like what you did. So does
Why
that
can't
mean?
she? Why can't she? She
No,
can
but
say
I'm
that and still
saying
care
she
about
just
him.
like slipped. That was a Freudian slip. Like she said, like in other words, she doesn't like she was okay with what happened, or not okay with it, but like she didn't care. I have to be honest with you, as an Italian mom, if my kid ever did something,
I would
I would be
disown mine.
I
You're
would
on
be
your own.
mortified, but I don't know that I could be done with them. I don't know.
I don't know. I could. I guess it's because I had been gaslighted so much by my brother.
Well, that's what I mean.
You know,
So I
he
guess,
would beat the piss out of me, and then I'm sorry. I'm
yeah.
sorry bombing the shit out of me. So I don't even really believe anybody when they apologize anymore. So
Well,
I don't forgive
no,
people.
you could trust in this is the deal. When somebody apologizes to you, if they just say, I'm sorry, that's not a real apology. If I hurt your feelings, I would be like, oh my God, Truth, I am so sorry. I did not realize the other day that da 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 da. I am like, that's not what I meant. I would never feel like that's an apology. So like
Right.
when somebody acknowledges what they did and they understand how it offended you, even if it wasn't their intention to offend you, that's an apology. When someone's just like, sorry, that's probably not really an apology. Or if somebody's like, sorry if I hurt your feelings, that's not saying that they're sorry for what they did or said.
Right.
So like, do you know what I mean? Like that's where like you have to like,
you can tell when somebody means something.
right. But if somebody says like, oh, I'm sorry you took it that way, it's like they're putting the blame on you. Like where a real apology would be like, oh my God, I am so sorry that I said that. I meant blah, 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 blah. I did not mean blah, 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 blah. I hope you know that I would never do that on purpose. Like, so like I would put it on me, not on you.
Mm-hmm.
Where, so if that's a way you could, if that's a true apology. So that's a huge one. So if somebody puts it on you, it's not a true apology. If they put it on them and they were insightful enough to reflect on it and come back and apologize and show what they did wrong or tell you what they did wrong, then that's an apology. And saying I'm sorry doesn't mean that what they did is okay. It just means that you're not going to let them you're not going to let them hold you down, because it's like chains. You have to forgive people for yourself, not for them.
Right.
Does that make sense? So it doesn't mean that what they did is okay. It just means that I'm not going to let you chain me down for the rest of my life. So they're just chaining you down by you remaining mad at them or whatever the emotion is that the person's feeling, the negative emotion. So, and again, when somebody says, I'm sorry, my daughter taught me this, don't ever say it's okay. Say, I accept your apology, if you accept their apology. But don't say it's okay, because you never want to put out there that what they, like, if I said you're a bitch, like, and then I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, I called you a bitch. And you're like, it's okay. Like, but no, it's not okay. But you could say, I accept your apology. Like, thank you for acknowledging that. I accept your apology.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I got you, girl. You're making so many connections for me tonight, and in return, you're getting connections too. So we're helping each other.
Yes. I will give him as much support as he wants and needs. I want him to be strong in body, mind, and spirit. I want him speaking to God. I want him asking for forgiveness.
Maddie,
if we can do what we can to keep his mind active, because he is in solitary and has been for 8 months, I will send him as many books as he wants to read. And it's nobody else's damn business what I do with my money or where I send a book. They all have to be approved by the jail. So, and if we want to give him commissary money so he can have coffee or hard candy, who
is dogging the parents out for doing these things?
So I guess on social media, on different channels, people are like, oh, he's because reports came out, like jail reports from FOIA requests that like show, and also a phone call, the 15-minute phone call he had with his parents. But apparently he likes root beer candies and he likes 2 coffees a day, and that he had to ration down to 1 because he was running out. But then he calls his parents and he acts like he's all interested, and he's like, I'm so sorry I didn't call Mother's Day, or your birthday, Mom. He's like, we've been on lockdown every time I've wanted to call. So he doesn't say that I couldn't call because we were on lockdown. He said every time I wanted to call. I'm like, just listen to what he's saying. But the parents, like, they're like, oh, like it's almost like they believed him.
Yeah.
But it was like, but he wasn't really lying because he didn't say that I tried every day and we were on lockdown. He said the days that I wanted to call, we were on lockdown.
Right.
What about the days that you weren't on lockdown? You didn't want to call those days?
Right.
That's what I would have said.
Bobby? I mean, I don't understand throwing them out like bad fish.
Yeah, our love is unconditional and unwavering. It's not going to happen. So I don't know how a parent could take that attitude and just abandon their child in spite of what they did. Obviously, there's a reason for what happened. He certainly wasn't raised that way.
This is all about what they.
We're just not going to abandon him. It's not going to happen.
You're his parents.
Yep.
I'm going to read, just to reiterate this point. I'm going to read another short paragraph here that you guys sent that I think makes this point very well. And this is from you guys prior to our interview. It says, as long as Stephan remains on this earth, the love for our son is deep, unconditional, and unwavering. We will not abandon Stephan. We also are not trying to make excuses for him. He did this, and we know that now.
Yep.
That's damning.
So I think it's important to reiterate that not only the unconditional love, but also the recognition that your son did a horrible thing.
Can't escape that. We are 100% on board with the fact that he is possibly identified as the lone perpetrator of all this.
That does not mean that I'm letting Jen off the hook at all.
Well, another thing,
I
you
cannot
got to
believe
look at it this way.
Go on underneath their nose for.
But that's
His
huge that they
parents-
just.
His parents are around the age where, let me tell you something. My grandmother was 14 years old when she got married.
Oh my God.
They her parents were sharecroppers, and her stepdad told her that she had to pick 100 pounds of cotton a day or he couldn't afford to feed her. Well, my grandmother only weighed 90 pounds.
Oh my God.
So she hit the road and she married the first guy that picked her up in a truck.
Oh my goodness.
And that was my granddad. So in their time, shit like that was normal.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think people need to take into consideration just that as a life lesson, that when we judge other people, or we like, not that anybody should judge, but when you're analyzing other people or situations, you have to take into consideration the times in which the occurrence took place.
Right. Well, I mean, yeah, well, they are, but in their time, it wasn't odd for girls to get married at 14, 15.
No, and life expectancy was a lot younger too.
Mm-hmm. But
So-
but it doesn't make it right. I'm just saying.
No, because the brain, it's like your brain, even at 14, you can't consent legally to sex until 15. No,
Right.
you have to be 16, I think. It's if you're 15, I think it's still too young. But you can't consent to sex before the age of 15 is what the rule is.
Right. Well, I mean, I'm not trying to say it's normal today, or
No. I know
there
my
was a
mom and
point in
dad
time
eloped.
that it was normal.
My mom and dad eloped at 18
Yeah.
and then
I
went
mean-
home to their houses. And my grandma was doing the laundry and found the marriage certificate in the drawer, was putting my mom's clothes away, and freaked out. And then they had a proper wedding, but they legit just one night were yeah, let's go get married. And they got married, and then he took her home.
Right.
I was like,
I mean,
"You guys are
but
crazy."
yeah, in when they were growing up, it was probably not such a big deal as it is now.
Right. She had her first kid on her 20th birthday. That's not now that would be really young to be pregnant at 19. You know what I mean? It would be a teen mom. So so you're right. Something that is normal in a different time period doesn't make it
But
normal now.
back in their day, when people got in trouble, or when I say got in trouble, got pregnant out of wedlock, the guy usually went ahead and married them to make an honest woman out of them.
Yeah.
And they don't do that anymore either.
Nope.
So,
well, I have to be like full disclosure. My daughter Gianna was born, but out of whatever. I had Gianna. I had a baby daddy for a year, but I wound up marrying him, and we had another baby after. But I remember like my mom, when I told her I was pregnant, she was like, "Are you going to get married?" And I was like, "Mom," and I told Ryan, my husband, I was like, "Ryan, I was like, please, whatever you do, I do not want you to propose to me because like we're pregnant right now. Like, let's do this like thing. And then we'll figure it out." Like, I did not want that because I wanted to know that when he did propose to me, that it was because he was ready and wanted to marry me and not because he needed to marry me. Does that make sense?
Right. Yeah.
And it was within the year. Like I literally said, like,
yeah, there was a lot of shotgun weddings back in the day.
Absolutely. But
there's
I
a reason why they cut that, why it has a name.
Yeah, right. Isn't that the truth? Oh my goodness.
For 7 years. I don't understand how she didn't have a connection with Maddie enough that Maddie could go and say, "Hey, maybe my, something's not right here."
Well, even the
Or I'm
roommates.
scared or whatever.
Oh my God. I'm triggered. So they're saying that Maddie and Jen didn't have an attachment so much so that they couldn't talk. But at the same time, they also said that they weren't able to have that connection with Stephan. I always say we don't like in other people what we don't like about ourselves. If you ever are not
She
liking
does a whole lot of self-projection.
A whole lot of self-projection. That's exactly
in this interview. It's a whole lot of it. And I'm sure Dr. John and probably Lauren both have picked up on that.
100%. Dr. John did such a good job in this interview. So did Lauren. Dr. John was so professional.
You're okay with this? You're allowing this? I was like, huh? And apparently she did.
But the immunity just galls me. I'm sorry. It galls me. All of the lies, all of the things that she did are all wiped clean. She never has to worry about it again.
That's not true.
Did they give her complete immunity?
Conditional.
Well, I think it's, I forgot what they call it, derivative? No.
Derivative immunity. Yeah. Which essentially means that at this point in time, she cannot be charged with that interview that she gave or what she shares with police. But if there's additional evidence of a crime that shows up, she could still be charged for.
Yeah.
Well, ask yourself the big question, the really big question out there. All of that stuff on the computer, all of that stuff on his phone, all of the money that was coming in by the handfuls and the way they were spending it. Where did it come from? And could she, obviously she also participated in spending the money. So do you think she was at all culpable?
We don't know that.
Don't know.
So he was selling this porn.
That
wow, but did you see how the mom was like trying to throw Jen under the bus? The dad puts his hand down. I think he puts his hand on her knee, like stop at that. And he says, "Well, we don't know that." So I think you like made that connection like in long before, where the mom's like in denial pretty much, but the dad's like coming around to it and
he's looking for somebody to blame.
Yes, 100%.
When she said he's always he could basically piss on your head and convince you that it was raining.
Dude, she has some weird sayings.
No, I said that.
Because she said she said a rat fart. If a rat farts in the woods, I was like, what?
Oh, I'm just saying that she that she's always making excuses for him through this whole interview. It's always somebody else's fault. Always somebody else has, part of the blame.
Yeah, because if he takes the blame, then it's a reflection. That's why I was saying narcissistic traits. I don't know that she has narcissistic personality disorder because I don't know enough about her, but like that would be a narcissistic trait, is that. And they still didn't answer the question. Dr. John asked, what do you love about Stephan? And all they said was that he liked dogs. Like that was it. That was all they answered. They never answered the question. So let's see how they're going to end this.
Going on, and of course, the police won't tell us anything about that. That was one conversation or question I had with them, and it almost sounded like they acknowledged Stephan, and eliminating Jen, but something definitely was going on, and I haven't been able to figure that out. But I
So
feel
the
there's
cops told
something
them she
out
had
there.
nothing.
There's a bigger web, possibly.
As far as I know, I mean,
Well, the cops said
that in all the images they have,
they
there's not a
could
single
bring
image.
charges against her if they found something.
Right, and that's
You
the
know?
thing. They even said to the dad, they were like, "We downloaded Jen's phone, and she had 0 photos."
I
And
think Jen was clueless. I think
So
she
do
just
I.
could not read the signs because you can't pay somebody to have common sense. And
Yeah, but
you
these
can't-
parents, this is like, what's the word? Like dangerous, right? Because they're like accusing her or something. Like she already lost her daughter. Like back off. I don't like that.
Image that I'm aware of where Jen is in it.
From what I've read, everything is perpetrated by Stephan.
There you go. Thank you.
Right. I think there's
He's taking
definitely
up
a lot
for
of
her.
interest in Jen's potential
The dad just
role.
said
And
it
it's
was
certainly something we've raised on our channel.
The dad's taking up for
in
Jen
terms
more
of-
than mom wants to throw her under the
Ooh,
bus.
what the hell did I just do?
Another short paragraph here that you guys sent.
I just accidentally.
And I liked Jen. I didn't love Jen, but I liked her. And
As far as I know, I mean, that in all the images they have, there's not a single image that I'm aware of where Jen is in it.
From what I've read, everything is perpetrated by Stephan.
There
Right.
was
I
an
think
edit
there's
there. Maybe they
definitely a lot
talked
of
to him.
interest in Jen's potential role, and it's certainly something we've raised on our channel in terms of what did she know and what was her involvement. And right now, my presumption is that while she may not have been the best mother, there's not sufficient evidence to really charge her with any crimes at the moment or to implicate her, in any of the illegal proceedings that we know of. And that's not to say that can't change.
Yeah. So at this point, we, I guess.
So he was selling her the porn he was making.
Is the trial, unless.
Well,
like I said,
the dad saying where did all the money come from, and that they were like packages. He was addicted to these these warhead things. They're like these little like men, like little army men that you paint, and it's like you have like your race. So like he was like into that like hardcore, and
Right.
the dad saying like it was really expensive. Where was he getting that money from? But he's saying, I'm sure Jen participated in spending the money.
World of Warcraft.
Oh, that's it.
I've seen people, needing to sell their whole collections before. Yeah, and it is kind of expensive because you have to spend money on paint.
It's crazy.
The figurine, all that. It's like really detailed.
And you need like a whole army.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
So
The shoe drops, but we're not expecting anything else. Of course, we haven't expected any of this either. So,
my God.
we just sit and wait for the next wave of information if there is anything. I still think it's an open investigation to some degree, but to what extent, I don't know.
I would like to say something.
Please.
And that is that for all that I thought that their relationship was toxic, which I did, we loved Maddie. And I liked Jen. I didn't love Jen, but I liked her. And I feel great pain for her having lost this child and her family. I can't put that aside that she has lost her child.
That was nice.
And,
because she said she didn't
so
like
for that, my heart goes out to her, and I say prayers for her. I say prayers for Maddie. I say prayers for Stephan.
Yeah, so much tragedy in all of this. It's just, what started out as going to a birthday party has turned into an absolute nightmare. I wish I was able to prevent him from going, but it was Maddie's birthday, and
She
that was
called
an
and asked him
occasion.
to come.
So
She asked
called
him
and said
to
that he
come.
asked him to come.
She said it twice.
Yeah.
You happen to live, we've talked about this, in the same city as the Laundries, the Laundries, but Brian Laundrie's parents.
That's weird.
And people have compared you to them. And I want to point out something that I think is very clear from the FOIA documents, and that is that you've continuously cooperated with police. And I want to point that out, and thank you for that. And while your voices have sometimes shifted through the process, because as you've stated, you learned things along with the public. You were processing things. I know that since we've been talking to you, and admittedly we have talked to you before this interview, you share different views, and we've watched you sort of progress with the truth and the information that has come out there, just as we have, just as everyone has. And I want to point that out and acknowledge that for you, and see that you're changing your views and you're shifting your views and you're open. You also shared with us something that, I can't even fathom, as you learned about things slowly, and we're again processing and taking this in, and you handed over evidence to police. Here you go. Here's this, here's this hard drive. Take whatever you want. You let them into your home. Police is what I mean. And
our dogs in.
Yeah.
I mean,
Let her finish your thought.
okay.
No, go ahead. You can interrupt anytime. This is for us to listen to you.
Well, what's interesting, like I said, that Wednesday back in February, while I'm waiting to talk to the police, I'm not even sure they're even going to talk to me. The opening conversation was, were you aware that Stephan was in Northport? What exit do you live off of? Do you know that Stephan was in Northport? I go, what? You're serious? I just drove the middle of the night, tucked him into a hotel room. I went to bed, and within an hour, he's out of there. He actually runs to St. Cloud, then he goes to Northport. And I said, you're kidding me. Of course, I learned hours later when Jen called me, I go, do you know where Stephan is? I go, no. What do you mean, where's Stephan? He isn't with you?
Which means that he stopped at home to connect to his Wi-Fi. The mom said that he never tried to come in, but they said that he was connected to the Wi-Fi. So he probably went home and tried to delete his stuff from his Google and everything, but I guess it didn't work. And then the other place that he mentioned is where they found Maddie's body. So he went back to the scene, which is what a lot of people that do this fucked up shit do.
Mm-hmm.
But I asked him, I said, hey, look, there's a desktop computer at home. Maybe you guys should come get it. He said, okay, we'll make arrangements to do that. Only to find out that the hard drive was removed from it. I know it was there Sunday morning when he left, because I told the police that after I found that out. So he purposely removed that hard drive. Why? Well, again, as I explained to the police, very forthcoming, that Saturday evening, he was having some sort of anxiety panic attack, and I've never, ever seen this expression on his face. Never. And something he had some sort of information and had no idea what it was, but he was really panicked. And then to find out that this hard drive was removed. So, we're cleaning out his room a few weeks later, come across this USB drive, 2 of them, as a matter of fact. I put one in both of them computer, one had nothing, just like the evidence shows. The other one, I just hovered my mouse over the fields, didn't see any image, because again, you can't unsee what you see.
It's just file names,
File names, and just from the description, I said, this is not good. And I texted the detective and told him that I had some evidence to turn over to him. It took them 3 weeks to come collect it. In fact, I had to remind them I had this, and that it was sitting there waiting for them to come collect. And then to learn later in July, when I had a conversation with them before this information was dumped out, that there were 35,000 images on that USB drive.
Oh, wow.
And I couldn't believe it.
So after all of that, wow,
I believe he was selling child porn.
Yeah,
and he was probably meeting people online during them gaming shit to sell it to them.
Absolutely. And not only that, oh my God. So the parents wound up being the people that incriminated him by giving over that one USB drive. That USB drive is what had 35,000 images on it. So he's going to get charged for probably each child in each image.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, damn. This is starting to make sense.
Unbelievable. I mean, he had to get access to a data dump of some sort, but it's just unbelievable. And why did he have possession of something like that? But every time we found evidence, I immediately notified the police. I mean,
we didn't want it in the house. It was toxic.
Yeah, didn't want it in the house, but at the same time, we didn't want any appearances of being complicit and trying to cover anything up. We were, at this point, we weren't interested, and we wanted the truth out there.
Yeah, I remember you sharing that, discovering that 30 over, I just can't even imagine how many images, and learning, right, that Stephan had this in his possession. And I can only imagine.
I didn't even know I don't know how big that drive was, but I didn't imagine that you could hold 35,000 images on it. Well, I guess they can hold gigabytes of stuff, so I guess they can, but it's just hard to believe it.
I feel sorry for the person who went through it and looked at every single image.
And the detectives did. Yeah.
I mean, how do they unsee that stuff? How do they even? I feel like I need to get prayers for them.
They don't. I'm glad she acknowledged.
Really, that had to have been so hard. So hard. And
I don't think
people who said that he should have thrown Maddie in a lake and let the alligators eat her, or throw in the woods and let bears eat her, or whatever.
What?
I don't think that he did that. I think he was careful in placing her where she would be found quickly. I think somewhere deep down inside, he did not want her out there very long.
I went to bed, and Debbie went to bed that Monday night when the supposed disappearance happened, and Stephan describing trafficking, what have you. I went to bed thinking the worst, that she's in a shipping container, crammed full of other kids, and going to be deprived of food and water and access to the bathroom for days on end, or what have you. That was the impression I was left with Monday evening, and then carried over into Tuesday, and even later into that night, and not discovering until much later that it was all made up, and that there was something more serious involved. I mean,
that's sad.
Really ticked me off.
I feel bad.
Not only that, but it caused us high anxiety, which we don't need in our condition. And that was what I was doing out there screaming at God. Why? Why would you do this? I am a Christian. I don't know that I'm a great Christian, but I am a Christian, and I do love people. I just don't understand them all the time. But I do have empathy for them, and I do. Even these people who have sent me some ugly things. I know it's probably hard for anybody to believe that I would actually say prayers to these people, but I think something triggered them, maybe something in their background, in their life that was similar. And I feel so bad for them that they see these things and then they relive it. I can't imagine it. I know.
She can't imagine how many psychopaths. Hey, she can't imagine how many psychopaths the FBI has to hire, so they're not affected by it either.
Seriously, because
because not every psychopath is a killer. There's a lot of them that are CEOs, the type of people that don't mind firing 5,000 people at a time, or shutting a business down. They don't bat an eye about it, and they don't lose any sleep about it. The FBI hires I believe they hire a lot of I believe they look for psychopathic traits.
Yeah, but not every. I agree with you. Not every psychopath is a killer. As a matter of fact, psychopathy is a spectrum, and a lot of them are like
And I think they intentionally hire them. I think they intentionally hire them because they know that this kind of stuff won't affect them.
And not only that, they're also good for positions where you have to be careful that somebody doesn't get emotionally tied or attached to things easily.
Mm-hmm.
So I agree with you 100%. 100%. Oh my God, this is crazy. This is crazy.
Like to feel helpless.
Do you feel that, so setting aside Jen's responsibility, that's still unknown, right? We can speculate, as you said, we're speculating, we don't know. Do you feel though that Stephan manipulated Jen?
I think they manipulated each other.
Oh God.
Yes. Yeah.
They manipulated. She was,
based on his actions, that Monday morning, he certainly knew how to manipulate her. I mean, going in to collect the dog, making sure she didn't come out of the bedroom. He's got Maddie up hours ahead of school. School didn't start till 9:38. And he's got her up at 7.
Right.
And he's going out the door at 7:30. What's he going to do for 2 hours? I mean, when you see this timeline of stuff, and he goes, "Oh my God!" But again, taking the steps necessary to preserve, his privacy or his actions, and going in and collecting the dog, taking the dog out. And, hey, Jen, you go back to bed. Oh, okay, thanks, appreciate it. Definitely wanted to keep her where she was at.
It was underhanded, sneaky. I mean, if it's, I pray to God that it was an accident, that he got mad and that it was an accident. He had really gone that far.
Sure.
Because he did tell us that he put her, she went to bed, and that when he went out to walk around and blow off some steam, he came back and to check on her, and she was cold. He said he discovered her. Okay, so.
Don't know if that's the truth.
Yeah, that's the truth. Don't know if anything's the truth, but.
It's what he told you.
Yeah. It's just
lips are moving. Don't know if it's the truth.
Right. It's just what he's relaying.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you do a lot right now to protect and process what what happened. I guess
she's like,
do you have anything else, John, to say when it comes to this, or
you and I, we've talked about this on previous shows, but I can come up with plenty of scenarios where it seems like a very logical explanation to say it's an accident. At least as much as saying it's premeditated. So yeah, I don't think it's clear cut. I mean, Stephan knows.
Stephan knows.
Yeah, Stephan knows. We don't.
Whether or not he's telling us, we don't know.
Yeah, whether he'll ever tell us the truth, who knows, right? But I presume if somebody's going to find out, it would be you two.
I don't know that I like that they just.
But
I don't
you know
think,
what?
I think he wants to put
I
himself
think
in a
would
bed
be
like
cool
with us. I think he wants to preserve some
is
sort
if
of.
they put his ass
image
on
of
a
him.
polygraph and ask him, did he mean to kill her?
Right, but the fact that they were like, I almost feel like they're trying to make the parents feel better, and I get it, but I do think like premeditation, it takes like 4 minutes to kill. But I remember earlier we did say, what if it
You can. It. You know how long? Well, it wouldn't have taken that long if he broke her hyoid bone, but it usually takes a while to strangle somebody to death. You have, I mean, 2 to 5 minutes, depending on how long somebody's squeezing. That's a long time to make up your mind to let go.
Mm-hmm. I agree. It's not like a gunshot wound or like.
So, when you talk about premeditation, I mean, what's that? What's the time limit on premeditation?
Nancy Grace always says that premeditation can happen in an instant. So, like, you could make a decision in an instant. Wow.
Himself as being culpable, but not completely culpable.
Yeah, there's just no way for him to communicate with us without everybody knowing. You can't have face-to-face meetings. Everything's either text with a tablet or a phone call, and it's all monitored. So, we'll never know.
But
oh, go ahead.
Even when they are recording you, they still write things in their reports that are wrong. Can I assure you that I was never taken out of this house and taken to an emergency room by the police?
Oh.
Where's the bill? Where was the bracelet? I never left my house. I'm a diabetic. I hadn't been eating for over 24 hours.
Okay. Right.
I had a dizzy spell. They did bring in an EMT, check my blood pressure. It was a little low. They asked if I wanted to be transported anywhere, and I said no. I'm fine.
What does
I just
that
need
do
to.
anything?
That's not in the report. They said they transferred. They gave the name of a hospital they supposedly took me to, which I never heard of before. So I don't know how that happens unless they confused 2 different actions that night and put me in one place and with somebody else. I don't know.
Well, the 2 of you are going through the unfathomable. Like, honest, I don't think I can't comprehend it while you're learning that a little girl that you love is missing, and then learning that your son is responsible. You 2 are also dealing with a lot of, I'll call it this, harassment and threats.
That sucks.
While you're just trying to process your lives falling completely apart, or what you thought was your reality completely being turned upside down. Can you talk a little bit about that too? Because I just feel like in this true crime community, the way we cover crime is important, and we so often dehumanize the people we're discussing. And I just was wondering if you could share a little bit about what you 2 have been dealing with.
Well, like I said, there's not a day that doesn't go by that we don't think about Maddie, and certainly we wonder about Stephan, and we wonder if we'll ever know the reason how and why this came about. When did this start? How he got to this point? Why he didn't feel the need to come to us and tell us that he had a problem?
That's not the question.
What's the question?
The question is how I'm dealing with the harassment, and I'm the one that's getting the harassment.
Okay.
I'm getting the ugly text messages. I'm getting the ugly phone calls. The horrible descriptions of what they want done to my son. The horrible descriptions of what they want me to do to myself. They suggested several ways I can kill myself. One woman was so it was funny actually. She sent me a text and says, "Debra, there's a man in the woods." I'm so sure that was supposed to scare me. Like there's somebody out there, taking going to take a pot shot at me. Well, good luck. But I because I'm from the South, I guess I have a wacky sense of humor. But I wanted to send her a text back that says, "Sweetheart, this is the South. There's always men in the woods. We don't know what they're doing. They're pissing, they're spitting, they're shooting. I don't know what they're doing, but they're in the woods. So if you thought you were scaring me, no."
But yeah, people trying to scare you. Wow.
Yes, yes, we have people saying that they're going to come down here. We have people saying that what they would like to see happen to me, and then have graphic descriptions of what they want to see happen to Stephan. Male and females do this. It's not that, and they can get to us no matter where, because every time we do something like change our phone number, then they dox us again on YouTube and give us the new phone numbers. So, I mean, how many times do you have to change your phone number in your business cards?
Gosh.
What do we have to do? Do we have to live in self-confinement all the time?
Right.
Afraid to even go to the grocery store because somebody might walk up to me in a parking lot and accost me? Is somebody following us as we go around and we don't know? Cars parked around. We don't know if somebody's hiding in them watching us. Chris walked up the other day and there was a person out front with a cell phone taking pictures of our house.
These YouTubers are crazy. They need to stay the fuck out of real life.
Right.
He was taking some B-roll for something.
Where B-roll is, taking B-roll for a television show.
They don't need to be harassing these
Yeah, we're not the story,
No.
the face of this. You know, like I said, we're just as shocked by all of this, and we know as much as the public knows. No more and no less, whatever's out there. And if we've missed something in some of these reports, well, again, as I said, we've seen enough evidence to convince ourselves that Stephan did this and was involved. We're not denying that.
I'll admit that I didn't believe it at first. I didn't. I certainly now I do. And I'm not making excuses for him. But as for me, the more people screw with us and the more lies they say, the more angry I get at them. Because why? What gives them the right? They have no skin in the game. They don't know any of us. They don't know anything about us, but they can sit there and just hold court on these shows, either by writing or by calling in and describe what they think we are and how we should be treated. Why? Why? What does that do for them? And what does it do for us?
Okay.
Right.
Well, real quick, let's be real clear that over here that I would never do that to anyone. So I don't fuck with that. You know what I mean? Like, these people didn't do this. They might have played a part in how Stephan was raised.
Imagine how bad of a position they're in.
Exactly.
You know,
and they still have to live their
have
life.
have a little empathy towards
Yes.
them a little bit, because hell, they lost the son out of this shit.
Yes, I agree.
And they can't be proud of him, and they're wearing that shame. You can
could
tell
see
you can tell they feel shame about this.
It's sad.
If they were walking around with no shame about this, they would deserve all they're getting, but they really are ashamed of what he did.
Right.
It's written all over his dad.
Yes, I agree. I think his dad wonders like what he could have done different. Where I missed them.
You got people who are brokenhearted and your life is falling apart and everybody's picking at you. Why? Why are people so mean? Why are they so vindictive? And why are they so ugly about it? I don't understand that. We don't do that to people. We wouldn't do it to somebody else. You think we live here where the Landrys are? Do you think we went and harassed the Landrys and said, why did you do this? Why did you help him get away? Why did you do that? Didn't you know what was going on? No, it's none of our business. Well, it's none of their business about us either. That's the whole thing.
Yeah.
But they're so attracted to it, and they're so inflamed by what they hear on the YouTube channels, and they're allowed just free reign. And somebody said that we put in a complaint against YouTube, and we never done anything like that. We believe in the First Amendment and the Second Amendment. It's freedom of speech, but by the same choice or chance,
they threw that.
You can't scream fire in a crowded room. That's against the law. Well, why would you turn somebody? Why would you paint a target on my back, on my husband's back? Why? What good does that do? You're not punishing the perpetrator. You're punishing people who had nothing to do with it and didn't know anything about it.
I agree.
And are just as brokenhearted as anybody could be. Maybe more so, because we actually knew these people.
Oh, God.
And lived with them. These other people don't. They have no idea who we are.
Well, hopefully today will help with some clarification and some understanding of your story and your situation. And fear is a very potent toxin, right? You don't know how that toxin is going to affect people, but you're seeing it. Unfortunately, I think you're seeing it day to day.
Yeah.
And I can't imagine how difficult it must be to deal with just an unimaginable grief, and at the same time to go through the harassment and all the things you're going through. That must be just a really difficult combination to deal with. So I feel for you guys.
I sought help. I went to see a counselor, and I saw about 6 weeks. And then I finally, just on the last visit, I said, this isn't working out for us because you're not listening to me. You're falling asleep when I'm talking. And it gives me a bad taste in my mouth about counselors. Are you just nothing but a paycheck to them? And
What?
I went there for help because I am dealing with my own depression. So
that was.
And I commend you for seeking help, whether or not this was the right counselor for you. It sounds like it is definitely not. But just to go and to seek that help is difficult, and I commend you for that.
Thank you.
I hope that I hope that we can find something better. I'm sorry.
I wish I could find somebody that acted like they cared. Really,
She wants John to say him.
Maybe somebody who's dealt with other people going through this. I don't know. This is a small town. I don't know what's available here. But
now, see what she's saying is false.
Hey, mother of a monster.
She wants a therapist that she can relate to.
No, cuz she wants Dr. John. What she doesn't understand is, that's what she's getting at here. That's what makes her like Stephan. She right now doesn't realize that he sees right through this just like I do. I know exactly what she's doing.
Well,
the problem is that Dr. John couldn't do it because one, it would be unethical because they've already had this like little bit of a relationship here. And two, they live in different states. You're not allowed to counsel somebody else. And like bill insurance company, like you can't do all that. You can't, it's against you have to be licensed in the state, just like a contractor has to be licensed.
Yeah.
So
It's just like if I go out of state to work on somebody, I have to have a 90-day temporary license.
Right. So it's like I don't even think she gets right. I don't think she I don't know. I hope he explains it to her because I don't know.
Sorry.
I'm sorry you went through that. The only thing I can say is sometimes in the mental health field, some therapists are a good fit and some aren't. So
now I can drive over to your house.
Hey.
Yeah. Right.
But I thank you for listening to us. It's been helpful, and you guys you've been supportive without being enabling, and very professional. And I appreciate that. I appreciate the way you present things in your podcasts or your YouTube channel. I think
they did a good job. You know why I think they did a good job?
You don't embellish it.
We'll talk about it.
And that's my problem with some of these people is letting people on there to vent that are lying and they don't know it and they've just been used. That's sad, but it's true. And in the meantime, we're sitting here being told, don't answer any of these, don't contact any of these people, don't try to refute it because you just make it worse. The attorney told us that, said, just be quiet. Don't try to stand up for yourself. Well, I'm not no good at not standing up for myself, but I've taken it for a long time now, and frankly, we're tired of it.
Yeah, understandably. Well, yeah. Thank you for allowing us to listen, and your voices. Every voice deserves to be heard and to listen to. Is there anything else you two feel like you want to share right now?
I am afraid that we will pass before Stephan does, and I worry about that.
That's sad.
I worry about who will take care of him. I worry about who's going to bury him.
Oh.
And that bothers me. We're too old to go through this crap. We are too old and too beat up.
Oh, she can feel guilt and remorse.
But if he's executed, Chris has asked me if I wanted to be there. And I said yes.
We were there when he was born, but
wait, what?
I want him to know that there are two people in that room that are going to be sad when he's gone. And we will send him with love.
I feel like she's drawn that.
Okay.
I'm gonna hit end recording now. Thank you, both of you.
I think she.
Thank you.
I don't know.
No, I really do think that was a breakdown. I really do think that was a genuine breakdown.
You do? It might have been. Maybe like she just like the whole realization of everything just came together. Like maybe in that moment she like finally like realized.
But these people dogging those parents out. I mean, they just need to stop.
Oh, that's terrible.
I mean,
Nobody should ever do that.
That could happen to any parent in the world, and they gave him they gave him every opportunity to be anything he wanted to be. They really did.
And they were willing to like pay the bill. But I almost feel like it was like overkill. That was a bad term. I didn't mean to say that.
Well,
but I feel like it was like almost like it was too much. So it's like I think it's like I think one of the lessons we need to learn from this as far as family dynamics is that when it comes to parenting or any relationship, that we need to find a balance, that it doesn't have to be all or nothing. Like there should be a balance.
You can't parent two kids the same way either.
No, not at all.
Because they're two different personalities.
That's exactly right. And they have two different needs and yes, you're exactly right. You're exactly right. And then you wind up comparing the one that he out and why can't you be more like this one? Like, no way. My kids are totally different and I do not compare them against each other ever. They're both just as fucking cool, but for different things.
Well, I have two cousins. One's a bit of an airhead.
That's all right.
He's sweet as he can be. He's smart, but he's an airhead. But his other brother is really smart, stubborn, and hard headed. And she talks to both of them in a different way, in a different tone. And I got onto her. I said, "You talk so mean to Charlie." She said, "But because Charlie is intelligent and he knows better."
Ooh.
She said, "Chase does stuff because he's airheaded and don't think before he does something."
That's funny.
So I said, so the trouble Charlie gets into is on purpose, and the trouble that Chase gets into is an accident.
Because she knows that one is like, can't help it, and the other one can.
But it's true. Now that they're grown, I can totally see it.
That's funny, isn't that funny?
Yeah,
Oh my God. Can you believe I've been on here for 5 hours?
Yeah, well, I wasn't going to leave you.
I will never forget that you rocked out with me until the end. That is what I call.
You know what's so frustrating for me? What you know in literature terms as far as these personality quirks, it's hard for me to explain it.
Yeah, but
because I don't know how to communicate it properly.
Okay, and what's difficult for me is getting the I think I am slightly autistic, right? And ADHD, different issues going on, but I've tried to learn how to use them as superpowers. But in some of the issues, I need somebody else to bounce off of, and I feel like I totally bounced off of we bounced off of each other tonight. And you were saying words that I was trying to articulate, but in the moment couldn't. Because of that, my brain was moving faster than my words. So I would almost forget what I was saying because I had so much to say at once. But then you would say something that helped me redirect and connect. I don't know. It was amazing. And I appreciate it. And I will never forget that you did this for me.
Oh, don't cry. I'll never forget how you sat there and listen to my story either.
It just
you gonna edit this? You gonna edit this last part off though?
No, why you want me to? I will.
You crying?
No, it's not even that. It's more like a happy cry. It's in life you have to set goals, and my dad always said the only things in life that you regret are the risks that you didn't take, and just take risks in life, of course, obviously take like, educated risks. Like don't just take dumb risks. But I mean like, so even like putting myself out there and becoming friends with you and stuff, like it's been a great blessing and I appreciate it. And I want people to see that I'm grateful. I think sometimes see me as Dr. Vona, so they assume that I'm the one with all the answers, not realizing that like I'm human too. You know what I mean? So
No,
I appreciate
you take on a lot, and you're very kind-hearted, and that, I mean, that's why it was so easy for me to talk to you that night, because you're down to earth with all the education you have. You are so down to earth.
I appreciate you, and I
And
really
it's
go out of my
easier.
way
It's
to like
easier
talk to
to
my
talk to
students.
someone that doesn't put everything in such a medical terminology that other
No, I
people can't
don't.
understand it.
Yep.
You can go there. You have the ability to go there. I've heard you go there before, but you don't
You
stay
know
there
what?
so long
Maybe from now on.
that you don't bring it down to layman's
Wait,
terms.
listen, this is what we need to do. You need to like help me like with things and because of my ADHD and I could do it for you too, but not that you need it. It's me that needs it. But like maybe you could be like on the side, like dumb down, like and not dumb down, meaning like make it dumb. But in other words, like you're going to education and then I'll like be like cool and I won't say anything but like out loud, but I can immediately like go to what like I need somebody that can catch what's needed in the moment to hold on to like people's interest. Does that make sense? Girl, you've been with me from the beginning, right? Like I appreciate you, and
It's the
if
least
I
I can do for you talking to me, because
are you kidding me? Don't ever feel like you owe me anything because you don't, and just know that if or not if, just know that when I become bigger because I believe in myself and my passion and my expertise, that you'll come along with me.
Okay.
Okay.
I want you to I do want you to edit this last part off though.
I think I do too.
I don't want everybody to hear this because they're little monsters.
No, you're right. And we don't need people to hear any of our like weaknesses, but I have to just figure out how to do it. So I'm going to go do that right now.
So, and hey, and feel free to text me anytime you want to, or call me anytime you
You
want
have
to.
if you have mine available, will you just text me so it goes to the top? I have my my Holy Family University starts on next Monday, so all of my students have been texting me, and it would just take me
No,
forever.
see, that's why I don't bother you, because I know you're busy.
No, but I don't know. They're asking me dumb questions like, can you sign me in? It's like dumb shit. Like that takes 2 minutes. But my thing is that I don't know how far down I have to go to find it. Like everything's answered. I don't have to like answer shit. I'm just saying I don't remember how far down it was to get to it. So if you just resend like me whatever, it'll be right there and it'll just be easier for me to get to. That's all I meant.
Okay. Well,
Like I'm not
I
behind on
sent
anything.
you. I think I sent you that Cheyenne Kersher case, and you probably
Was that
already know
today?
about it. Yeah, I sent it to you.
Oh, well then no, then don't resend it. I'm fine. I thought you meant like 2 weeks ago type thing. I didn't realize you meant you just sent it today. That's fine.
Yeah, I just sent it. Yeah, it should be at the top.
Oh, okay. Awesome. Then we're good. And you have my cell, right?
Right. I mean, I just think it would be interesting case to
I'll look
discuss.
into it. All right, girl.
You know who else I'd like to discuss one night?
Who?
If you could. Lawrence Bittaker and Roy Norris.
I have no idea who that is, but if you text me
They
the name.
train the FBI now. They let them listen to the torture tape of that 16-year-old girl in the back of that van, and they weed out FBI agents by letting them listen to that. I guess if they have too much of an emotional reaction, they won't hire them.
Wow.
I mean,
I
they
don't
still
know
use it to this day.
I have to remember that this is the one thing that because I'm still a university and college professor, there are certain things that like just politically and stuff that I should stay away from. But you'd be surprised, gambling is considered like falls in the category, and you're like, what the fuck does gambling have anything to do with abnormal psych? Like it's just ridiculous. But so I have to like watch which things I do, not mostly, but that one I feel like might tether on the lines of. I would have to look into it. So send me everything, and if I could like do it, I'm down. That first one seems like something that has like nothing to do with anything that I'm not allowed to do. So send it to me.
Okay.
It doesn't happen often where I can't do it. It's just the second one. I forget. There was something you said that like the alarm was like, I can't because of that. But I don't remember what it was.
Oh no, it was I think it was a small child case. It wasn't Madeline Soto y'all was talking about.
No, not that. Just now.
Oh, what do you mean just now? Lawrence Bittaker and Roy Norris.
Which one was it? What they do?
Those were the two friends. Those were the two friends that drove around in a van picking up 14 and 15-year-old girls and taking them up into the California hills and raping them for hours and hours and hours and torturing them for hours on end before they killed them. Yeah, one way they killed one of these girls was with a wire coat hanger, and they did it like a garrote until she couldn't breathe, and they kicked her down the hill before she was even dead.
That's
yeah, evil. And hey, I'm not kidding. That case is something else. And even they've got there's even a recording of the torture here on YouTube.
You know what case I want to get into? Ellen Greenberg, only even though that's political, which scares me a little.
The serial killers, the sadist serial killers are the ones that fascinate me.
Me
the
too.
Ones that the Kansas City butcher, like
they all actually like
Wesley Allen Dodd was another one, and he reminded me of the Kansas City butcher, the way he took notes on how he tortured a kid and the reaction the kid had. He wrote all of that shit down in a journal. And
did you read The New Evil?
No, I didn't. He's got too many cases in there I'm not interested in. I don't.
He uses it like in the second half of the book. It like breaks down the code. I'll have to see if I can somehow share.
It's the sadist serial killers, the ones that torture and like to maim and.
Well, that's because that's the triad. So that's the
those
triad.
Those are the ones that fascinate me because
they're the ones that are the most dangerous. So they are narcissistic, antisocial, and sadistic.
Yeah.
If actually, I'm editing this part out, but if we were, I would say sadism is when somebody takes pleasure in hurting someone else.
Right. I mean,
physically.
It's similar. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I try to understand because of my experience.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep. Well,
so to me, somebody that just goes out and kills people with a gun,
it's different than I get it.
It's a different.
I think that's why you would like the second half of it.
If I was to categorize mass killers, spree killers, and sadistic, like sadist serial killers, the sadistic sadist serial killer would be the apex predator. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you just named like 4 of the things I forget how many there are, 23. So I think you would really like it. I'm gonna have to get it to you.
Yeah, I like the worst ones.
You would really like this book. You can get it on like audio. I'm gonna have to get it for you.
I don't want to buy a book that half of it is spree killers, mass killers, and
No, it's not
people that pop off with a gun. The Zodiac, the Zodiac didn't even fascinate
Listen,
me, not
it's
even with the code
it's
bullshit.
23. It's 23 levels. There are only 4 out of 23. That's what I'm
Oh,
saying.
okay.
Like, and they're in the beginning. Like,
Oh,
it just
okay.
gets worse from there, and it goes on.
Yeah.
And it's Dr. Gary Mercado.
Yeah, and it was I think they did that what was that show called?
The new
No.
Mindhunters.
No, there used to be a show called it had a doctor that had it. It's like he had donut white hair. You know how they bald on the top, and it's like a donut.
Like Grey's Anatomy or something. One of them.
Dr. Stone.
Oh
Is that
yeah.
his name?
Yep.
He had a TV show that had all those numbers on it.
Oh wow.
He had a show on it about the scale.
I didn't know that. I want to see that.
Yeah, it's a whole lot better than a book. But he did.
Well, no, Dr. Mercado and Dr. Stone wrote the book together before Dr. Stone died.
Wait a minute. Dr. Stone.
He passed away, and he wound up leaving the largest murder database in the world to Dr. Mercado at Columbia.
Let's see. There it is. It's called Most Evil. The show is called Most Evil.
I feel like I've seen it.
If you look it up.
I feel like I've seen it. I feel like it looks like the cover of his book.
Yep. It's but it's a really good show too.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to check it out. For sure. Where do you like what time zone do you live in?
I'm in Alabama.
So what time is it for you?
It's 10:37.
Oh, it's 11:37 here.
Oh, you need to let me go then, don't you?
Well, not because it's 11:37, but only because I'm tired as fuck and this is like I can't believe I even learned how to do this, let alone how do I figure out how long I've been on here? Let me see.
I don't know, but close your YouTube. Close that YouTube out before you close this out.
Oh wait, thank you for telling me that. Hold on, let me see.
And you don't forget to edit this last part off.
I know I have to figure out how to do that.
We don't need it. We don't need everybody to listen to our moment.
No, you're right. I totally agree with you. That's what I mean. Like sometimes I just need. That's what I mean by slightly autistic. Like it's literally only in little things, but I feel like I traded it out for a superpower. So
well,
I'm gonna try.
You know what, Jamie? Me doing the job that I did, I have a code of ethics, and I know you have a code of ethics.
I do.
So that's why it's easy for me to talk to you.
Oh, I appreciate. It's so easy for me. I feel like we've known each other forever.
It's kind of cool.
It is very cool. Do you mind? How old are you? I'll cut it out.
49.
Oh, we're the same age too. I'm 46. When's your birthday?
Wow. I'm a Leo.
I'm a Cancer.
Oh, no wonder we get along.
What's that? Oh yeah. Yep.
Yeah, my best lifelong friend was a Cancer.
Yep. Cancers are very emotional people, but we're loyal as fuck.
Yeah, you're also thoughtful.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you.
And cancers really do have a good ability to put themselves in someone else's shoes.
I really
really put themselves in somebody else's shoes.
My husband says it all the time. He's like, it's like your best and worst quality, because sometimes he just wants me to be like, yeah, fuck that person, and I'll just be like I can't get myself there because I'm like,
well, see, I'm starting to
God,
think.
that guy didn't leave today thinking, oh my God, I'm going to meet some guy on the boulevard that I'm just going to fucking go in front of and ruin his day on. I'm like, that's not what happened. Like, you know what I mean? I'm like, nobody like went out to piss you off. But he's like, sometimes I just want you to like join in. So now every now and then, like in the car, when he says something, I'll be like, fuck you, you fucking dick, fucking rip. And like, he'll start laughing.
Well, you know what? Somebody missed a long time ago. I'm going to tell you about this. Close the YouTube out so I know this isn't going to
Wait,
go on.
how do I do that? Hold on.
Just close it out. Just close it out.
I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Hold on. That's how you know my Adderall isn't working anymore because I totally forgot what I was doing. Hold on, let me see. I'm like closing. I have 1,000 things open, but I'm almost done. Hold on. But okay, it says, oh, I have this open. Hold on. Oh, I didn't know I had that open. Let me see. Did I close it?
We stay in StreamYard.
So wait, can anybody see us? Do I have to hit and stream?
Yeah, I don't know how to do that. Gage knows how to do it.
No, I'm saying, should I hit end stream or will that?
Not on StreamYard. No, I don't know if you. I don't know how it works on StreamYard's end now. Well, let me tell you a little story about something right
quick. Go ahead, and then right afterwards, I'll delete whatever the little bit, like the little edit.
But check this out in the private chat.
Oh, there you go. That was smart. See, that's where I'm dumb. Like that's the type of dumb I am. But I'm very.
Did you read that? Did you read that?
I'm getting down it. Wait, the last thing I see is 909. Am I going the wrong way?
No, look at private chat.
See, that's what I mean. This is what the stuff I'm talking about.
On the StreamYard.
Oh, I got it.
You see that?
It says this is
Whoa. Yeah. There was a kid.
Yeah, I would never.
Well,
I
that's
just
okay.
said this is,
There was a kid in 6th grade.
Mm-hmm.
And their seat was in the front of the class. And this kid kept picking their nose constantly.
Right.
And the teacher got it in 6th grade, so probably 12.
All right, yeah.
11 or 12.
Yeah, like Madeline's age.
And the kid kept picking their nose and picking their nose and picking their nose in class. And did this every day almost.
Was it because
for about a week?
Was it because
the teacher
parents didn't tell them?
No, listen.
Okay.
The teacher got up and embarrassed this kid in front of the whole class about picking their nose, and was blind to the fact that they were picking blood out of it. Because it was caked up from being hit in the fucking nose.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there were so many signs. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. And that's horrible.
And made fun of this kid in front of everybody for picking their nose.
Well, my husband, we met in nursery school, and we went to from nursery school all the way through high school together at the same school. It was the weirdest thing. I don't know how that even happened, but like it wasn't even like nerdy like that. Like we just hung out. We hung out with totally different groups, and we happened to. I'll tell you my story on the side, but we ran into each other on like spring break, and he had what me and my best friend were looking for. So we all had a good time, and that was it. Like we've been together ever since. So, what the fuck was my point? See, my Adderall's gone. I have no idea.
My point with the whole teacher thing is, the teacher didn't have.
I know what it was. the teacher, he was sweeping up the floor, and he somebody was sweeping up the floor, and he was putting on chapstick. His lips were like so chapped that they were like they would bleed when if he like smiled. So his mom gave him like she had like cherry chapstick, so he was putting it on all day. Well, the teacher came by and said, and I think thought he, and I was in class. I like literally was sitting next to him this whole time. We were in like second grade, and she was, I'll never forget it. And she went, "Are you putting on lipstick?" And he was like, "No," like his lips were chapped. And she was like, let me see that. She's like, "You're putting on lipstick." And she's like, "Don't lie." And then she reached down and grabbed a dirty napkin from the pile of like trash that we just swept together, came over to my husband, grabbed the back of his head, and wiped the front of his mouth. Like he said, it was so painful because
wow.
that night was parent teacher night. His mom almost killed her. I was like, oh, and I can remember it like it was yesterday. It's crazy.
And y'all live up there where it's cold, don't you?
And you remember that shit, you know what I mean?
Wow.
Mm-hmm. But what happened with that story?
What, with the teacher?
Yeah.
No, my whole point is there's a lot of teachers that miss signs because,
yes,
you know,
they don't want to think it because they don't believe it.
Well, the kid's sinuses was caked up with blood for a reason, you know, and it really, you know,
and a lot of it's hard.
It's not really anything the kid could have got out with a Kleenex.
And unfortunately, a lot of times people feel like, okay, is putting them in a foster home, like, is that a better situation?
It's like, no, the teacher missed it completely. She was so fucking hell bent on making fun of this kid. She didn't stop to think maybe somebody's popping this kid in the nose.
Yeah, that ain't cool.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
And it just makes me wonder how many teachers miss stuff like that.
Yeah, at our school it happened all the time.
You know, when a kid's not dressing out for PE.
Yeah, remember the one girl I told you there was 3 of us. We were like 3 peas in a pod, and we literally would laugh at her because we had no idea, of course. And we would laugh, me and my one friend, because we would be like, "Oh my God," I'm gonna give her a different name. "Oh my God, Tony needs to get to the corner. Like, God forbid she's 1 minute late." Like, yeah. And we would like laugh, and we would be like, "Oh, Tony, go." Come to find out, fucking years later, that for every minute she was late, she was SA'd worse than you can imagine. Like, and if she cried, he had diapers that he would put her in, and she would have to wear a diaper, and like that's it, and drink from a bottle. Like, it was so sadistic.
Oh my God.
Like, it was horrifying. So the one day, she's the one that when we had that class you were talking about, that was like, wait a minute, like something doesn't seem right here. Like that, like I don't think my friends go home and do this. And that's like that year, I swear it was 6th grade, but I can't be sure, but it was around then. And she went home and she told her mom. And it happened by at least 8th grade, because 8th grade, I remember we went to our like 8th grade trip, and he was gone by then. But he got arrested, and she had to testify against him in court, and he got found guilty, and he's been in jail ever since. And I'm 46 years old, and we had to be in 8th grade, so 13, 12. See, it's the fucking age.
Wow.
That's horrible.
Well, you know what I can honestly say about Wesley Allen Dodd? He told that judge that if he didn't give him the death penalty, that he would end up killing kids if he ever got out of jail. He said if he
they're
goes
actually very honest.
He said if you put me in, he said you can't fix this, is what he said.
Yep.
There's no therapy that can fix this. And he said, if you put me in general population, if you just send me to prison, He said, I will plan an escape out. I will kill guards on the way out if I have to. And as soon as I get out, I'll go right back to what I was doing, killing
That is
kids.
the one thing they'll tell you, like they'll straight tell. And what did Maya Angelou always said? When somebody tells you who they are, believe them. And they'll tell you. They're not afraid to tell you. They're like, if I didn't get locked up, I would have continued to do this.
Hey, did you ever read about that Robert Pickton case?
No.
That dude he's the fucking serial killer that he had. His parents had a lot of money and they owned a pig farm, pig processing.
I need to get on.
And he
The thing is, the past 4 years, I've been doing research and my dissertation. I graduated.
Right.
I didn't even walk my commencement yet. Can you believe that today they told us that we got our very first oh my God, you guys, it's getting towards that time. And they're talking about the ugly gowns you have to wear.
Mm-hmm.
Those ugly gowns. Well, and some of them have hats. Well, when you're a doctorate, you get a hat and you go through a hooding ceremony, and it's just ridiculous. But you could either wear
college cult shit, huh?
It really is. And Rowan University, it's like a very pristine, as far as
I know.
It's an R2 Carnegie classified research institution. So it's stuff where if we find it to be true in our research, it's very reliable and valid. I have research. If you look up my name, my research comes up, but I have a 2-year embargo on it because I want to get it published in the Journal of College Student Development, which I really need to get my ass on. You should keep me focused on getting my article out. If you just tell me to do that, that means I would be published so that other college students or anybody that's looking for research, I could be one of the things that comes up because I did that much research and put that much time. I graduated with a 3.9. And
Damn.
This is my dilemma. Do I get the $300 regala, or do you get the $1,300 regala? I'm like, there's no middle ground. But the one is cheapo, and I feel like it looks like she got the cheapie. And then the other one, it's a custom one. So of course they make it like the Cadillac. They it's your length. You get pockets with zippers in here and an inside pocket and and the thing is that
let me ask you a question. Is it gonna bother you to wear the cheap one?
I don't know. Only because
wait a minute. Don't think of anybody else. Years from now, are you gonna be upset because you wore the cheap one?
Yes. Yes, and I wouldn't. I'm glad you just said years from now because I wouldn't now. Now I would be like, I'm so glad I did that. I didn't need that. But this is the thing. I'm a professor, so I attend graduations. So
you're gonna need it.
Right. And why not just? I don't know. Maybe
go ahead and get that one because, I mean, aren't you? You said you're gonna have to wear it again, right?
Every year.
Okay, well,
where a lot of people are getting it and they're not even wearing it. They don't plan to go to academia. My specialization's in higher education, so I would wear it.
Right. There's a reason for you to get the more expensive one.
Too.
Plus, you're gonna get pictures taken in it.
And not only that, how often do you become a doctor?
Right. I mean, this is your day.
You're absolutely right. I just have to come up with odds and ends to get to the $1,200. I'll get to it.
Well, we always have sayings that there's just certain things you don't cheap out on.
Mm-hmm. No, you're right. I'm glad I said that.
Toilet paper is one of them.
Hellman's mayonnaise.
Doctorate gowns are one of them.
Fucking Hellman's mayonnaise is another. You have to have. I have to have Hellman's mayonnaise. I can't do
put it on a credit card and pay $15 a month for it. I mean,
you're right. You're right.
Sooner or later, you'll pay it off. It's not going to do anything but build your credit.
Yeah, that's a good way to look at it. No, you're right. Thank you for saying that.
Oh, you send me pictures.
Of course, I would love that. I have your text, right?
Yeah, you have my
Here, wait, let me put my number in just in case. This is private, right?
Yeah.
See, like, this is the shit I'm dumb at.
Yeah, it says private chat. There's nobody in here but us.
But that's like the shit I'm dumb at. Like, I'm very street smart and I'm book smart, but like I don't know how to
I'm
spell.
computer stupid. I swear I am tech
And
tardy.
I'm not. I'm tech savvy. So like I feel
I'm
like you're
tech
good where
tardy
I'm not.
bad. But
I
if
feel
you
like
ever
we're
need somebody to talk to that won't
Wait,
receive
what is your
anything,
what do you want me to call you?
my name's Rachel.
Okay, so you want me to is that okay to call you Rachel offline?
Not online. Not if we're on panel.
No, I said offline.
Oh yeah, offline you can.
Yes. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. I should store this right now. Mm-mm-mm. I have no idea where my phone is. Ooh. That was fun tonight. Thank you for coming up with me. Please do it again because I feel like we like connect.
Yeah, I do too.
Like I feel sometimes with like the autism thing.
Well, with you know what? I'm gonna be honest with you. Since you came on Gage's show, and you know how all of us was in there,
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe they should have left you.
What do you mean?
I don't believe they should have left until you were done with your show.
Oh.
I feel like that was rude.
Oh, that he started another show?
No, I just feel like it was rude that they didn't stay in here.
It's all right. It's all right. I'm not even going to get, you know what? It's okay because it'll work. I have faith it'll work. Not like that. I don't mean like I have faith it'll like that. I just know that I worked hard to get to where I am today and that I'm putting on I'm trying to put on an armor, if you will, so that I can't let shit like that bring me down. And I don't know if it'll work, but when I start to doubt myself, just please remind me that I got this because I always say if I win, we all win.
Mm-hmm.
I'm loyal as a motherfucker.
Well, I'm trying to put your name in here. Let's see.
And it's Vona. I don't know if I ever
Vona.
said.
Well, you know, Gage called you Vona so
Everybody
much.
does. So, and it was funny the one night he was like, and you want to introduce yourself? I was like, I'm Dr. Jamie Vona. And I'm like, I can't believe I just said that. I'm like, that is not my name. I'm like, it's Jamie Vona. Like, it's definitely not Jamie Vona. And I have a daughter named Gianna. So that would be ridiculous. Gianna Vana.
Did you know my brother's first name was Jamie?
Get
But
out.
he spelled it Jamie. Well,
Everybody does. Except for me.
With
I was
an
like,
IE on the end.
that's funny. All right,
But
Kim.
if you ever need somebody to talk to or you need a vent, call me.
Oh, you too. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
And I think we should jump on more and like do shit like this, but maybe we should like talk beforehand so
That's
we can
fine.
so why don't we do this? Why don't we both like look into it's Gray Hughes Investigates. It's on his channel and it's literally it says Stephan Sterns friends and listen to them. I'll listen to them. And then tomorrow or the next day or whatever, just text me and we'll figure something out. If you hear something that you're like, what the fuck? Like, write it down. Be like, this is like Greg's one at 2 minutes and 46 seconds. And then me and you could do like a Zoom, like I would do with my students.
Well, say we can meet in StreamYard before you
See,
start
I'm so
the
used to
show.
using Zoom. So we can meet in StreamYard first. I didn't realize we could do that.
Yeah, we can do it just like we're talking now, but it won't be on YouTube
All right,
for all
well,
to
let's
see.
do it.
Okay.
All
That'll
right.
be fine. Just text me. Just text me whenever you want to go on or when you plan on going on.
Absolutely.
And I'll meet you. Okay.
Love that. All right. Let's start listening to the friends, and I will too.
Okay.
All right. Good night.
Good night.
Thank you again.
You're welcome, darling.
All right. Bye bye.